Tomorrow we invade Sheol and claim it as our own. If we must put our head into the lion's mouth, let us make certain that he chokes upon our flesh.
God damn, Rand. Getting dramatic up in this beat. That didn't work. Good morning show, everybody. How we doing?
What's up?
My name's Nerdy.
And I'm Claru.
And this is not the morning show. This is the Nerdy.
The Wordy.
The Book Club.
Hell
where we are talking about the final book in The Wheel of Team A. Who is Team A? Do you think we're going to learn that in this book?
Probably not.
Who is Team A, and why is everybody interested in his wheel?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
He's like got like a hot rod car, you know, and everyone's like, what is this?
We asked the big brain questions here.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to say a huge good morning to everyone live in the chat. Thank you for being here for another book club. The final book club. We've decided to not finish the book, just to tease everybody.
Yeah. This is where we're going to stop.
This is
right
where we're
here
gonna stop.
in the middle.
Tomorrow we go to Sheol, and that's the last word I read.
I'm good. You know what?
Wordy Book
I'm
Club.
good. I'm okay. Yeah. Moving on. Don't forget to like that smash button. Exactly. Matrick knows what's up.
Don't forget to like the smash button, everybody. And if you have an idea of who Team A is and why everyone wants his wheel, let us know in the chat. Tylith says, I'm a week behind, but just wanted to jump in for a minute and say, woo, book club. Can't believe we're almost done.
Yes.
You can skip last week. You can start here.
No.
I give you permission.
There was good stuff. Thank you so much for that super chat.
I wasn't very positive last week.
It wasn't your favorite, and honestly, it wasn't my favorite.
Yeah, it was probably like one of the, I think like the weakest week of reading for me in the Brandon Sanderson era.
Yeah, in a while for sure.
But thankfully, I liked this week a lot more. I was a lot happier, other than a couple of weird things that we're going to get into.
Yeah.
Mostly around Matt, unfortunately, who has just been ruined for me as a character.
Yeah.
But
like assassinated.
Like truly assassinated. It's such a shame what this series did to Matt Coffin. And what I will say, what two white male authors writing about stuff that maybe they should have done a little bit more research and put a little bit more care and consideration into did to a male character simply by just not really thinking through the implications of what they were writing.
Yeah.
And I you know what? It's one of those things where I wonder if you talked to Brandon Sanderson about it now and you got a really honest answer from him, I wonder if he would also have a different perspective on how he wrote. Because, you know, he has made public comments about him not loving the way he wrote Matt.
Yeah, he found it was the most difficult, I believe.
I do wonder if some of the stuff that we're going to talk about today are some of the things that he would do. He would have a different pass on now versus, 10 years ago. Yeah,
I was going to say he has a decade more experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we already know that he wasn't fully satisfied with that character.
Yeah.
It is just so funny, like, you know, thinking back, like, books ago when we were absolutely loving Matt. And, you know, there were people in chat who were like, Matt, and I was like, what do you mean, guys? And I'm like, okay, no, I get it. Like, I do.
There was a point where he was one of the best characters in the series.
I agree.
And really, like, he has never recovered for me from the, like, being turned on by Tuon collaring the women in the cabin thing. You know what I mean? Like, that really was the moment where I was like, oh, you suck as a person? Like, you're a bad person?
Yeah.
And he has consistently been a bad person ever since, and like his redeeming qualities just have not haven't made it back yet, and it's really a shame. I think that they fumbled the ball with him really hard.
Yeah.
And they unfortunately there are so many characters whose storylines this week I really do love and I can't wait to get into.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of characters who I feel like have been rehabbed for me. Mostly Lan. Lan has really come back for me, thank God.
Yes.
Because he was my favorite character at a point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so getting Lan back to where I want him to be and loving him so much has been a nice compensation for losing Matt.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Blue, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships.
Yeah.
We're starting off book club right. You know what I mean?
Bazimian says, yes, Blue.
He's our man.
If he can't blue you, no one can.
True. No one can blue like Blue can.
We just got a blue.
I also like kind of like feel weird now that Matt is the only like character shirt that we have merch of.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like I really connect with this character. It's such a good idea for him, and you know he's not really my favorite anymore, which just means we're gonna have to come up with different shirts for different characters.
He is absolutely right about what he said though.
I'm a lord.
No, he's no bloody hero.
No.
You don't get to be the prince of slaves and be a hero. I'm sorry. Like, you know, you don't get to do not get to accept the position that you're in and be a hero. He isn't. And that is it's a shame.
Yeah.
But before we get into all of the goodness of this week,
yes,
because we do have some goodness. We have some Egwene Gawain goodness.
Good.
Less on the Gawain. We'll get to Gawain. But Egwene goodness.
My God.
We got Rand goodness. We got Andral goodness.
Yes.
We got Perrin greatness. We got Lanfear ? Question mark. For almost all of the other characters, lots to love. And Rand, we're gonna talk about Rand because Rand, I'm disappointed in you. But for a lot of the other characters, lots to love, and I'm excited because it looks like some main characters died, and I'm happy about that. So I cannot wait to talk about that at the end of the day.
No, I honestly I think it's great, and I knew you would like it. Like I was like, I think like this is gonna be. You know, I think that it comes later in the series than either of us would have liked. And it personally.
It comes from an avenue of like, okay, I guess they're a part of this now.
Yeah, whatever. Cool. Anyways, before we get into all of that, guys.
Before we get into that, it's time for some housekeeping. First off, I do want to remind everybody there is no book club next week. No, there is a book club next week. There's no book club in 2 weeks.
Correct.
Yes. So we will get to the like edging of the last battle, I think, next week.
The edging,
yeah. We're gonna edge up to the last battle next week, and then we're gonna take a week off. I believe.
Yes, we're going to be at Dragon Con. Yeah.
Do we get all the way to the last battle next week, or?
Actually, that is a great question.
Here, I'm gonna pull up really quick. Yeah, we're going to. Next week, we're going to get all the way up to 28. So no, we're only gonna read 7 chapters next week. Crazy. And then we will get up to we'll edge up to the last battle the week after.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that.
Yes.
But then, we're going to then we will be at Dragon Con the following week. We'll be in Atlanta.
Yeah, so no book club on the 1st, Friday, September 1st.
Yeah.
But yes, book club following week, the 8th.
And then, so just so that you guys, everybody know, we do have that 1 week off.
Yeah.
But no, next week, we'll be going to 27. Very excited to get back into the reading because I one question I have. No, you know what? Let's cover it at the end of the show.
Okay, cool.
Because the last, like, we're going to Shal Ghul tomorrow. I was like, but there's like 16 chapters.
Yeah,
Wait, what do you mean?
For sure. We'll get there. Another thing as well is not only is there not going to be book club that week, but we are taking a week break from posting on YouTube.
And honestly, probably a lot of places, you know, we might be posting some like pre-scheduled reels and stuff, but we're kind of going to be off the internet for the week after Clarissa's birthday.
Yeah, it's my birthday next weekend.
We've kind of never taken a break from posting, even when we've been busy with other shit. Even during the relay, we posted 4 reactions.
Yep.
So we're going to be kind of taking a week from like Clarissa's birthday through the end of Dragon Con. If we're not as active, if we're not as around, it's not that we're like quitting the internet. It's not, there's going to be no reactions going up on the YouTube channel that week. Because I don't want to deal with the comments. You know what? I don't want to be modding that week. So we're really going to take a literal week off from everything.
Yeah.
I hope that everyone is okay with that. And if you're not, I really don't care.
If you're not, it doesn't matter because we're doing it anyways.
It's the end of summer. It's the dog days of summer, and we're gonna take a week to ourselves and kind of like, you know,
Dragon Con is like
enjoy Dragon Con.
Yeah, Dragon Con is like our like not working con. Like we go there kind of just to like have a good time and chillax, and it's very stressful trying to, you know, make sure that everything is like scheduled beforehand, and there's so many millions of little things to do, and so we're like, you know what, let's actually for once in like it's been years since we've been consistently posting on YouTube. We're gonna take 1 week for ourselves. So we're gonna celebrate my birthday on book club next Friday, and then that'll be probably the last post. Although we do have to do a Patreon movie pick.
Yeah, we do.
So we'll have to
figure that out.
Put a poll up for that.
All right. Light Blighted Fool says, I highly recommend a vacation from your job that is not a job. Hilarious. I think that if you've never like worked in video production, you might think that making content as much as we do is not a job. It very much is.
Yeah, we
have 12 jobs. Here's okay. For this is my advice. If you want to go into content creation, if this is like a job that you would like to have, here's what you need to know going in. For the first 2 years, you don't really make any money. During those 2 years, you have to be your own writer, producer, director, on-screen talent, marketing director, advertiser, moderator. Like the number of jobs that you have at your own company. I know you were joking about that. I'm not like taking a task here. I'm just, the reason we're taking a week off is because we both have like 14 jobs, and it's catching up with us a little bit. A little bit, and we're tired, and so. We're going to be on the road anyway.
Look at these bags in my eyes.
Seamus O'Toole says editing is the worst. Shout out to Brandon.
God.
Shout out to you, Bunny. Thank you so much for being an amazing editor and the third leg of our... That's
He's
a penis.
the third leg in a three-legged race.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Ian Eggleston says, who's loving Baldur's Gate 3 more between the two of you? I was playing a like side character that I started this morning just to like do something for 20 minutes. So I think it's me.
Yeah, but I had to get my self-tape done.
Yeah, but you also keep pressing triangle and ending your turns, and I think that you're more frustrated with the game than I am because I think I'm more excited about it. I'm not
frustrated with the game. I'm frustrated with myself because I'm a fucking moron, and that's on me. But
that's true.
We love this game. We're gonna be playing.
Oh, it's my favorite game. Yeah, where I'm gonna all I'm streaming from now on is Baldur's Gate 3.
We're gonna have to build a new computer for it.
Because for you, I have no problems.
Well, now that it's on medium graphics, but I don't want to play on medium
graphics. I play on high.
On stream?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
No. There's no way.
I fucked with the settings a little bit more than you did, and
what did you do?
I turned off like all of the like ambient shadow. I turned off all the like light rays. I turned off all of the like little things in the background that you notice when you have like a really good setup. But I turned off all of that shit.
So that should have also turned off for me because the settings stayed the same.
Across the computer? No, we have different we have different profiles.
Okay, well,
I'll show you the settings that I came up with yesterday before my stream and all.
I want to stream on Ultra.
Sorry, guys, we need to move on because this stream is brought to you. This book club,
my gosh, yeah.
Our whole channel right now, really, because we're so infatuated with our new partner. Our last bit of housekeeping, I promise, it's going to be a little bit longer. And podcast listeners, this isn't going to be very interesting for you, but I'm not going to edit it out because that takes time, and I'm a lazy.
We don't have any,
according to some recent comments. The podcast today,
yes,
and for the foreseeable future, is brought to you by MistyMountainGaming.com. MistyMountainGaming.com is a dice and tabletop RPG accoutrement company that brings you the best in the business. And today, they're bringing us
the best.
The whole business.
The whole business.
The whole business. This is the Bahamut bag. It is a mystery bag, so we don't actually know what's inside.
No idea.
It comes with so much stuff.
Yeah, they did not drop us yet, Albino. That is correct.
They did not drop us. In fact, we're doubling down. They sent us so much stuff that they had to send extra stuff in this bag because it couldn't all fit in this bag.
Yeah.
So Clarus, we're gonna do a little bit of an.
Give me this for scale.
Yeah, Clarus for scale.
Clarus for scale.
The bag was part of it. So we are going to do a little bit of an unboxing and show you everything that comes in their biggest mystery box, the Bahamut bag. Clarus, would you like to open dice set number 1?
Ooh, and it comes in a fancy box,
and I will open dice set.
Is it a magnetic box?
Number 2.
I love these. They're so satisfying.
I know, right?
That little, like,
all right,
click.
3, 2, 1. Ooh.
Oh my god, wait a second. No, these are the ones you ordered. These are yours.
No, they're not.
Aren't they?
No,
the
they're
werewolf
not.
ones?
Oh my god, I'm gonna have 2 sets of these. That's so funny. I bought these. Have like, I don't know if we're gonna be able to see it on camera.
They're
these
the
have
werewolf ones.
The natural 20 on these is like a wolf moon.
Give it a second. Oh yeah, there
yeah. This is the Labradorite. I'm gonna have 2 sets of these.
Look at this, so sexy. Okay, wait, let me.
Wait, are these the ones you ordered?
The green ones? Yeah. So these are the ones that.
Wait, but we have another order coming.
Well, apparently not. Apparently, look, guys.
Okay, no, these are ones we bought. Oh, these didn't come with the mystery bag. I understand.
Yeah. It wasn't that we had too much, but like I got this like really pretty green.
But wait, no, we have another order coming from them, which is this stuff. Did they send us double?
Could you imagine if the exact dice that we ordered also showed up in the mystery bundle?
I'm checking our shop app because that's fucking
This
hilarious.
Is dice porn. Yes, dice porn.
Dice porn.
If you get horny for some dice, look at that. Oh my god, they're so pretty. Guys, if you didn't know, I like mint green.
Yeah, this is still in transit.
Haha.
Oh, maybe it's just this. Maybe it's just the mini because the mini didn't come.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, and then look at this, my
sexy.
big D20 Pride pin. Yeah, this must be this. Okay. All the dice came together, and there's just the one extra thing that came on its own.
So those are the ones. So
we bought these ourselves.
Specifically got. We were like, this is what I want. This is what I need. Tell me what you want. Really, really want.
I desperately need a campaign to play a werewolf.
Yeah.
So if anyone has a campaign where I can play werewolf, let me know.
Yes, sexy math rocks. Exactly.
I love dice sets where the D12 is bigger than the D20.
I hate that because you pick up the D12 instead, but it's fine.
I know, it's because you can't count. All right, those are the ones we bought. Very excited about my Labradorite werewolf set.
Yes.
But Clarus, should we go like, so there's so many pockets. Should we start with the front pocket?
Front pocket.
All right.
Is there anything in here? There is something in here. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Pocket 1. What do we got?
We've got.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, they're like dragon scale dice.
And they're heavy.
Yeah, they're metal ones.
Yo, look at these. They're so pretty.
Damn.
And you can actually read them, which is so nice.
I know. That is the one thing that I try to be mindful of with dice.
Okay. I was so close to being a natural 1. It was a 7. We're fine. We're fine.
You're fine.
We don't have to burn the dice.
Yeah.
Not that it would work, because they're fucking metal. Let's go.
Those are very, very cool. Love that. Okay,
I think that's everything in there.
Yeah, there was only one thing in the front, and then there's nothing in this, like, pouch right here. Guys, this bag is so versatile.
I know. I'm so excited to use this on our trip.
Okay.
Guys, nerdynightly 15. You get 15% off your orders there.
Yeah, go use our code. Okay, well, we have a big fat note sketchbook. Holy shit.
Look at this.
That's beautiful. Show the back, too. Holy crap.
This is mine.
It like matches.
I'm claiming this.
What do you mean?
I am claiming this.
Why?
Because I want it.
But I want it.
Well, then you can go to missymountaingaming.com and use code nerdynightly15 for 15% off. Look at this gorgeous, like, bound leather journal.
Yeah. And it's not lined pages, so you can use it as, like, a sketchbook. Like, it's got, like, really nice, thick, weighted paper.
Oh, my God. I want, like, it's like, so big for a D&D table.
I know.
To have it.
But, like,
and it's, like, linen
paper.
pages.
Ooh,
wait,
what's this?
What is this?
Let your thoughts dance across our pages. Key to the symbols of Poetic Earth's Tree of Life journal.
Look, there's like
Oh, there's like wax. What? I'm not an artiste. I don't know how.
I think it might be for like
works.
dry erase. So for if you want to do like character sheet stuff.
Dry erase.
For the wax, because you can see through it, right? So you can like write stuff under, like you can like write your like health points and stuff underneath, and then like wipe them away.
Is that how wax paper works?
I don't know.
I've never used it like that before. This comes
gorgeous,
with,
like literally Missy Mountain Gaming. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it also comes
and it
with
smells like leather.
Information on the art as well,
cool.
Which is really, really fun.
The Tree of Life.
Yeah, I love that.
All right,
God
what's
damn.
next?
Okay, so that's everything in that pocket. Now we get to the big boys.
Dice bag.
Dice bag.
Is there dice in the dice bag?
I think so. There's something in it for sure.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh shit. 1, 2.
Nice. Oh man. Okay.
3.
3.
4. 5. 6 sets of dice.
Okay. This is a really pretty color. I think these are just like the regular
acrylic like resin sets, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we have
not
Christmas.
Resin, just acrylic.
Christmas is fun.
Well, it's not Christmas.
It's green and red.
Oh, it is kind of red. It's like
we're gonna use those for
red.
Roleplay Relay too. These will be Santa's dice.
Santa has his dice. What about? Well, I guess he can use these ones too.
Those are
like red and black.
Ooh, yes.
Red, the blood of angry men.
I love that.
Those are the
Blue.
latest dice.
These are gorgeous, like light blue. These are wonderful.
Blue, these ones are for you.
Oh, and these are like if I was like a copper dragon, like kind of dice. Very
They've got
nice.
sparkle in them.
And then these are like if you like took the snow that you pee into and then you turned those into dice. It's the pee snow dice.
Okay. All right.
Let's go.
Sure.
A little dragon's eye in the bag here. Let's go. Wheel of Time says, any Wheel of Time today, lol. Let us be kind to our sponsor for 1 second.
Let us be happy.
Misty Mountain Gaming gave us a bunch of great shit. And you can go use Nerdy Nightly 15. We haven't done a sponsor spot on here in so long. Hey, oh.
It's like a horn, stein.
Hey, the willing men come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
We got a little bracelet that says cleric on it, which is hilarious because Feanora, our cleric. And then we have this like really pretty necklace, or you can use it as a bookmark. It just has a dice inside.
Yeah.
Nice, right? And it's like
This is my improvised weapon.
Oh god. Oh god. No, thank you. We've got a little pin that says Ranger on it.
Cleaning this thing is gonna be the worst.
I know.
Oh, that is so cute.
I thought you might like that.
Y'all, look at this pin.
Oh, here, you get this one. It's Barbarian.
Barbarian.
No, I'll get the cleric one.
Why am I a barbarian?
Come on, let's be honest.
I'm not a barbarian.
Well, I'm not a barbarian.
I'm a valor bard. Okay.
Don't put the mug in the dishwasher. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, we got another set of dice in here.
You gotta tell there's a clock. Oh shit.
Okay. We gotta take these out.
Okay.
Oh my god, guys! Look at these metal.
They're individually wrapped.
Okay, I'm gonna try and like hide your face. Hide your face.
Hide your wife. Hide your kids.
Look at this. I feel like it's not showing it very well.
No, it's doing a good job. Oh my god.
Holy crap, that's so cool.
Misty Mountain Gaming, your things are so beautiful. Tell Mark, loving the nerd swag bag. So are we.
Yeah, thank you.
They're so light, but they're metal. That's so cool.
They're metal because they're hollow dice.
Yeah.
So they're not super duper heavy, which is really cool. We got another little bag here. Oh, another pin.
It's a dragon.
It's a little frost dragon, white dragon. Little white dragon, and he's taking a bath? I think he's taking a bath.
Hey, dragons are good with hygiene. Tell Mark, thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we got 2 more boxes left.
2 more? What?
Yeah, there's the strap in here as well, but we got 2 more boxes. Strap? Here you go.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
wow.
babe, look at the lighting, the way the light affects these ones.
Those are the other ones that I wanted to get. Literally the other ones that I was thinking about getting.
Look at
for
the like color like reflects through them. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's so pretty.
Misty Mountain, you spoiled us. Oh.
These are so gorgeous. I can't get this one out. Oh my god.
These are like agate.
Ah!
These are like beautiful stone dice.
Yeah.
Zetterog! Nerdy could be a barbarian.
A barbarian! Welcome back to the nerd table. Thank you for that. Guys, these are so pretty.
That's actually kind of a funny idea, to be a bard who like takes a couple classes of a couple levels of barbarian in order to get rage.
Yeah.
So that you're a bard who like doesn't take physical damage.
But I don't think you can cast spells while you're raging.
Can you not cast spells and rage at the same time?
I don't know. I don't know why. No, wait. No, that's not a thing. I think I'm making that up in my head.
Maybe you could be a College of Swords bard then?
Guys, so when we ordered our own dice.
All right, that's everything.
I like was waffling between those green ones and these ones. And so the fact that these came in the mystery bundle brings me so much joy. Because when we were describing what Feanora's magic looked like, it was kind of like reflective light prism things. And so this, I literally thought about getting these dice to kind of commemorate her. Because they're so pretty. Oh my god.
I know you can't maintain concentration spells while raging, but I don't think that affects you casting spells.
Yeah.
And like I feel like you
can
bardic inspire while raging, right? Because that's not technically a spell. Thank you, Miss Mountain Gaming. We are so excited. If you want to see these dice rolled, go to Roleplay Relay 2, November 25th. It's going to be live on this channel. It's going to be a huge charity event. Mm-hmm. We're still working on what charity it's going to be. Although I'm leaning towards the Trevor Project again, personally.
Yeah. Okay.
And we can use that through Tiltify, so it will probably be the Trevor Project unless something else comes up that we really want to get into.
Gotcha.
Support those gay youths. But yeah, thank you so much for Misty Mountain for partnering with us. We're so excited. Use code nerdynightly15 at mistymountaingaming.com to go get yourself some stone dice and some glass ones. And all the other ones are nice too, but the stone ones are really where it's at, in my opinion.
They're always my favorite.
I'm a stone dice boy. I like the weight. And I like the Labradorite. I'm really excited. I want to create my werewolf boy so badly.
Right?
All right.
I was able to find all the dice sets. Blue, you are the freaking best. Thank you.
Blue, guys, get you a mod like Blue.
Yeah.
Get you a mod like Blue. Thank you so much, Blue. We really appreciate it. And with that, that is our sponsor spot. Thank you so much to Missing Mountain. We are so excited to continue working with you, especially since our next thing is for charity, which is always special to us. Mm-hmm. Let's get into this week's reading. Clarus, how'd you feel about this week's reading as a whole?
Mostly loved it. I think like you, mostly loved it. There was some like really, really fantastic stuff in there. A couple little things that I kind of glazed over that I was like,
We're going to get back to that in 1 second.
Yeah.
Zedrog said, Father Jerusalem says, what about doing it for one of the SAG-AFTRA funds?
So we're not really sure if the strike is going to continue to the end of November. It was something we considered. Mm-hmm. We are also planning on...
I also don't know if they're on Tiltify, and we kind of want to do something where you guys direct donate to them instead of donating to us, and then we have to go through the complicated tax thing of like bouncing that money around. So.
It just makes things easier for us. Although we are planning a trip to LA, and if the strike is still happening, we are going to... possibly picket, drive around waters, that kind of thing, and just show our support in any way that we can. Yeah. But yeah, at the end of November, we're not really sure what's gonna be going on at that point. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Well, I kind of want to announce charity soon because I think that in getting sponsors, because I want to try and find some matching donators. Getting them on board without knowing what the charity is might be hard.
Yeah, we should definitely.
We're gonna announce the charity soon, I promise.
Yeah, but we did think about that, Father Jerusalem.
One of my hair is so weird and curly today. How do you feel about this week's reading? Let's get back to that.
Sorry, Matthew. Thank you.
Oh, Matthew, what's up? Welcome to the table.
The nerd table. Barbarian, a bard that only plays rock music.
Hey, the Wellerman comes to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
Just very angry all the time.
How do you feel about this week's reading, Clarus?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Lot of stuff in here to love. I did also, fun fact, I did actually go back and read the section about the Summon Asai, because I was like, why am I thinking that it has something to do with the people who are turned? And it literally says that like they're that there is a connection to being turned with these people. It doesn't really write it out, and it's like, oh, they're very uncomfortable with the 13 and 13 for obvious reasons, and so I feel like I'm like onto something about them being like a byproduct of the turning or whatever it is. So just wanted to throw that out there and reinforce my predictions. So
rather than talk about how you felt about the reading, you just wanted to sit here and brag about your predictions.
Yes, exactly. Cool. I you know what? I get very few wins. And so this felt like a commemorative moment. Guys, there's something fishy going on.
A commemorative moment?
Yeah.
What do you mean? You don't even know if you're right yet.
I believe that I'm right.
You can't commemorate it until after it's been like a year after you're right.
No, but
you can't commemorate in advance.
Belief trumps everything. It's like hope.
I would like to announce that this stream commemorates the Team Canada's gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympics. We're commemorating it live now because I know that it's going to happen.
I know that I'm right. Okay.
Jesus. Turbach, thank you so much for that super chat. Sent you something in the P.O. box. Oh my gosh. Ooh, we're going to get a little gift from Turbach in the P.O. box.
Okay.
Can't wait. That'll be fun.
Thank you.
Y'all have been really sweet in the P.O. box lately. Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel weird about this week for a couple of reasons. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of things I really didn't like, mostly the Matt stuff.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things that are like amazing.
Yeah.
Like truly wonderful, so much fun to read. Mm-hmm. And then around the gulf between those two things rather, there was a lot of bouncing around.
Yeah, which is not my personal favorite.
And also, I don't always think does a great service to the character narrative. I think that it is interesting for the larger narrative. Mm-hmm. And I think that like understanding that there is so much war going on is good.
Yes.
I do kind of wish at this point we were diving a little bit deeper into some of these characters. Mm-hmm. And I kind of feel like because of how much bouncing around there is, it's a little shallow.
My personal preference has always been less bouncing around. It's the reason I stopped reading A Song of Ice and Fire. Because I just couldn't really get into and invested into the characters I was reading about, because as soon as I started to, it changed. And this isn't necessarily quite the same thing, because I feel like I already know the characters and I'm invested in them.
Yeah.
But it is changing so frequently that as soon as I feel like I'm kind of getting a grasp of what's going on, it shifts. And that's, I'm not saying that that's good or bad. I think that mileage may vary with that kind of thing, because there's some people who really enjoy that. But for me, I find it a little bit frustrating.
I don't mind the bouncing around in writing. I'm a big fan of the Song of Ice and Fire for the most part. For me, it is the in this particular case, it's that we're kind of at the end of a narrative for a lot of these characters. We're at the payoff of a lot of arcs, and because of how often it's bouncing around, I feel like there isn't a lot of depth to it. It feels very like
it feels like
broad
things
strokes.
are going on,
and it's part of the reason why I wish some more characters had died earlier, is because there is an element of these characters where there's too many people and there isn't enough oxygen in this book to narratively tie off where everybody's journeys are landing.
Yeah.
And so there's some characters like Min, who I feel like has been just completely forgotten.
Yeah.
Or Cat Swain, who just is so purposeless in this book, and is just kind of there for one scene.
She just doesn't matter.
To be like, I crushed it. And even Rand's like, you did not do you barely did anything. Like, what are you talking about? And so it's like, it's this tough thing where like, there's so many characters in this book. And because of the like unwillingness to kill people earlier on, there are characters who seem like they should be important, like Talmains, who was saved,
integral to the prologue, and then
but like they saved his life in order for him to literally not return,
kind of just be there,
hundreds of pages, right?
Yeah. And no, he's there. He's like mentioned in passing though, which is kind of unsatisfying.
But it kind of feels like everyone's mentioned in passing.
Yeah.
And there isn't enough book left for some of these narratives to end with any aplomb. Like Brigitte, we get this moment with Brigitte in the woods where she's like missing Gaidal again. And
she's fearful for what like her memory loss means.
But she's kind of been in the same place for a while.
I know.
We've had this same conversation about Brigitte like being like, I don't know if I'm gonna remember Gaidal or not. Yeah. And not doing anything about it. She just kind of is like this is like the place her character exists in, is this constant worry. And that's fine. It's just that there's so many characters that are kind of stuck in a place of constant something. And they're not really in motion because they just have to do this fight. And we have to get to the next character and talk about their ongoing trauma, and get to the next character and talk about their ongoing trauma. And it while I'm really enjoying the writing of all of that, and I think the sequences are really interesting, and the battle is fun, and there's a lot going on that I do really like about the writing, moment to moment, sometimes I'm like, yeah, this is kind of, it's gotten a little bit shallow. And I wish that we were getting deeper into these characters and not kind of like just like glazing over the stuff that we already kind of know about them.
This is the first book that feels a little bit rushed. Because there is stuff that I would like to go on a deeper dive into exploring. But right now it just feels like events, because we have to push forward to the last battle. And so I get it, totally understand. But I do agree. It feels a little surface level because we have to get to a certain point by a certain number of pages.
Well, and I think that part of why I feel the way that I feel about it, and I don't know if you're feeling the same way, so I would like to know, is it kind of feels like all this is pointless. And the writing is what is doing that to me, in that everyone just keeps being like, so when is Rand going to do the thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, all of this fighting, all of the war, and it's why when earlier we were talking about the last battle throughout these last few books, and I was like, I just wish I knew what it was. And it's because
it's literally it's what's happening. It's a battle.
Right, but it kind of feels like what everyone else is doing is just like, and Rand is going to go do the thing that matters, and so we're all just going to do stuff until then. And all of this stuff kind of feels like stuff until Rand does that.
Okay, I definitely don't feel that way, because Rand explains that, like, he has to go do a thing that is going to leave him vulnerable everywhere, right? And so he needs everybody doing doing their part in this so that he can achieve his goal. It's not, they're kind of used almost as distractions, right? But there are armies that do need to be fought off to try and save, like, citizens and people who can't protect themselves. So you've got people fighting on all fronts. and everyone is kind of, in a sense, like a shield for Rand at the moment. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like, when is Rand gonna go do the thing? But I understand why everyone has their own part to play.
I understood that until we get to the Infakandar chapter at the end here. And they're like, even the Trollocs and people don't hang out in this valley. So we just have to hold the gorge. And I'm like, oh, well, if you just have to hold the gorge, wait, what do you mean? Like, I thought this was a valley full of armies and soldiers and everybody. I thought everyone was here, but you're telling me that they're not here. So you emptied out the blight, but like, if all you have to do is hold the gorge, I think that, like, because I don't understand what the end goal of any of these battles are, other than to get the shadow away from Shia Ghul. Sure. You know what I mean? But
citizens, fuck them.
No, but
they can fuck around on their own.
But they're not, right? Like, they're just,
what do you mean?
They're waiting for Rand to do a thing.
The camps are full of refugees of people, and a lot of those people decided to pick up arms to protect themselves and their families, but they're still fucking, like, refugees, and so it's like,
sure,
if they just, like, you know, hunkered down in a place and let everything burn and die and everyone be murdered, like, that would be super shitty.
I totally get that. What I mean is that the nebulous, we need to break the seals at the right time so that Rand can do the thing in Shia Ghul, and everyone's just like, okay, when are we doing that? And Rand is like, don't worry about it, I'll let you know later.
Well, it's not up to Rand, it's up to Egwene.
It's not up to anybody.
Well, no, because they don't have the fucking seals.
But my point is that I don't have any grasp right now on what the value of waiting is. Rand just keeps saying that he's waiting for the right time. And I don't know, I don't have any context for what that is. It seems like the right time would have been before everybody started to die. Like, it seems like the right time to go fight the... No. I mean, like, literally, like, before you started to lose on every front. It seems like the right time has passed now.
Yeah.
And you're now in, like, you're in the wrong time to be like, oh... Because here's what's happened. Rand is now in a position where he's losing on every front, and now he's going to have to go and do it desperately because they're fucked.
Rand doesn't know that they're fucked.
He's about to find out.
Sure, but Rand has a list of things that he needs to accomplish before he can beat the final boss, right? He has to make sure that the Black Tower is not going to come and, like, just murder everyone while he's away.
Right, that thing that he did nothing about, yep.
Well, he was going to, and then he
Was he?
Yeah, and then he found out that they'd taken care of themselves, and he's like, okay, well then, you know, that's
okay, but was he actually ever going to go do that?
Yeah.
Really? Because it didn't seem like he had much of a plan other than...
I believe that he was going to.
Rand has been sitting around for a week not doing anything.
That is not true. He has been bopping around to battles, not in disguise at first, and then in disguise to try and help people.
Sure.
We are not on the same page
to help
about this.
people in losing battles. There's literally...
They're not losing.
Rand says, there's a list of things I gotta go do. And then he spends a week kind of bopping around doing random shit. Yes, they are losing. They're losing on every front. He's kind of like doing random shit. He's not doing the things on his list, right? He waits a full week to go see the Sunshine Empress. He waits a full
week.
Yeah, it's like literally a week.
Yeah, he sets up his armies to defend the defenseless people.
Literally not his job. Like, that is quite literally the job that he gave away.
But the author literally dives into his guilt for the people dying that he can't save.
I know,
of course
but they're
he's gonna
dying
go to the
while he's
to try
hanging
and help.
out.
He's
for
not
a week.
hanging out.
He literally is going around fucking all of his
from?
women. Literally. People are like, hey, we have read multiple chapters of multiple characters being like, what is Rand? Is Rand gonna do anything? Like, literally, that's what the characters are talking about in the book. Is, hey, is Rand gonna do this? Moraine is like, stop wasting time.
But we see Rand doing shit.
Moraine is literally going up to him in the book and going, stop wasting time, get your shit together. Yeah. This is dumb. You don't need to be doing this.
Yeah, because
when
Moraine
you have
is like,
the
let
voice
those
of reason
die.
Character, if the voice of reason character, if his mentor character is coming up to him being like, this is a waste of time, I'm sitting there reading it going, yeah, I agree.
No, I'm on Rand's side here because he wants to save everybody, and I love the character development that we've had of him being so cold and then realizing that he can't be cold. He has to, like, accept the guilt and accept the sadness and accept the deaths, and he's trying desperately to make sure that his people are set up for success in the best way possible while he then goes to the Shanshan, while he then fights on the fronts, while he decides how to deal with Tame, because Tame is going to be a problem, right? If the Black Tower shows up and murders all of his people, then what is it even for, right? Like, he is trying to give himself the best foundation for everybody to succeed while he's doing this thing. And it's not up to him when he breaks the seals. And so, in a sense, I think there is a part of him that's stalling, but I think that's maybe 10 out of like 100%. I think like Moraine is honestly being too harsh on him, because I relate to Rand so much in wanting to try and help everybody that I possibly can.
Okay, so if you knew that there was an end point to this conflict that involved you having to go do a thing, and you're like, God, I feel so guilty about all of these people dying because I am not going to do that thing. You're at fault for those people dying. You know what I mean?
He's at fault either way.
Sure, but there is a problem in the argument of, I need to go do this thing, and the longer I put it off, the more my people are going to die.
But he doesn't even put it off that long. It's been the span of 1 week, and in that week, he set up his forces, tried to help them as much as possible. He didn't set up his
forces, wasn't his job. That literally was everyone else did that. And Rand
and he went around and gave them the best chance possible by either testing, showing his face, or by hiding and helping them out.
He does that after 5 days. Rand doesn't join the battlefield for the first 5 days.
Okay, but he also is trying to figure out how to deal with the Black Tower. He has to scout ahead to Shia Ghul to see what he's up against.
He doesn't come up with a plan for the Black Tower. He just says, Perrin, go check it out.
Well, yeah, because he's worried that if he goes himself, there's going to be an issue.
I get that. I get that he's worried, but his worry stalls him so hard that he ultimately doesn't accomplish anything at the Black Tower. They do it themselves, and they survive in spite of him, not because of him.
Yeah.
Rand let the Black Tower burn, and they survived because Perrin has magic powers, and the Black Tower and Andral is a fucking G. But none of Rand's actions helped the Black Tower at all.
Arisu actually makes a really good point. Also, welcome back to the Nerd Table. But he had to wait for the Mat's ruling colors to show him Tuon so he could get her to sign the peace document.
I'm sure all of the Ashaman who have been turned to the dark agree with that statement. I'm sure they're all sitting there in hell because the Black
Rand
Tower...
explained why he can't do anything. Whether or not you accept that is up to you, but...
No, Rand went, I'm worried about it, and then didn't do anything.
He knew Tame was there, he knew it was an issue, but he also knew that if he went, it would be a trap,
So that's a good reason to just do nothing, though. Like you're advocating for,
But he didn't do nothing, he sent Perrin.
The only thing needed for evil to flourish is for good men to do nothing.
He's not doing nothing, he's doing a million things.
And guess what? Rand has been talking about how he needs to do with Tame for 3 books.
That I agree with.
And now, because he did nothing, Tame has an army of Ashaman, and he has the seals of the Dark One's prison.
Yeah, I agree that
Rand
is a
has
past
fucked
mistake
up.
Of his.
It's not a past mistake. It is current. It is a current mistake. It is an ongoing, perpetual mistake that he has known has been a problem for fucking ever. No, what do you mean it's a past mistake? It is a week ago.
Yeah, he let it go too far, and then in this week, he does something about it. He does nothing.
Perrin shows up and is like, I'm going. Rand does not send for Perrin. Perrin goes to Rand and tells Rand that he's going.
Yeah, I'm going to help you out with that.
That is not Rand doing
do
something.
This.
That is Rand literally being given a gift of a solution, not coming up with one.
Yeah, because he has
Rand procrastinates until somebody else comes up with a solution for him.
Sure.
If Perrin had not shown up, Rand would have continued to do fucking nothing. And Master Tame literally has the seals of the Dark One's prison because Rand fucked up.
Well, we don't really know.
And that's fine. That's not bad writing. It is okay for our heroes to fuck up.
Yeah.
But to defend his actions, I'm not attacking the author's choice to have Rand fuck up. But to say that it isn't a fuck up, I think is, and to say that Rand is in any way responsible for the Black Tower's saving is, I think, just not true.
I don't think he's responsible for it.
I think that he procrastinated and got lucky that somebody else handled it. And it's his...
I'm talking about what he's been up to in this week. You're saying he's been doing nothing, sitting around waiting for things to happen, and I disagree with that.
But the longer that he waits to get moving, the more people are going to die because he's not in motion. And yes, he does finally get in motion, and yes, he goes to some battlefields, but it's a little bit too little too late on a lot of those battlefields. Tarwin's Gap is fucking lost.
Yeah, but he has to plan. He has to get the Sanchin to sign his thing.
He literally doesn't have to plan. That, again, isn't his job.
He has to plan his attack on Shia Ghul. He has to literally go and scout it out. He has to figure out what he's going to do. He has to figure out what he's going to do with Kalendor. Like, there's, like, so many little pieces that you're just, like, hand-waving away.
I understand that. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that... Look, I think that Rand is... waiting for pieces to fall into place in order for, like, the right time.
Okay.
I'm also saying I don't know what the right time means. And so in the book, when the characters are walking around going, when is he going to do the one thing that needs to happen for this to end? Because none of these other battles actually matter in the end, right? They are all just...
Well, they do matter. If everyone else is dead, what's the point of saving the world? Like,
No,
if Rand
I'm not
is
saying...
the last person left alive...
I'm not saying they don't matter to the characters.
No,
I'm saying that they don't matter in the conflict, right?
Yeah, like, in the grand scheme of things, if everybody dies, what's the point?
I'm not talking about their lives. I'm talking about the fact that winning in Kandor doesn't win anything other than people are alive, right? Like, there's no...
It's a pretty big win to me.
That is not what I'm saying, and you know it. You're just being
No, I genuinely don't understand.
Winning in Kandor does not end the conflict.
Okay.
Winning at Tarwin's Gap does not end the conflict.
Okay.
Winning in Caemlyn does not end the conflict. There is no win condition anywhere else that actually ends anything except Rand going to Shia Ghul, right? There is one thing that has to happen for this to end. And so everything else is just stalling tactics to get to that one thing.
Okay.
And I don't know what that one thing is. I still don't actually know what the last battle is, right? All of these skirmishes are not the last battle. Partially because there's a chapter called The Last Battle. But we're heading towards an event that has to happen. And there are multiple characters that we have been told are like the trusted advisors who are all going around being like, go do the thing. And he's like, no, not yet. I'm waiting for the right time. And then people are dying. And he's like, oh, I feel so guilty about it. But like the right time. Gotta wait for the right time. Gotta go get the slaves involved. You know what I mean? I gotta like...
Well, he has to go get the Sanchin involved. That is literally part of the narrative.
Why?
What do you mean, why? If they're fighting at Shia Ghul and the Sanchin come in and fuck everybody up...
Sanchin aren't going to be at Shia Ghul. They're going to Kandor.
What? That's not what I said. I said if everyone is fighting and Rand is at Shia Ghul and the Sanchin ride in and murder everybody, then they all become slaves. And Rand has to go and be like, hey, we need a peace because this is the last battle. That is like an integral part of how this has to function for people to survive and not become slaves.
But if Shia Ghul was already done, then that wouldn't be a problem.
What do you mean the Sanchin would still be a problem?
The Sanchin are still a problem because Rand's idea of how to solve their problem doesn't make any sense. Rand's whole solution to the Sanchin problem is so dumb and naive.
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
but
we'll get to that.
He believes that he needs them on the peace treaty. And so that is like an integral part of what has to happen.
Look, I'm okay with that. I just wish that I wish that the narrative had been set up in a way where if you're going to spend so much time with characters that aren't Rand, that their battles were more than just stalling tactics.
I think that you're being a little callous.
I don't understand. I don't know what you mean by callous.
Well, because you're kind of like, fuck the little guy. Doesn't matter about him. He can fight for his life. I don't care if he dies or has support.
That's not what I'm saying.
But you're saying
that's not at all what I'm saying.
But you're saying these battles don't matter to the narrative.
They matter to the narrative. They don't matter to the end condition of the conflict. They are literally called stalling tactics by the generals.
Okay.
Right? We are stalling for something.
Okay.
We're stalling for this thing. Nobody knows what it is. Rand won't tell anybody what it is. It is just this like nebulous thing that is going to happen at some point. I'm not saying that I want everyone to die. Like, that is not at all what I've said, and you're vastly misrepresenting what I'm saying.
That's what it's coming off across.
Okay, but I'm literally telling you that that's not what I'm saying,
Okay.
and I've said multiple times that's not what I'm saying, and you're still saying that's what I'm saying. So
you're
like,
just saying it doesn't like matter, and I'm not sure I understand.
I'm saying that there is no win condition.
Yeah.
In any of those three battles.
Yeah.
That ends anything.
Okay.
Because there is a unrealistic number of Trollocs. There's an unrealistic number of Murdral. The dark side just has a wave of blob enemies that are meaningless. They might as well be the putties.
Like a billion Trollocs at this point.
There might as well be the putties from fucking Power Rangers. They're not interesting. Everybody can fight Trollocs now. At the beginning of this series, a Trolloc was supposed to kill 10 men. Now, every single man has killed 50 Trollocs.
That's that's pretty standard.
The enemies aren't interesting. The fights are somewhat interesting at times, but for the most part, it is just waves of mindless idiots being wasted by our heroes because they're the great captains. In these battles that we're being told are just stalling tactics, as our characters don't really move forward in their narratives because none of our characters are with anyone who matters to them.
I agree. I think the characters are stuck in their narratives because there's so many like skirmishes or battles.
And so all I'm saying is that I wish that narratively the skirmishes and battles were given more weight, or like Nynaeve and Lan were fucking together so that the characters who care about each other could be side by side for some of this and have like deeper emotional conversations about what they're going through.
Okay, but because everyone's split
because
up,
they're all just fighting random shit.
Okay.
They're all just doing random fight shit. And it's fine, and I liked it. I liked reading it, but I don't like you misrepresenting me saying it's like...
No, I think I understand better now, because you're saying that people are separated, that it doesn't feel meaningful to, like, our characters, and so it's kind of just things. Like,
Lan backing out of Shinar just feels like description of fight stuff. That's interesting. It is interesting, and I enjoy reading it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel like it matters to anything. Like, it doesn't feel like win or lose,
I totally,
the end of the plot changes.
I hear what you're saying.
It doesn't feel like whether Kyrene burns or not, the end of the plot changes. The world is going to break at the end of this anyway. Yeah, so who knows if any city survives.
It's kind of just like who's going to be left at the end. I hear you. I thought, like, I was misunderstanding, like, what it was that wasn't like gluing it together for you, but having all of our characters.
To be fair, you put words in my mouth. You said that like you're being callous about the characters' lives, and I'm not. Like
I said it feels like you're being callous.
I know, but I never said that I didn't care about the characters' lives. I said that I feel like we're bouncing. Like I never said that.
Yeah,
and then you went there.
I'm saying what it sounded like you were saying was that like none of these other battles mattered and their lives didn't matter because it's all about Rand having to do this one thing. And I was like, well, I don't, like, in my head, I was like, I don't think that's necessarily fair because those people, like, even if Rand succeeds and everybody else is dead and nobody's left, then, like, that's not really a win either. And so I wasn't understanding what you were saying, and so that's why it came across to me as callous. Because it was like, their lives don't matter. I want to go up, because we have a super chat from... Oh. Keep going.
There we go.
From Arizu, thank you for that super duper chat. Every Trolloc or Dreadlord that dies at a battlefield that isn't Thakandar is an enemy you won't have to fight in the valley. They need these battles so enemies don't distract him from fighting on the actual Dark One. I agree with you, but also... I don't
agree with that, though, because there's a limit to the number of people that can be there.
Well, Rand says that that they're not here usually anyways. Like, that this valley...
And that was the moment that broke it. I agree with you up until that scene.
Yeah, it was like empty Trolloc tents and whatever, like, this is where they were, and then they left. But it's like, no, they don't hang out here. Nobody lives here. Nobody wants to be here. Like, and that kind of made it weird.
This is where I don't think you were listening to me very clearly.
Okay.
Or very closely. Because when I said that it doesn't matter, I wasn't saying that their lives don't matter. I was saying that once we got to that scene, which I mentioned earlier, and you tell me that there's not usually people in this valley and all we need to do is hold this one gorge, that's where I go, okay, then why aren't we just doing that? Like, why are we doing all of these other things and putting everyone at risk of dying if there's not people in the valley and we just need to hold the gorge?
Because they can't take all the refugees, right? So there's all these people that they're trying to protect back home.
No, they're trying to fight. They're not like protecting refugees. If they wanted to just save lives, if that was the only goal, they wouldn't be fighting the battles the way that they are right now. They would be trying to like lead the Trollocs into a different... They would be getting the refugees out, and they would just be moving away, and being like, whatever, we'll reseed this land when we get back to it after the fight.
They can't run, right? Because Trollocs are like 10 times fast. Yeah, but they can't teleport hundreds of thousands of people very quickly, right? Because
sure, not quickly, but they could.
The gateways take a lot of power to maintain for that size of
right,
groups.
but they moved everyone. They can because they moved everyone into those positions to fight those wars. They chose to move their armies to Kandor. They chose to move their armies to Caemlyn from the fields of Merilor.
Yeah, but they're still collecting refugees, like people who are trying to find a place that they can
sure.
You know, that they can survive.
I'm just saying that like for me, the scene where they're overlooking Thakandar and they're like, this is where the fight's gonna happen. we just need to hold this gorge so that people can't get into it. And then other than that, that's mostly like the big thing. And then we just have to fight the channelers here. And I'm like, okay, then.
I agree. I definitely thought that like
I was
having
fine
the
with it
armies...
until that. That is what ruined it for me. Because I was like, oh, well, then if all of the Trollocs can't be here, then why are you drawing them out of here? Like, who gives a shit? Hold the gorge.
Oh, all the Trollocs live at Shia Ghul, right? And like that's not actually the case. So I agree. I think that kind of like undermined in a way what they're doing, which is unfortunate. Like I definitely thought Shia Ghul was like the capital hometown, like I don't know, like city of the Dark One's forces, but that's kind of not actually the case. So we have another super chat that I just don't want to miss from Nicholas Cardillo. Thank you so much. Let's get the whip. No, I'm not a dom, I promise.
Sure, dude. Cool.
Yeah, I agree. I think that definitely undercut it.
It just all has this element of like, I wish that Rand would communicate what he was thinking, at least with us, if not the other characters.
Yeah.
So that I had some idea what he was stalling for. Because I don't really know. And like the idea that he's stalling for everything to just fall into place is boring to me. I want him to be more active. And less like, I gotta wait for Matt to get to the Sanchin before I can go talk to them. So we're just gonna sit here. And...
Well, no, he's not 100% sure where Tuon is. So, because obviously, like, she's like,
oh my god, she was in her palace. That's crazy.
Sure, but he's not gonna like show up without.
That's exactly what he does. He literally just shows up to the palace.
But he knows that she's there for 100% fact.
I guess. I don't know.
I wouldn't want to like give myself away either without like 100% certainty.
She's
that I
in
was
the palace gardens. It's not like she's like.
Sure.
It's not like she's hiding.
Yeah, but he can literally like travel to almost exactly where they are, as opposed to, well, I hope I'll run into her in the halls and that I don't make the situation worse.
Yeah, I don't know. I look. I again, like I enjoyed it. I don't hate it. Like I'm not trying to be super negative right now. I'm like I felt a little frustrated at being called callous, but there's a difference between caring about characters in their narrative and enjoying the way that narrative has been set up and the way that it is playing out. And those are different things. I care about the characters, and I don't want them to die. I do, because it's more narratively interesting for, like, a war to have casualties, right?
Yeah.
It gets a little bit boring when everybody survives everything. And, like, I'm so glad Gareth Bryan and Swan are dead. Oh, I love those characters? Yes. Were they kind of at the end of their narrative? 100%, right? Like, we got through their arc. But I'm not being callous about their lives. I just think that from a, like, setup standpoint, the last battle has not been set up very well for me.
I will still agree with that, yeah.
And that's all I was saying. And I don't feel like that is callous to say. And I'm sorry if it came across that way, but whatever. I guess we should just get into the chapters. Chapter 7, into the thick of it.
When you said that this morning, I was like, wow, I haven't heard that TikTok sound in forever.
I know, right?
And it's because I never read the chapter titles, so I didn't know that this was a chapter.
Guillermo Barros says the armies are invading the other countries. They are trying to hold the hordes so they don't just spread like in the Trolloc Wars. I think Nerdy feels like Rand will be the magic end of all monsters, which I didn't.
Oh, like the Dark One dies and all the Trollocs drop dead to the ground?
Don't they?
No, I don't think so.
Rand seems to think so.
We know that if the Trollocs are linked to Murdral, then they might drop dead, but they don't always necessarily have to be linked, and so I don't know if that connection with the Dark One is the same. I'm genuinely, I have no idea. But thank you for that super chat.
Yeah, I think that, like, I understand that. I it's not even necessarily being about the end of the monsters. It's that you can't spread that far in a week. You can't.
The Trollocs run really fast.
Yeah, and also, like, Elaine's party is, like, moving through the woods and to Kyrian a little bit quickly for my taste.
I don't have a good scale for how large those woods are,
it's like, it's weeks of riding. And, like...
the woods? How do you know that?
No, from Caemlyn to Kyrian. And they're, like, at Kyrian now, because they've done it in the past. Now it took them, like, a week to get there. And I was like, I don't really understand how you guys are moving around the world this fast. I really don't get how you guys are, while in combat, moving this quickly.
Right, because it's been like a week-ish.
It's been a week.
They're close enough to Kyrian to know that the army split off that way.
Yeah. There is some...
Right, a week is 10 days for no apparent reason.
That's true.
I do always forget that.
There's a little bit of quick motion, whereas there's like some... But they also like were not moving for days in the woods. They were fighting in the woods for days. And
I thought they were deliberately drawing them further from... Like, I thought they were running. It took them like 2 days
to even get the Trollocs to start attacking them from Camelin.
Mm-hmm.
After they, you know what I mean? Like, there's a couple of things where I'm like, oh, you guys are moving really fast and also in combat constantly, which feels a little bit...
Yeah, I didn't really notice that.
There's an element of it where I'm like, if you guys deal with Shia Ghul fast enough, the Trollocs can't get that far.
Yeah.
Like, just in a week, even if you can't move an army that quickly. Right? And so there's an element of this where I'm like, how...
Well, we know... I don't know. It's weird because we know that the Trollocs, if they're linked to Fades and driven really hard, are, like, far faster than horses sprinting. So it's one of those weird things where I don't feel like I have a good enough idea of it to know. And so because of that, it didn't, like, bother me. Like, it didn't stand out.
Sure. It just all feels very nebulous to me. That element of it.
And that's, I think, why this section suffers a little bit, because we're jumping around so much. Like you said, it feels kind of shallow. Like, getting into the nitty-gritty of that, like, they were like, we don't have time, you know? They were like, we got to get to the things that are happening, as opposed to kind of how we got there, I guess.
Ildram says, if they only fight at Thakandar, the other 3 Trolloc armies overrun all of Rhineland, and I don't really get what Nerdy's issue is. If you deal with Thakandar quickly... then you cut the head off of the snake of your army because you know exactly where it is and what the goal is. And then you go fight those armies where they've gotten to. But they, like, unless Rand's fight is going to take months, an army can't cross the continent in weeks. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not how movement works.
They did say they were going to prepare for weeks, months, or years.
No, that's Iturralde not knowing what's up.
No, that was the Aiel, I thought.
No, it's Iturralde who said that.
Oh, I thought that was Ruark.
Well, Iturralde is like, do you want to prepare for the worst?
Right, yeah.
We need to get into it. It's been an hour and we're not even talking about the chapters yet. Let's get into it, and we'll keep going. I feel like people are just gonna think that I'm an asshole after this, so I don't know. I'm like really in my head about that conversation, and I just honestly, like, I feel like I was pretty clear and that it didn't come across that way, and so I'm sorry if that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. It happens. We're only human.
But, into the thick of it. We start with Elaine. She walks out, and now there's a non-magic setting that just, like, appeared in the middle of a tent.
It's like, wow, trees.
So that's fun.
Because, wait, isn't this where... Oh, no,
Rand just made a bunch of trees appear.
Right, because Rand knows the song. He just knows the song.
Yeah, he knows the song.
It's like, wow, fuck, okay.
Why wouldn't he know the song?
I don't know, but I'm mad I didn't think that he knew the song.
Well, yeah, because he has his memories.
He's been doing this fucking thing the whole time, and I was like, oh, of course, he knows the fucking song. Because Matt's like, are you singing? He's like, Matt, shut up, I'm trying to do something. I was like, god damn it. So yeah, Rand knows the song. The Tuatha An can stop searching for it now.
Yeah.
But, they're going to take their 4 great captains. They're like, wow, how crazy is it that there's 4 battles and 4 great captains?
Crazy. Nothing like that ever happens in this series.
Well, that is Tavirin. Tavirin.
Why are there only 4 great captains?
Because everyone else is fine. No, there's, like, other that are, like, good, which they say. There
are some alright captains.
You're also, like, a pretty good captain, but you're not, like... Yeah, I was like, what are the requirements for a great captain? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how do I join the club? Is it like that magic castle in LA, where you, like, have to be invited to go?
The song is WAP.
That makes sense, actually. Yeah. Hydrate those plants. Oh, and Pedro Nile died. Was a great captain.
Mm-hmm.
So there couldn't be 5. There had to be 4 for this to go the way it's supposed to go, I guess.
So yeah, they split up, and they what?
And then the Ogier show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we finally get Loyal.
Yeah.
We miss all of Loyal's good shit.
You know what? It doesn't matter.
I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get Loyal's interaction with the Ogier and at the stump. If anyone ever like picks up like a novelette spin-off, whatever, I would love Sanderson to write out what Loyal was doing and how that went for him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're gonna fight. They're bringing out their axes.
Yeah, and the women are with them, and there's no. I do like that the Ogier culture does not have any sort of distinction between those things.
Yeah, it's like no, we're here to get shit done.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
And that means all of us.
Yeah, which is like, it's so dumb that anyone, especially Calceed or whatever his name is like, well, the women are fighting, and Lan's like, yeah, it's the fucking last battle, dude. What do you want?
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, what do you want from me? Let the women fight. If
fight.
they want to die, they can die.
Yeah.
Like,
who are you to tell them no?
It's the same with the guy earlier who was like, yeah, I can't hold a sword, but I'm not going to go die in a tent back there. Let me ride into battle. Maybe my horse will trample something.
Yeah. Yeah. So, who is it? With the horn. Elaine. No, wait. Sorry. Egwene is like, hey, we need a way to like move the horn. Mm-hmm. We need someone to take care of like getting supplies around. Hey, Perrin, can you do that? And Perrin's like, no, my wife's gonna do that. And Fial's like, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. And I understand Egwene here being like, hey, maybe not her. And Perrin's like, no, you don't understand. She was born for this.
Yeah. She's been doing this her entire life. Like this is the point. This is why Fael is here.
Yeah.
As it turns out. Do you think they still have the horn, or do you think that also got stolen? They like replaced it.
I hope not. I
think you can only do that once.
Yeah, the problem is that the series does that a lot. Mm-hmm. They do the same thing over and over again, and I think that if this, I don't want to be more negative, so I want to be careful how I say this. Mm-hmm. But there are elements right now where I feel like there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on off page. Like the stump. Like, there's a lot of, like, really important stuff that we're being told about later. And that's happened throughout the whole series. Mm-hmm. But right now, it feels more poignant than ever. Like, it really feels, like, quite poignant that we didn't get to see anything from the stump. It feels very poignant that, like, that there are, like, character interactions that we're just not witnessing.
Yeah.
And there are, like, elements of these battles and things that are happening off page that are making the bad guys seem more competent than they've ever appeared on page.
I think it's because it's all fucking Mihail.
Yeah,
Everyone
and Demandred.
sucks.
Like, we know where Demandred is now.
Yes,
but you know, there's just an element of like there's a lot there's a lot of things that I wish that we could have some POV into. And there's other things that I'm like, I understand that this is happening, but a lot of the like competence of the Shadow right now is coming from things that we don't see them do, that we're just told that they did.
Yeah.
And it's interesting.
Yeah, it wouldn't be how I would do it. I do feel like some of those pieces are missing, but
yeah,
it is what it is. I agree. I don't think that they lost the horn as well. That would be, if they did it twice, it'd be like, But yeah, then we get Lan's POV, which is they're gonna fight under the flag of Malfear.
Well, but before we get into Lan, we should talk about so basically the captains are split up to specific battles.
Yeah.
Gareth Bryan does not want to be with Elaine in Camelin, even though he should.
Well, that's what she thinks.
No, he should be. Look,
I thought he just wanted to be with Swan.
It is goofy as fuck for Gareth Bryan to be like, I'm gonna go to Kandor when I have been the Lord Captain Commander of the fucking Camelin army for my whole goddamn life, and I know those woods like the back of my hand, but we're gonna send in this motherfucker who's been there once, and he's gonna do his best. It's silly,
yeah.
And it's like, Gareth Bryan, you are too old to be this dumb. Swan can go with him. It's not like there's not Aes Sedai at every battlefield, but like, what? The placement of the generals based on Gareth Bryan's like upset about what happened with Morgase is goofy for how old he is.
So I don't feel like he's actually upset about it. I think, and here's the thing, I think that Gareth Bryan is definitely best served in the place that he served his whole life, but he has been with the White Tower Army for like a year now. It would be kind of, I feel like morale would get kind of like weird if their captain was suddenly like, yeah, I'm gonna go do this other thing instead by myself, and someone else is gonna come in here. Like, he's just kind of built up a rapport and like a structure with these people over the last year that I think he thinks it's safer to tap into that, as opposed to going to Camelin, which whether or not that's the case.
And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Kandor, like, no one could have won in Kandor.
Yeah.
So, like, it ultimately doesn't matter, but, like, also, like, there's a guy who has spent his life fighting in Kandor who's one of your great generals who isn't there. Like they kind of put them in kind of random places.
Yeah, I think, like, familiarity is, like, really important. I've never planned a battle, but it seems like it would be very important when, like, planning that kind of thing, so...
And ultimately, like it leads to interesting stuff, right? And I do like that, because Bashir's with Elaine.
Yes.
So basically, Bashir is going to handle Camelin, which it makes sense enough, right? He held Camelin for a while. They trained around Camelin. It's not like he doesn't know the area.
Yeah.
Gareth is going to Kandor to lead the Aes Sedai army. The Iturralde is going to lead the Aiel and Rand's forces as they go to Shai Al Ghul with the Dragonsworn. And I'm missing one. Why am I missing one?
What?
I'm missing one of the fucking generals. No. Who's the great general with Lan? Agomar. Agomar is with Lan doing the, like, retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that they basically set up that that's where things are going to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's important just as we get into Lan's point of view.
Yeah, where people are, because then we do get Lan's point of view. And, Lan is, like, trying to keep morale up, you know. Instead of being sad about the people dying, he's kind of starts this, like, tradition almost of, hey, this guy died doing this, and he was great at this, or, you know, he was a dumbass sometimes. You know, kind of bringing a levity to the situation, and not being like, we should be sad for the dead, but we should celebrate how they chose to spend their lives and how they chose to die. Which was really beautiful. Like you said, Lan really gets redeemed in this section. I'm very, very... He gets so many good moments, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah. And then that's the chapter. Dead Iron says... Oh, we can't actually talk about that. Never mind. Struck content. Chapter 8, The Smoldering City. Elaine, we start with her. She is in Camelin. She's just, like, chilling. She's very impatient and proves immediately that she's not cut out for the job that she was given, which is very weird to me. I don't love the way Elaine is written in this section. If you're gonna, like, write the character to have the job, don't then immediately just have every character talk down to her and have her be wrong about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so, you why don't people know who the father is of your children? It seems important. Oh, well, you know, I think, though, my kids will be in danger. And he's like, your kids are already in the most danger they could possibly be in.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
That one was, like, kind of silly. I honestly think it was kind of Sanderson just being like, let's get past this point. Because, like, her, like, pretending her kids were, like, Elaine is already such a target. I really don't know why she thought she'd make herself less of a target, but...
But he's literally like...
It's so we can have this moment.
You mean the kids of the leader of all of the armies of all of the good guys? You think they're not in... Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's kind of what he does. He's like, I mean, okay, if you say so. And she's like, oh, fuck, he's right. And he's like, all right, Brigitte, go tell everybody that I fucked the Dragon Reborn. And everyone's like, woo! It's great.
And, like, there was a part of me that, like, if I heard that news, I would be like, it's weird that you're going around telling people that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's, like, a thing with, like, heirs or whatever. It's like, hey, guys, the queen is pregnant, and this is the father, and everyone's, like, happy for her. Maybe that's, like, a monarchy thing. You know that's how Brigitte said it. Dead Iron, welcome back to the Nerd Table. Thank you. Appreciate that. Membership. But, that was kind of silly.
Yeah, I don't know. There's an element of, there's just like...
They're like, Rand fucks.
They keep telling me that Elaine has these great ideas and that, like, Rand is like, oh, I read your notes. They're great, right? But then in her conversations with Bashir, she's, like, always wrong and always backs down to him.
She kind of, seems like a child.
And I just, yeah, I don't understand the choice, like, from the writing perspective, to not give her a couple of scenes where it seems like she's good at this.
Yeah.
Because even, like, she's shown as being impatient, because she keeps, like, using waygates to go to the front and, like, see what's going on herself, even though everyone is like, they're gonna come when they're gonna come. Like, whether you go get on that hill and look or not, it doesn't change anything. And so I do wish they had just written some better moments for her that weren't just telling us that she's good at this, but showing us. And I think it's the telling us and not showing us that bugs me. Because what they showed is that she's not good at this, and what they told is that she is. And those two things don't line up necessarily for me in a way that I love.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, this was kind of felt like she was the butt of a joke for humor, in a sense, the way that kind of Bashir talked to her about it. And with her being like a really important person in this moment, it didn't super work for me. But we are definitely told that she's like trying to take everyone's opinion into account and really listen and fit all the pieces together. And I just wish that was what we saw, and not the why do people think some random dude fathered your children. Yeah, and
we do kind of get the moment where she's like, we're gonna have to burn Falmora and Faldara, and like that is a really good moment for her.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I do think that like that moment is great. But it also comes after the like moment where she's like, what do you mean Algamar's retreating? He can't retreat. Everything's gonna be fine. And Bashir's like, we're not there. He is.
Yeah.
Take a fucking second.
Yeah.
And like that was the moment in particular where I was like, oh, I don't. Elaine has never been shown to be impatient before this last section, and all of a sudden she's impatient. Like during all of the coronation stuff, she was very patient in how she handled things.
Here's the thing: I think she was impatient earlier in like book 6, like way back, and so that's why it feels more like a step backwards. Because I agree,
that's what it is. Yeah,
she wasn't impatient in those moments.
Mm-hmm.
She was very, very calculated, and so she kind of takes a step back in this moment to a previous version of herself.
It's almost like she's becoming more childish about it.
Yeah,
and I don't know. I just wish she had a couple more moments like I guess we have to burn Faldara Falshara, and that might be coming, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But just in this week's reading, I was a little bit like, not in love with how she was written.
Yeah. Dead Iron, thank you so much. Welcome back to the Nerd Table. Sad to see how great Elaine started, and when her character just fell very flat for me. I think, I'm kind of like on the rocks with her, because sometimes I really like her stuff. Even when her sections aren't interesting, I have found her interesting as a character.
Yeah.
But it's been a little bit of like this, up and down, you know? Matthew, thank you for that super chat. The father of Elaine's children is the dragon reborn in this economy. To be fair, those are going to be the wealthiest children that have ever been children. But then we get to Andrel's point of view.
Yeah, Andrel is in the Black Tower. He's in like the foundation underneath an inn or something.
Where they snuck into. I think was it where they snuck into? No, I think they were moved.
Yeah.
Actually,
I'm a little. Tame has like a secret throne room underneath a inn, I guess, which seems like a weird place to put it, because there's going to be people in there and you never know who's going to find your shit. Which works out for Andrel later, doesn't work out for Tame. But they're like tied up and shielded. It's bad. They're all alive. Like everyone survived the ground falling on them. And they are slowly being broken one by one. Evan, poor young Evan, is first. He fell apart a little quickly. And this shit's dark. It's really well written. It's hyper interesting. Everything with Andrel in the Black Tower is like some of my favorite shit in this series.
Yeah.
This shit was so good. Like literally as like a horror kind of similar to the city that didn't end up mattering, but the way that started, this
Harbor
has the payoff that I wish that had in terms of a horror kind of narrative.
Yeah.
Andrel, this is just great shit. Despite the fact that they are fork rooted and shielded and all that stuff, Pivara and Andrel's mind link still works. and they're getting better at it. They're able to send like full sentences.
Yeah, they can like talk. I was like, we need to utilize this more often.
I thought with the one power being cut off to them, that would be cut off as well. But apparently no. Apparently the bond is like deeper than the power, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, Nalam is dead, unfortunately. Dies in the cave-in. Amarin gets taken to be turned. Evan gets turned. And it's kind of horrible because Andrel's like, wow, Nalam is like the lucky one. Because he's not going to have to go through this. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's dark. But it's dark in a way that like there's no... I think that if you're going to write grimdark stuff like this, it has to be taken really seriously.
Yeah.
And it is, right? Yeah. Like, these scenes are so well handled tonally that as bleak as it is, it doesn't feel... unlike some of the series where I think, like, they take their foot off the gas sometimes in terms of the seriousness of the moment and, like, the weight of it, this feels very, like, real emotionally to the characters in a way that I was really impressed with, and I was so engrossed by.
Yeah.
I think that Pavara and Andrel's relationship is very fascinating and complex, and more complex than some of our characters' relationships who've been in relationships for like the whole series.
Because they actually talk to one another.
Yeah, and it's the communication. It's so nice.
It's great. You love to see it.
Yeah, everything here is just, it's so bad. And poor Amarin is going to be taken next, which is like, oof.
Yep.
Brutal.
Yep.
We get to, I think that's also the chapter where we learn that women turn men better and men turn women better, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's either that, it is in that storyline. I don't know, I can't remember if it's in that section. Yeah, so Tame hasn't really had women to help before, so that's why it's kind of taking a long time.
No, he did, but they got wore out.
Yeah, he like used them up really quick, and so that's why it's like taking time, especially to turn Logain. Which is interesting. But yeah, we get to chapter number 9 is Lan's point of view. Yeah, Lan is fighting at the gap, but he's like, we can't actually hold this forever.
Yeah.
They kind of figure out that they're gonna have to strategically retreat, and like pull back and then like hit them again and pull back and hit them again and lure them out. But they can't hold their positioning forever.
This is the first point where we see the ground shaking and crumbling, and the earth opens up for a minute with like this weird darkness that then fades away.
Yes.
What did you think this was at first?
At first, I just thought it was the breaking.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, we know now it's probably because of the balefire, because that's what the wise ones think it is. But yeah, I thought it was the breaking, like another breaking.
Okay, when we got to the balefire conversation, did it all feel weird to you that it didn't really seem like they were using balefire?
Who?
Anybody.
What do you mean? All the bad guys are using balefire.
Not really, though. Like, it's not like the way that the combat has been described mostly doesn't have a lot of channelers involved, right? And the second thing is that it doesn't seem like balefire is what's being used, because we keep hearing about them like cutting each other's weaves, which you can't do with balefire. So I was a little confused by this, because it doesn't, just based on reading the combat, it didn't seem like an abundance of balefire was being used in any of it. People are throwing fire, but it's not, there weren't like beams of light wasting people. And so when it suddenly they were like, yeah, the cracks are just, there's so much balefire being used. It didn't seem like in the description anyone was using balefire. Yeah,
because the wise ones were like, oh, they're using balefire often here. And I was just kind of like, oh, okay, so I guess they're using balefire here. But yeah, I agree that before that, I wasn't under the impression that balefire was being just kind of tossed around.
Well, and it's like they don't throw any balefire at Rand when he appears. Like, it doesn't seem like that is the weapon of choice in any of the channeling combat. But then they're saying like there's all these consequences.
Tame uses it, right? Like, I think Tame uses it. But like
maybe.
But even then, it's not like it's being used that often.
Yeah, and it started to feel like they were like, they want to talk about balefire being used, but they're not. It doesn't seem like they're using it.
Yeah, because the wise ones are like, oh yeah, there's more balefire being used here, and there's more cracks here. And
balefire, Bernashman says, balefire is retroactive. Shit happening could indicate lots of future balefire. That Oh, sure.
Could, yes, but the wise...
That is too much for me.
But no, I'm going to argue that the wise ones are like, yeah, there's balefire is being more often used here. And yeah, we didn't actually really see that except maybe with Tame.
I just didn't really buy the explanation because it doesn't seem like that is something that is... They're like, oh yeah, people are using lots of balefire, and it just doesn't seem like that is what is happening.
Yeah.
It just didn't... And maybe it is. Maybe I'm just reading the fire wrong. But I'm not reading like beams of light crest into the army, wiping out hordes of men. Because that's how balefire works. Like, if balefire was being used, there would be lines of people dying because it's not like it hits one person and the balefire goes away. Yeah, it just burns through, right?
Yeah.
So it's this interesting, like, the explanation. I went back and read some of the fight scenes, and it just doesn't seem like that.
Like they were using
They were
balefire.
describing balefire being used in the fight scenes, but then balefire is the cause of all of this damage. That seemed anachronistic to me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just was like, oh yeah, the wise ones say they're using balefire, so they must be. But now that I don't think about it, I'm like,
Well, it's why I think that they're wrong. Like, I think that the wise ones are not right.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't think the wise ones are correct that this is what balefire does.
Right,
because there would have to be balefire being used in order for that to make sense.
Yeah.
Unless it is... These are the actions of future actions having retroactive effects on the Earth, and that there's going to be a lot of balefire in Thakandar at the end of the series.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Which, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
When I first read the cracks opening up, I thought it was the breaking. Didn't even think about balefire, so maybe it is the breaking. Yeah, maybe the wise ones are wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the biggest thing in that section. You know, they're fighting a lot, but...
Yeah, Agelmar and Land have a great conversation where Agelmar is like, you're a fucking selfish prick. And Land is like, what the fuck? And he's like, you are. And Land is like, fair, fucker.
Yeah. You know what? When you're right, you're right. You're right. And I like that Agelmar called him out. Because I was like, yeah, Land, you were a little bit selfish.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of were.
And Land goes back to the front lines again for like the 20th time that day.
Yeah, he's very strong.
One thing I really want to commend Brandon Sanderson on in writing this section is the description of the rotating armies, which is something that gets overlooked in fucking everything. Like, everything always plays off like this, like, army versus army combat. The front line just stays there until they die, and that, like, the combat is like 15 minutes long because movie scenes have to have a certain pacing to them. And so you kind of have one front line that goes up and charges, and then that either wins or loses, and we move on to the next scene.
Yeah.
And so to have a writer really, like, take the time, and I'm sure there's a lot of other fiction that does this, right? I just haven't read it. But this was one of the best I've ever read of the description of how this kind of soldier versus soldier, like, hold your ground combat actually works. And I was just really impressed with it. It was really fun to read, and there was a level of reality to it that made these sections more engrossing for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Turvok, welcome to the nerd table. Appreciate that.
Turvok, thank you for that. Nicholas Cardillo, thank you for that super chat. Nerdy, the whole series will feel perfect once you read Catswain's fate. Can't wait for you guys to get all your answers respected. Thank you,
Does
Nicholas.
Catswain just become a farmer? Go live like mediocre life?
I hate to say it, but I kind of just don't care.
Well, because she hasn't been around,
yeah,
right?
because she just isn't really, like...
Yeah.
She's just not doing anything. And I know there are people who are like, yeah, but you don't like her. Don't you want her to, like, not be in the books as much? And, like, no. I kind of... I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this series...
kind of don't really care about her anymore.
Because I just don't really know what her place in any of it is.
Yeah.
And I don't know what she's doing with Rand.
Maybe Catswain is Demandred.
No, he's clearly been in charge.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you shit. Yeah, we get to Egwene's...
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really care. But it's because she's not present. She's had one scene in the last book and a half, right?
Yeah. Like. No, I agree.
We get to Egwene, who is
going
in
to
Kandor. Yeah. Her and Gawain got married off page because
married.
Why would I want to read about that?
Yeah, why would we ever want to read about Nynaeve's wedding or Egwene's wedding or fucking goddamn it.
This was another one where I was like, "Oh, really? We're skipping the character stuff so that we can read about them fighting more." And that's where like
that's where the shallowness.
Not to get back into our like beginning conversation, because I don't really want to go back to it, but this is where the like meaninglessness of some of this comes from, because the stuff that I care about, the like character interactions and the end of their arcs, is kind of being like, this happened, don't worry about it, because we're gonna go into another frontline battle that is just us kind of doing this with the Trollocs.
Yeah.
And like, I would have loved to have read this wedding. Who's there? What did she wear? You know what I mean? How did she feel?
Officiate her own wedding?
No, she doesn't officiate. She approves. She's the authority of her own wedding.
Sure.
So Viana officiates it.
Yeah, okay.
But it's like, you know, like, by the power vested in me by her, she's now married to you. But like, I was disappointed that it was like, oh no, I got married last night, don't worry about it. And I was like, no, this is what I care about.
Yeah, we kind of...
This is what I'm here for, is for your character stuff.
Yeah, we love the character stuff. We love to see characters doing things and how they feel about it. And so they're like, oh yeah, we're married. I was like, okay, that's fine.
So they get the like this like dumb fucking petty exchange between Egwene and Elaine, where Elaine is like, we should set up a hospital, and Egwene is like,
well, no, Elaine's not there. But...
No, but it's a letter. But like, Egwene is like, how dare she tell me what to do?
I can't argue with her because I put her there and that looks bad, but I can't go along with it because that also looks bad. And I was like, what do you mean it looks bad?
She suggested a hospital.
Yeah, like, I think it's a great idea.
It's not even like it's not even like a crazy idea.
No.
It's not something that bucks Egwene's authority over the Aes Sedai. Like, I legitimately could not figure out, and I get that that she's upset about the kinswomen, and there's like other things that Egwene is upset with Elaine about, but the hospital idea was so like, such a normal
thing to get upset about. I know.
How dare she?
Life Blinded Fool, thank you for that super chat. So no spin-off series about Gawain the wedding plan. Look, I don't think Gawain was very good at planning his own wedding. They clearly just did this in one day.
I mean, he's obsessed with rings, so.
True.
I just was kind of like, girl, like, it's a hospital. It's not that bad an idea.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
You're not bowing down to some like insanity. It's a pretty normal, sensible thing to have all the yellows in one place, safe away from the battlefield.
Yeah,
whatever.
I think that makes total sense. Egwene goes
but she's upset about it.
Egwene, and is like, hey, you didn't get rid of the male Adam, so I guess you're gonna repay your debt by telling me literally everything about the Sanshin that has ever been known or people will ever know. I was like, all right.
And she does.
Yeah. She's like, I wasn't like part of the military, but I was part of the Navy. I'll tell you what I do know. So
Sean says, Egwene now being stereotypical Aes Sedai bugs me so much. How dare people suggest sensible ideas? That's against everything the Aes Sedai stand for.
Yeah.
We have to do the dumbest version of everything.
She went full Emerlency, you know?
Yeah, and I just don't really know why.
I don't. That's what I felt that there were several characters who took half a step back in this section.
Yeah.
And Elaine with the like, kind of being like you said, a little not anxious, fucking not being patient, and then Egwene with this being like Elaine's suggestions. I was like, guys, come on. Mm-hmm. Then we go to Rand.
But it's okay because Gawain will become the worst person in this storyline soon.
Yeah.
Rand is in the fields of Marilor.
Yep, and he goes to see Egwene, and they talk about their babies. Finally.
No, he goes to see Elaine. Not Egwene.
Did I say Egwene? I
thought
I
said
Elaine.
Egwene.
Oh, I thought I said Elaine. Sorry. Yeah, no, that was...
Unless he's, like, also cucking Gawain. On the night of their wedding that maybe happened, we're told happened.
Honestly, Gawain, it seems like he'd be into that.
Yeah, probably.
You know, like, I can see it.
Yeah, Elaine and Rand finally talk. We get sort of, like, the, like, version of poly that I don't like in real life, which is if you're gonna be poly, just be poly. Don't do the, like, I'm going to have this relation. I'm going to share this part of myself with this person, and this part of myself with this person, and this part of myself with this person. If you want to get into poly lifestyle, that doesn't work. It's not healthy. You have to be willing to be everything for all of your partners.
Yeah.
You have to be there for all of them.
Poly is a lot of work.
Because it creates the issue of, like, oh no, I'm with you because we get along about politics and stuff. And so when you're having a problem that isn't related to that, I don't know how to be your partner.
And I fuck off.
And it creates bad poly relationships. And this is like a bad roadmap for what polycules should relate to each other like.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the time. And like, I get that. Like, I'm not surprised that Brandon Sanderson didn't write a healthier version of a polycule. I'm not upset about it.
Yeah.
But this is just indicative of something that sometimes happens in writing from people who do not have that kind of open. They don't have the like emotional knowledge of open relationships.
Yeah, they've never had it. They don't know people who've been in that situation.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot that goes into a poly relationship that is like so far under like surface level, right? That you wouldn't know unless you talk to someone who was or were in it yourself. But yeah, the whole like, I give this part of myself to this person.
Yeah.
It doesn't like you are a human being that is made up of a blend of things.
Yes.
You are not made up of like different blocks with like physical borders. You can't just give this one block to a person. Like there's bleed. It's just way more complicated than that.
And the series unfortunately doesn't complicate the relationship very much.
Yeah,
like,
they kind of have a nice dinner.
Well, but also like
they get to fuck.
In this scene, Rand is like, I didn't know true love when I thought I loved Egwene, but with Elaine, I know true love. And I'm like, no, you don't. I'm so sorry. You don't love you. I think that you love Min. And I think that
Min feels like real love.
I think that you love Min and you have a legitimate relationship with Min. And with Elaine and Egwene, or Elaine and Avienda, you have had sex with them once and then spoken to them like 6 other times.
Well, and that's why it kind of feels weird. I think with Avienda, at least they've spent more time together. But like Rand kind of had a fling with Elaine where they antagonized each other. And they found that really hot. And so they like stole kisses in the corridors. Like they got along, but they were also
like
very
19.
antagonistic and maybe toxic towards one another. And he's like, yes, I love this woman. And I was like, I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I don't actually buy that. You barely spent any time together. She didn't feel comfortable telling you that you were a father. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
The romances in these books aren't great. Like they're not written like Perrin and Fael kind of got there the best.
You know what? They've grown on me for sure.
You know who hasn't talked yet?
Who?
Nynaeve and Lan. Nynaeve like literally dropped him off in fucking Saladar like 6 months ago.
Yeah, has not gone to say hello.
They can like again, these characters can teleport.
I know. And here's the thing.
And they just don't.
They moved troops to Lan. It's not like no one's like been over.
And Nynaeve did not go.
Nynaeve was like, nah.
But then when they're talking, they're in their heads are like, I love her so much. She's the most important person in the world to me. And I'm like, you guys could spend your nights together. You can literally teleport.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason for you not to. The world's ending. But these characters are like, I'm in love with her, and therefore I will never talk to her again.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. But
sure.
there is a moment where Rand gives Elaine a seed for Angrills. I don't know how that works, but cool. Rand's like, you're good at making
You have to like
this.
pump your seed into the seed, and then eventually it becomes a...
Gross. How dare you.
You're welcome.
And he gets the dagger that Avienda kind of identified and was like, the shadow can't see you when you hold
yeah,
this.
cool. It's a cool item.
Very, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
I wish we'd gotten it. Yeah. The way that we got it, I think we talked about it then, was still kind of like silly. Avienda's kind of suddenly like, oh, this does this.
Yeah.
This does this.
Yeah.
This does this. You know. But the dagger, cool device, very much into it. It makes sense that Rand has it now.
Yeah.
It's the knife of daggers.
It's the knife of daggers.
It's the knife of daggers.
And then they have sex.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. Let's not. He stayed late into the night. They had sex.
Yeah.
I do wonder if it's the last time that they sleep together.
Maybe.
All right. Chapter 10. The use of this is gonna be a long show, guys. I'm sorry. We had a huge conversation at the beginning. And there's lots to talk about.
Cool dice.
Yeah.
You know, that took some time.
Yeah. Perrin is in Camelin. And they're just like pew-pewing at the Trollocs, and the Trollocs are like, no, we're good. We're not gonna come attack you.
Yeah.
Because that would be dumb. And then
So
in
Perrin's
Camelin,
like,
they
we're
are like,
doing-
okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna open gateways, and we're gonna fucking drop oil everywhere and burn the fucking shit out of Camelin.
Yay.
And then we're just gonna ride by and constantly shoot at the Trollocs as they leave until they chase us. And eventually they do chase them, and it worked.
It's the Last Jedi.
But as they get chased into the woods, our Two Rivers boys are standing there ready with their arrows. And Tam is like, all right, let's go. And Elaine is like, no, God, no, they're still so far away. And Tam is like, no, we're good.
No,
we got this. Thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Queen. And she's like, oh, you're sure? And he's like,
yep, I've done this.
Yeah, thanks for your input, Elaine. That was helpful.
Yeah. But he doesn't he's like, yeah, everybody stand down. And he's like, Elaine, we're good.
No, he's good about not doing it publicly. I just mean, this was another moment where I was like, you're not showing off that Elaine, like, knows what is up.
Yep.
And I like, you're kind of, I get it. She's young and you want to, like, push that, but you also chose to push her into the role that she's in.
Yep.
And I think that pushing her into the role that she's in and then undermining her like this is, like, a weird narrative choice for me personally. Yeah.
No, I hear you. Like I said, Elaine feels like she took half a step back.
Yeah, and you could have this same scene, but have somebody else be the one that questions Tam. Have Tam say it, and then have Elaine be the one that says,
we trust
if Tam says that they can do it, they can do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You could introduce that tension a different way.
Yeah.
It's hard because Bashir also knows that those bows work really well. Everyone involved in this knows that they're really good at this, except apparently Elaine.
Well, and Elaine is not just like, are you sure you can hit them? Elaine is like, no, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. What are you doing? Stop. Everybody stop. And I was like, no, just let him, like, do his
Did
thing.
you not talk this through before you got to the point where you were knocking arrows?
Yeah, they didn't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
We need more Tam in our lives. Everyone needs more Tam, you know?
Slickjack says, nerdy, the point is that Elaine knows enough to listen to the experts. But then she should have listened to them when they were setting up, not after they're already putting, like, arrows on their bows.
Yeah.
Like, it's too late to step in and be like, I don't know that you guys know how to do this. Yeah. Like, it's the, like, stop. No, not yet. And Tam is like, no, they know, we're good.
Yeah.
That's where it's weird, right? It's like the wrong timing.
Yeah.
And if this was the only thing that they did with Elaine here, I wouldn't mind it so much.
But because it's twice in a row.
Well, it's three. It's who's the father?
Yeah.
People should probably know that. It's don't question Agomar's retreat, and it's this. And so you, in like your rule of three, you have 3 moments where Elaine makes the same sort of, it has the same sort of, this elder man who knows what he's talking about has to explain to her how this works.
Yeah.
These moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that her narrative would just be stronger if there weren't 3 times in a row. Take any one of them individually, it's fine, right?
Totally.
Like, you can show that she's listening and growing and that she's willing to bend. But if it's just kind of the same every time, you get into this narrative of like, oh, maybe she shouldn't have this job.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We were like, I'm not really sure why it's her. I get that she's really good at organizing and like listening to all the people. I totally get that side of things, but yeah, I really wish that the writing didn't undermine her several times in a row like this, because I don't think that that's fair.
Guillermo Barros says, Tam didn't say she saw one of the younger ones knocking an arrow to bow, not everyone, and nobody really knows how good the Two Rivers archers are. Even Brigitte was surprised.
Yeah, it's just that on the battlefield is a weird time to be like, wait, you can hit them, you know?
Yeah. Again, if this was the only time, it would be different. It is just the repetition of it.
Yeah.
That feels like she's learning on the job, and it's the wrong time to be learning on the job.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel like conducive to like having a strong leader in the last battle. But yeah, thank you for that super chat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do like that Brigitte is surprised at how well the Two Rivers bows work, which brings me back to my earlier question of like, why do these people have these bows?
Manetherin. Yeah.
It's also like how many more times in the series are people going to be surprised at how good the Two Rivers bows are?
It's the last book. There's going to be at least one more. At least one more time.
At this point, you'd think that someone would be like, no.
At least one more in here. Yeah. Then we give it back to Andral. Tied up, can't channel. There's Forkroot. They're working on Imarin. He hasn't turned because, it's harder for men to turn men. And also, God damn it. And also, your willpower it factors into how long
Logain would have been a good Green Lantern.
Okay.
In brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light.
Yeah, sure. I don't know it.
I would love to see Logain say those words as he's like fighting Mazrim Tame. in the like Shia Ghul.
Yeah.
I think that's what's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be Tame v Logain in the like room, and they're gonna be fighting, and like Logain is gonna be like protecting Rand, and that's where his glory comes from.
I just figured like Logain would kind of take it upon himself to maybe lead the Black Tower to something. And I thought, honestly, Tame was gonna verse Avienda.
Lightning Lad says the last sentence in the book is Tom thinking, I didn't know the two of his bows could kill the Dark One. That was easy.
Honestly, that'd be great.
It would be great if the last battle was just Rand just like shooting arrows at the Dark One from 300 meters away.
Yeah. That'd be great.
He's like, why did I think I needed to go in the room? I could just hit him from here.
Yeah. No, I think Tame. I think Avienda is gonna be the one to fight Tame, because I think Tame's gonna show up at Shia Ghul, and Avienda's there protecting Rand, right?
That's so here and this is like, God, I feel like I just keep like harping on this series, and I don't want to, because I did like a lot this week, and there's more negativity coming around some plot lines, but that's so much less interesting to me because they've never met and they have no relationship.
But no one has a relationship with Tame because Rand...
Logain has so much personal hatred for that man.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
Fair. That's
like,
fair.
Tame versus Logain is interesting because they hate each other with a passion.
Okay, so maybe then the Black Tower shows up at Shia Ghul.
And I think that is what will happen.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But like, and part of the problem with when, to go back to my the thing, I get it. I was wrong at the beginning. I'm sorry. But at the beginning, like, part of the meaninglessness of the combat is that the enemies just are kind of just a horde of things. They're not really enemies to our characters.
Yeah.
And a lot of our characters don't really have enemies. Like, Egwene's biggest adversary in the series is Tuon. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, in terms of who our characters have emotional weight against.
Yeah.
Our main characters don't, like, Perrin has Slayer.
Yep.
Rand has the Dark One.
Yep.
And
Logain
Moradin.
has Tame.
Logain has Tame.
Yeah.
But like, Elaine doesn't really have a emotional enemy. Egwene has the Sanchin emotionally, but they're on her side.
Yeah.
Like,
well, Nynaeve, I guess, does have Moghedien.
Yeah, that's true.
So that would be a fun, like, versus.
But because so many of the previous enemies of the series have been killed off.
You know what? I think Moraine v. Lanfear again.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that, like, and so there are some of those fun ones that you can get into, but there isn't a lot of like there isn't a lot of personal emotions in this at this point. And so that, like, the reason why the Lan retreat from Malkier is so good, but the Elaine retreat from Caemlyn is a little bit less interesting to me, is because Lan discusses in the narrative the emotional weight of leaving Malkier behind.
Yeah.
And it affects his decision making. Whereas the Elaine stuff just doesn't. We don't get Elaine's POV on Caemlyn as much, and I wish that it was there more. I think that, like, if Elaine was making these sort of rash decisions because we got a little bit more writing into her emotional life around leaving Caemlyn and what it means for Caemlyn to be burning, instead of her kind of going cold and being like, we're just doing this and I'm gonna fuck it up, I think that I would, like, be more interested in her kind of, like, being pushed by Bashir the way that she is and by Tam the way that she is, if it was coming from a place of, like, emotional instability.
She's, like, shook because her home is literally burning, that she's barely held for, like, I don't even know, like, 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, and there's just, like, for Matt, like, there's not really, like, a person for Matt to, like, fight.
Well, because the Golem is dead.
Yeah.
Which was great. But yeah, I'm like,
and great,
who
and,
does
like,
Matt have a
Matt's enemy is not wanting to be there. And Matt's real enemy is his own character development.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, there's just those elements where, like, a lot of the combat is just sort of like fighting faceless hordes. And I'm excited. I hope for the last battle we get away from that and into something that's a little bit more personal. Because there's only so many faceless hordes that I will find interesting to fight.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we're in the Black Tower again. And the people who are trying to turn everybody are, like, kind of exhausted. Yeah. It's taking forever. Tame is upset. It's taking too long. And then Tame fondles, like, a circular key thing or whatever, which obviously now we know is the fucking seal to the prison. But at first I was like, what is that?
But he got it recently.
How do you know?
Because he says, I finally got it to...
Oh, does he say something? I can't.
He said something... What chapter are we in? We're in chapter 10. He says something to...
Is this chapter 10?
Yeah, this is chapter 10. Here, I'm gonna try and find it really quick. He says something when What's-Her-Face shows up, Hal Salam, where he's like, I got them.
Right.
Which implies
is that even in this section, though?
Yeah, it is.
Because I don't think Hal Salam shows up here.
Oh, wait, it's not here. He says something to Hal Salam.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I just
got the key.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not the key to the prison, and I was trying to figure out what the key was for.
But that implies that he got it from Egwene's hip, which I don't really understand how he did that. But if she's been wearing that pouch since she got them.
Well, it's only been about a week, so it might have been right before they did the exchange. I actually don't know.
You're saying it was about a week ago.
Yes. Exactly that.
It's been 1 week since I took the keys.
Sorry, I went Weird Al. But yeah, they want to turn Pavara next. And then they also bring in Tovine, Logain's Aes Sedai. She gets tied up. It's not going well.
It's shit's bad, y'all.
It's not going well.
Is bad.
Yep.
And they're using the fork route, which is smart.
Well, it's interesting because they have to keep some people fork-rooted, but then they have to stop giving them fork root to turn them because you have to be able to connect to the one power to be able to be turned.
Yeah, but it is easier to hold a shield on the one person that you're going to use next than to hold shields on everybody and fork root everybody.
I just think it's like interesting that they kind of have to like strategically figure out like who's going to be next and how much do we give them, and like that's interesting.
I want to say, like, last week I was a little bit like, this like 1313 stuff isn't really working for me yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it is now. I think that like the way that it's described here and the way that it is exhausting, and because I when it was first brought up in Egwene's vision, in her accepted trial, I was kind of like, oh, I don't like that you can just kind of turn somebody. That seems a little bit cheap. But the fact that it is as hard as it is and that it wipes them out and that, you know what I mean? Like, they did kind of give it enough weight here at the end that I do think that it's actually really well done.
Yeah.
And that it isn't just as simple as, like, we gathered 26 people and boop, you're evil.
Yeah.
It is sort of this, like, painful, very, like, there's a process to it. It's this drawn out, torturous sort of experience that you go through that you do have the option to fight, and it isn't immediate, and it isn't just like an easy spell that we cast. Yeah. It's not just like, oh, I used knock and the door opened.
Yeah.
It is like a truly like a battle of wills.
Mm-hmm.
And so giving it that weight and making it that important does a lot for me to make it seem a little bit more
like logistically sound.
It's not cheap. Yeah. It is hard.
Yeah. You can't just boop.
There's a cost to it on everybody involved.
1,000%.
And so that I like more. I do have the question of I don't know where Madral came from, and I wonder how they came up with this, because I think the Madral were created during the Age of Legends
by Agenor. Yeah.
So how did they figure out that you needed 13? Like, I would really love the backstory of how they figured out that this would work. If we get 13 Aes Sedai and 13 of those things Agenor just created, we can do this spell. Like, they must have... the War of the Shadow was only, like, a couple... maybe a decade? Like,
in
order to create the Madral and test this out and figure out that this worked, it just seems like a lot of...
Maybe the Madral got created because Agenor was looking for a way to turn people.
Oh, interesting. I like that.
Like, maybe that was, like, this is the product
like, the Dark One knew of this weakness, and Agenor was creating something to fit to
take advantage of it.
I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, that seems to make sense to me.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Trollocs are just, like, kind of fodder, right? They're just the mindless beasts. Mm-hmm. And so having them Madral, their, like, purpose in creation was actually to turn people is kind of interesting. So.
Oh, no. Apparently Madral were an unexpected side effect of Trolloc development. Well, that ruins that.
Oh, never mind. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, well.
I guess it's great that the unexpected side effect also has these powers.
Yeah, I do wonder how they, like, figured that out.
And I'm not saying that that's like a plot hole or anything. It happened 3,000 years ago when they had much greater understanding of their magic. It was just, I was thinking about it while reading this, and I was like,
Who came up with
one
that?
day they just, like, brought 27 people into a room and, like, worked on this for a bit, and it just, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Then we cut to Lan. And Lan is riding towards the gap when shit starts blowing up. Channelers.
The gap is lost.
Chanelers.
X and chat for the gap.
Norishima's like, there's about 24 of them. Josh is there.
Josh
is there.
We love Josh.
And Lan is like, yeah, you know what, Agamara, you're right. We gotta go.
We gotta
Wrap this shit up.
Yeah.
We're heading south.
Yep, gotta get out.
And the gap is lost. We cut to Elaine, who's still in that Bramewood. And she was, she's talking to Birgit. She's like, hey, Birgit, weren't you Robin Hood at one point? And Birgit was like, yeah, I was Robin Hood at one point.
I wish you hadn't heard that story. You stole from this queen? And she's like, yeah, she was a bitch. I don't know what you want from me.
I do love how many of the like Birgit stories are like gender bent English folktales.
I hope that Birgit is also like Goldilocks. You know what I mean? She's just like, there's a story about her.
Moved in with 3 bears in the woods. Well,
but
I heard that in
are
Baldur's Gate 3
like,
you could fuck the bears.
Yeah.
And so I moved in with 3 bears.
Or I was gonna say it's more like men who are like warder like bears who like are really big and hairy.
And then she's really disappointed to find out they're all gay.
Yeah.
She's like, wait, you guys are on Scruff? What's Scruff? Do you think they had Scruff in the Age of Legends?
No.
They definitely had Grindr.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We
Grindr
got our first
eternal.
like gay fucking character. Like, openly gay character in this.
Yeah.
We've had some lesbians, but we've never had a MLM, a man who loves men.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we have our, like, openly gay... Not openly, but, like...
But, like, he prefers
openly
men.
Enough.
One of the, like, leaders, he's like, oh, it's obvious he prefers men over women.
Atheniel's side piece? Or general.
General, yeah. The general, yeah.
I was like, hey!
We love to see it.
And Lan is like, it's clear. Why would anyone think that? Like, clearly he likes taking it in the ass.
Obviously.
Yeah. They use Tergrinderial. Oh, Algage, yeah.
Oh, so instead of the Kindle.
The Tergrinderial that lets you know there are men in your area who are...
It, like, beeps when you're in proximity.
Douched and ready.
And so if you get closer to someone, it beeps faster like a metal detector.
Oh, my God. But does it have the sound?
Yeah.
It has to have
It's not beeping. It's the sound. We go back to Elaine.
There's nothing funnier than brunch on Saturday in Midtown New York and hearing just like somebody's and then all of the gay men in the room look over and he's like, oh, I forgot to turn my sound off. And like you know exactly who is gay in that world.
Yeah.
Because that sound plays and men either look over and like some women will because they're like they got their besties. But you know the straight men who just
never heard that sound before ever. Yeah.
Oh man.
Elaine is in the woods. Into the woods. The armies prepare.
Yeah.
They're successfully engaging the Trollocs and bringing them out.
Mm-hmm.
So they like shooting, they're running. They're running. It's very, Last Jedi.
Yeah, they do a really cool thing on the road where they like blow the shit out of them with the cannons.
Yeah, they literally like emulsify a horde of Trollocs, just like blown to smithereens.
Yeah.
I'm literally surprised that a bunch of trees just didn't like collapse.
I really hope they move those dragons to Shia Ghul to cover the gorge. Because it really seems like the best place for those cannons in this war in particular is here for now, right? Because to cover the retreat into the Brainwood and not get surrounded by the Trollocs, super useful here. But it does seem like Rodel Litoral, should have those cannons pointed at the gorge out of Thakandar, so that when the Trollocs are trying to come through there, that's where you want to be.
I don't think it's gonna be Trollocs. I think it's gonna be those weird Aiel thingies, the fake Aiel and the Aiel.
I'm really surprised they're not in it yet. It feels at this point like they're going to show up for one battle.
Yeah.
And
at Shia Ghul.
I just kind of wish because they seem so interesting, and it does seem like they would be a more interesting combatant right now than the Trollocs who have just kind of become mush in my brain. I'm surprised that they introduced them and then they just haven't really appeared at any of these battles. They're
going to show up, right? There's some Slayer and everything.
Yeah, and honestly,
I'll be right back.
Great. And it's not like the Shadow needs them. It's not like the Shadow is really losing anywhere, right? The Shadow is winning kind of every front right now. But, yeah. So Seasting says, ooh, maybe the turniness of planting 13 pieces of Fade's souls with the Channeler's souls lends credence to the Clarus' take on the 1313 last week. Oh, that's interesting. Like you like take a piece of the Fades and put it in them, and that's why they become evil. I kind of dig that, Sea-Sting. I'm into that. For sure. Yeah. We cut over to Matt. Matt reaches Abu Dar, and he sees there's Tinkers fucking everywhere. And he sneaks into the city. His old pal from the circus is one of the guards, but doesn't notice him. What's his name? I don't have his name in my notes here. And he sneaks in and he is trying to find an inn and ultimately finds an inn where apparently the Sanchin are so aware that Galgan is sending assassins after the Empress that like random dudes in an inn in the middle of the city know. Petra, thank you. AP says I liked how he was upset he didn't get to tell his backstory again to the guard. Yeah, it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. I feel like Matt. Yeah, I don't know. A blade master nonetheless. Yeah, he just like this random in man knows that Galgan is. How did you feel about Matt not getting to tell his story to the guard? We have the same feeling on it. It's fun. It's kind of funny.
It was like kind of a funny joke when they were going into Sohaber or whatever it was. You know, like Matt just got like really like into it, but then that hasn't really been a thing since. Like I don't know where he got kind of like this like Gleeman's
from Tom probably
for wanting to like act. I don't know. It was just kind of like okay.
It just seems like he should be more interested in succeeding than in his like I think it's that he's become very ego driven.
Oh,
because it's about him and what he wants and not about him wanting to succeed. And like he wants to be seen as like he's obsessed with his lace. He's upset, you know what I mean? Like he's kind of become very like
he's become a lord.
Yeah, he has. In a way that I don't know that I necessarily find interesting.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's not my favorite, but...
So he meets Jamie and Kathana, and they're like, yeah, Galgan's trying to send assassins after the Empress. And he's like, oh, fuck. And they're like, wait, you're the guy. And he's like, I am the guy. And then he, like, takes off for the palace.
And he turns into, oh my god, Elijah Wood. And he's like, I'm the guy. In a suit of silver armor. It's great. It's a good time. Very funny. This is only funny if you've watched Spy Kids 3D. I'm so sorry.
Eric Wood, I think puts it best. It felt very The Office. Like he stopped right there and stared at the camera reader. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
It feels like a joke for us.
Yeah. Like, not that Matt would have found it funny. He was, like, doing it for an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he's trying to sneak in, and he takes off for the palace after saying that it's him, alerting someone who will tell the Empress that it's him, that he's there.
Wait, no, he doesn't tell them that it's him, but they realize who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just like, your cover's blown.
Yeah.
And they're not going to hide it for you.
Yeah, so he's like, oh shit, gotta go.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast.
No, he's going straight to the palace now because he's like, oh fuck, like people know I'm here now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then we cut to Rand, who is in Tarn's Gap with Lan. Or not in Tarn's Gap. They're like south of there now. Mm-hmm. And the Aes Sedai are like, hey, why aren't you going to Shai Ghul? And Rand's like, not yet. And they're like, not really an answer, but cool, I guess, sure. And he gives Lan 2 crowns.
Yes.
He's like, hey, here.
Yeah, he's like, these are not the actual crowns of Malkier, but like I had somebody make them as best as they could from what I think that they look like. Very, very sweet.
Yeah.
You know, it's Rand's parting gifts so he can go die, which they fucking call him out on later. But yeah, it was a really like, it was a beautiful moment. Because you know how much it means to Lan, right? Like, it's one of those gifts that just means everything to the person who's receiving it, not because it's like, you know, gold or silver, but just what it means for this moment. And, you know, Rand's got, his inventory's over encumbered. He's got to, like, give stuff away.
Yes.
You can't carry
This
it all.
tells me that Nynaeve and Lan are either going to see each other again.
Yep.
Or Nynaeve will find this on Lan's dead body. It's one of the two.
Oh my.
Those are the two options given this moment.
Yeah.
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 Or she'll like find this in this tent after he dies.
I think my prediction is Lan and Nynaeve live.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's my prediction.
I don't think Lan lives.
You don't think Lan lives? Okay.
I don't. I think that like...
I think like having a character who now actually has like... I think if Lan dies, to me personally, I will find that unsatisfying because Lan's whole character development has been like finding reasons to live, and like Lan having time to himself after the last battle to maybe indulge in something that he might enjoy that's not using his entire life to fight the Dark One and the Blight and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's a really fun conclusion for that character. Obviously that's like very like idealism, but idealistic. I think that narratively, having Lan come to those realizations and finding out like what like he enjoys and loves and spending time for himself and for his wife would be really satisfying.
Yeah, that's 100% why I think that he completed his arc and he's going to die.
Okay, all right.
Although I keep saying that, but nobody dies in the series. Like I half expect Gareth, Bryan, and Swan to be alive next week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
They probably will be. Yeah.
They better fucking not be. If Swan and Gareth Bryan are still alive, that will I will be very tired.
I don't know, Gareth. Well, actually, no, you're right because they hit the tent that they were in.
The tent fucking exploded.
Yeah.
And if they are still alive, then we're just doing bait and switches on every main character.
Interesting. Yeah.
If we just keep getting characters being like, oh no, they fucking died, and then it's like, no, they were the next chapter. They were fine. I'm just gonna be like, what? Why are we? What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, with Talmains, it was a little like, meh.
You get one. Like Talmains, I barely accepted.
Barely.
If it keeps happening.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just think it'll be really unsatisfying for Gareth and Swan to kind of just get fucking blown to smithereens off page.
It wasn't off page. It was like on page, right? It was
but we didn't see them die. It was like, oh, the tent that they're supposedly in exploded. Like, it's kind of like.
Yeah, but they're at the end of their arc. Like they've satisfied all of the narrative of their arc, except I guess Gareth forgiving Elaine for something that's really not her fault.
He does it. He's like, I'm not mad at you. They have a conversation about it.
Yeah, but they're not like the only arc left would be them like getting close again.
Yeah, I
but that can only happen after the last battle. Like like Gareth like being welcome again in Caemlyn at the end of all of this, but Caemlyn doesn't exist, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Egwene seeing Gareth, Bryan, and Swan get killed in that way.
Yeah.
Because of them, you know. Yeah, we'll get to it when we get to it. So then we cut to
Well, no, so Rand starts destroying
the
Shadow Spawn, right? He's like pew pew pew, and it was a trap that Tame set up, and they try and they shield Rand. And he's like, oh shit, I'm too much of a target.
Yeah.
And so I can't be out there like as myself doing the thing, because it's just gonna get more people hurt, and I can't exhaust myself before the last battle.
Yeah, and so instead I'm going to do that.
Instead, he's going to disguise himself when he goes to help battles and then get the fuck out of there right away.
Berserker says, have fun with One Piece if you dislike this trope. They're like, people fake out dying. One Piece is a children's show that's very jokey. Like, tonally, it's very different.
Yeah.
I expect every character in One Piece to have fake out deaths because it's like Team Rocket in Pokemon, right?
Yeah, they don't die.
They don't die because it's for children.
Yeah.
This is a war series where you're like willing to torture, enslave, rape, and like humiliate and dominate, and you're like, this series is willing to do everything except kill anybody in war.
Yeah.
It is willing to be as dark as like the Andro stuff is so fucking dark that this is like a grimdark series, except for the fact that it cowers away from the idea that characters should die in fights. Like, it's
Less
like the
so
one line
Less
that
so
they
in
won't
this
cross.
book, but yeah, up until now.
Not really. Like, Gareth and Swan are kind of the first. And so I'm hopeful. That's why I'm hopeful that they stay dead.
And Romaine and Lalonda, like.
Right. No, that was like the first moment in this book. Halfway through.
Yeah.
Where like it seems like main characters are at risk of something.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, please just let them stay dead. Because if they're not dead, then then this is just fucking Fruit Loops. You know what I mean?
It's Fruit Loops.
Um.
Yeah, we get to the next chapter, which is Brigitte.
Yes.
She's like really sad because she thinks she's lost Guidal forever and she's losing her memories. And it is very sad. But nothing really changes about that. It's just her kind of having the same feelings that we know that she's had. And
they ambush some Trollocs.
Yeah,
and they kick their asses.
They're doing the thing, you know. They're beating up Trollocs.
Yeah. Which is interesting. They're like doing these like small like little skirmishes in the woods. Mm-hmm. And it's just like it doesn't really lead to anything. This is just kind of like a cute, not cute, but like a little vignette about Brigitte, which is nice. Mm-hmm. In Rand's point of view, we are in a dream shard that he makes.
Yes.
Where he runs into Mierin Lanfear, who is fucking in the pool that Ygritte is in, just like the Jon Snow pool.
Yeah. They're in the cave, the pool cave where they fuck. Yeah,
she's like, help me, loose there, and I'm stuck.
Oh no, I'm drowning, and he's like,
oh my god,
bet, and she's like, oh fuck, okay, that didn't work.
This scene was great.
It was really good.
This scene was really awesome. The like, okay, prove it. And she's like, I can't. And he's like, all right, here's the thing.
Okay, then I don't trust you.
He's like, open up to me fully. And she's like, I can't do that. And he's like, okay, so I'm going to open up to you fully. I'm going to let you see everything. Mm-hmm. And what she sees is that he like, honestly just doesn't really give a shit about her. It's not even that he's like angry or upset. There's just nothing. Mm-hmm. And she's like, fuck. Maybe I should be a good guy.
Yep. Yeah.
If going full evil doesn't get his attention, maybe I should be good.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest turn to the good ever, but I do kind of like it.
Well, and we gonna get later on with Perrin, like we'll get to it, but like this whole thing of the things that we've learned about Lanfear's turn to the Dark One are maybe not true, but she's not willing to share that. And it's like, and Rand is like, I'm gonna open myself up to you. If you want to open yourself up to me, like, I give you that opportunity so that I can then trust you fully. And if you don't do that, then that's on you. There's only so much I can do. And I was like, I completely understand Rand in this situation, right? He's like, I'm not going to play games with you anymore. It's all or nothing. You can't hide shit. This is the fucking last battle, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Some good shit.
It's a good scene. It's really wonderful. And I think that it, like, sets up where Lanfear's arc could like legitimately come around in a way that's interesting because it's still based on her selfishness. And I think that like making her suddenly be redeemable in the idea that she like cares about other people would never have worked for me. But having her come around because she realizes that like her actions have made people literally not care about her is actually very like leans into this character in a way that I find really interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, speaking of Perrin,
God, there's so many
He's
POVs.
into the woods and out of the woods.
And home before there are giants in the sky.
So he's gonna make sure everyone's all good and fine and dandy. Mm-hmm. Elaine's forces doing good, but they're outnumbered, so they're a little bit worried.
There are infinity Trollocs.
Infinity number of Trollocs. Yes.
There's an unrealistic number of Trollocs.
So Perrin goes to one of the wise ones and is like, hey, so like how do I enter the dream in the flesh? And she's like, that's evil, don't do it. And he's like, okay. And then she goes and finds Rand to help him with that instead.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's evil for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I'm like, the assumption of it is a leap for me from the IO because they don't know they don't have a reason. They just are like, no, that's evil, and I'm like, huh. The IO usually have more like complexity to their opinions on things.
I just think that they don't feel like sharing it because with
maybe I think that like it's the time narratively to just like there's a lot in this book of characters just being like, tell you later, and I'm like, it's later, guys. We're way too late for this.
Yeah.
It's later. Rand can talk about what's going on inside of him.
Yeah.
The wise ones can open up it's the final book. We're 4 million words into this thing. It is later.
Yeah.
We don't need to keep kicking the can down the road at this point. And it sometimes feels like narratively, it's either like there isn't a good answer, and so we just aren't. It's just what it is, or they're like waiting for like a big reveal. But I'm like, we can do the big reveals now. It's the
last battle, yeah.
And it would have been interesting for her to give Perrin a like actual reason, and then he chooses to do it anyway.
Yeah.
As opposed to her being like, no, that's bad, and he's like, I guess. Okay. Sure, lady.
Yeah. If you say so.
She doesn't give him a reason not to do it.
Yep, she just walks away.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think that, like, it could have been a very, like, she doesn't give him a reason to, like, question himself.
Yeah, they could have had an interesting conversation, but instead it's like, nah, he's just going to have Rand do it. And it's like, okay.
Sean is right. They're just being dogmatic, but they're being dogmatic in a way that Perrin doesn't relate to, so it doesn't affect his point of view on it at all.
Yeah.
Then we get to chapter 13, What Must Be Done. No, wait. No, yeah. Yes. Egwene. Egwene and the sisters fuck up the Trollocs really bad. They fucking wreck them.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like Wreck-It Ralph. Just,
I'm gonna wreck them. Yeah, Green Aja, not actually useless.
That kind of came out of nowhere. Because when they were fighting the Sanchin in the White Tower, the Green Aja were like, oh, fuck, maybe we haven't prepared the best. And then now the Green Aja's like, we started blasting and we were really fucking good at it.
Well, they're very different situations, right?
That's fair.
Right, they kind of got surprised in the tower. They weren't organized. You know, I just think that they're not very good, like, individually. But them having a plan and a leader and everything kind of changes everything. They're fucking annihilating Shadowspawn everywhere. And Gawain's like, 1, 2.
He's bored because they're winning
3.
and his men aren't dying.
Yeah, he's like, I can't be there. Well, he wants to be he wants to be fighting in the thick of it to feel like he's being useful, but he just really can't get over like. Gawain is really bad at seeing the bigger picture, and I know I've defended him so much, but God, sometimes he fucking pisses me off.
Yeah, let's get more on Gawain when we get to his POV, because I'm gonna shit down his throat a little bit coming up here.
Yeah.
They're wrecking it. They're doing good.
Yeah, and so we go over to Elaine, who's meeting with Bashir, and they're like, "How's everything going?" And this is where
we get the like really good Elaine moment here.
Yeah.
Which is she orders Shinar, Faldara, Falmoran, and Mos Shirare.
Shirare. I don't know. Yeah.
The Italian city of Shirare. They're gonna burn it all to the ground so that the Trollocs can't eat anything as they're moving south.
Yes.
In the hopes that starving them will weaken them.
Yes. And we start seeing the starvation used as a tactic through all the armies. Because they're kind of making the assumption that there's not enough food in the Blight to really sustain all of these like massive amounts of Trollocs, which makes sense. And so they're using the starvation of the Trollocs to their advantage, because if they're not fighting, they can't eat the ones that are dead. So they weaken them the longer they stall head-to-head combat.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Which is a good strategy, honestly. Like it's really strong. Assuming if you assume that the Trollocs are going to work the way they've always worked.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they do. And I think that's why they keep losing. Maybe. Is like they keep making assumptions about the Trollocs. It's why Elaine ends up losing, or is in the situation she's in now that we left her in, where it's really bad.
Because they split
It's because they
off
made assumptions about the Trollocs.
Yeah.
It's why the like making assumptions about what's going on in Kandor is fucking up the White Tower. And you know, there's a lot of assumptions being made by the side of Light, partially because they're like just, you know, we can disagree about it, whatever, but like waiting for Rand to do something. But like they're making all of these assumptions and they're getting fucked up for it. Like they're losing every front right now.
Yeah.
And there's no chance of victory in any of those combats at the moment.
Yeah.
Like maybe they get lucky in Kyrian. That's like the only one where they have a legit shot right now.
Yeah, and Elaine is like, we have to run ahead, beat them, and then get the people that are following us. Like, we have to do this, or like we're all fucked.
But you have to win 2 very tough fights back to back.
Yeah. So we'll see.
And that's their best shot. Is that they're in a pincer. Like the situation where they're at their best right now is where they're surrounded.
It's rough.
The other twos are fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Like Lan's army is in a bad place.
Yeah.
Agomar is starting to make mistakes. and fucking Egwene is literally cowering under burnt tents right now.
Yeah.
Like, they're losing, and it's assumptions. Yep. It's the assumption, and we'll get to it at the end. We'll get to it at the end because I don't want to talk about it now. Yeah. About Shara. Okay, so Bashir basically comes up with this plan to use the river. They're gonna like send people ahead, build bridges, cross the bridges, burn the bridges, fight the Trollocs by shooting them across the river with cannons, and then they're gonna retreat to Cairhien. It seems like a great plan. Seems like.
Until. Yeah. We get to Perrin's point of view. Mm-hmm. He puts Tam Althor in charge. He's like, hey, guys, you're going to listen to Tam now. And they're like, yes, sir. And Tam is like, oh, fuck.
He's like, I have to go do something really important right now. Yeah. I need a clear head. I need to be focused on my task. And Dane Bornhold comes over and is like, hey, by the way, so
the
White Cloaks killed your family.
Yeah, Ordeith murdered them. It was really fucked up. I'm sorry you had to hear that from me. And then leaves. And I was like...
we shouldn't skip over that Perrin makes Tam a lord. And, like, it's a very... that scene is great.
It is, yeah,
But
it is.
Dane...
But then Dane is like...
Fucking not the time to get shit off your chest, bro. It's not the time. You fucked up.
And here's the thing.
And not really, because Lanfear does all Perrin's work for him. But
this is only gonna matter if Perrin then gets to fight Padden Fane, which I don't know. So
but like, why does this series want everyone to matter to Perrin and not other characters?
Perrin has connections to everybody.
Also, where the fuck is Padden Fane in all of this?
No idea.
When was he's been gone for like 6 books.
Yeah, books. Yeah.
This series has too many things going on. It's too much. Yeah. Like, there's whole villains who are more interesting than the people they're fighting, who are just gone. Where is Padden Fane? What is he doing?
Yeah. Yep. He's, I don't know.
They should have dealt with Padden Fane when they cleansed the taint. Yeah. Like, Padden Fane and Mashadar... Mashadar? Yeah. Padden Fane and Mashadar should have gone out together.
There should have been some connection that we saw when, like, what's it called? The city?
That's Mashadar. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. When the city, I forget. I keep wanting to call it Shia Ghul, but it's something else.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter. The name of that city. Shadar Logoth. Thank you. When like Shadar Logoth goes down. I would have loved to have seen Fane's reaction to that and what that means with the dagger and his connection and all of that. But yeah.
Because it's never he hasn't appeared since then.
Not really, no.
I don't think he's appeared at all since then.
I think last he literally thing I remember is that he's like going off into the Blight to get an army. That's all I remember. I don't even know when that was.
Oh, that's right. There was the one like epilogue moment.
Yeah, where he's like, I'm gonna go get me some forces. I guess. I genuinely, I don't know. Don't know what he's up to. But yeah.
He just could have been a really good foil to Matt, or he could have been a really good foil to just someone that's not Perrin, because Perrin has Slayer. Yeah. You know what I mean? Give him like some weight in one of the other storylines so that there's like a more personal connection in one of these fights. Yeah. Like if Padden Fane was leading the Trolloc armies in Kandor.
Back? Like, because I don't know. Like, where is he going to show up?
No, he does. He definitely does.
All right.
There's no way him going to go get a Trolloc, or they like find his body in the Blight on the way to Shia Ghul.
Could you imagine? He's just dead.
Or Rand has to, or they have to fight him in Thakandar, and he's like been like fucking corrupted fully back to the Dark One or something. Maybe. I want him to come back though, because there was a point where he was the most interesting villain in the series, and then the series just kind of forgot that he existed.
Yeah. Yeah, anyways, so Perrin's like, Rand, gonna need me. So he goes, gets an Ashman to give him a gateway, and then Rand sends him into Tel'aran'rhiod in the flesh.
Well, there's a few other steps to this. Gaul is like, hey, I'm coming. And Perrin's like, no,
you're not.
And Gaul's like, yeah, I'm coming. And he's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You've never been to Tel'aran'rhiod before, a place where being, like, comfortable there is kind of how it works. But I'm going to bring you and have a liability with me.
Unfortunately, Gaul, like, has been interesting, and I've enjoyed his character when he's there, but, like, bringing him into the world of dreams doesn't really seem like a good idea, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, it seems, the like, saying goodbye to Bane and Chad, who are still wearing white, even though, like, hey, it's the last battle. I agree with the Aiel that are with the Dragonsworn who are like, look, I'll go back to being Gai Shan when this is over, but for this time being, we got bigger shit going on than my fucking honor. I'll lose some honor so that the world doesn't end. But yeah, Bane and Chad, who, God, they were such good characters before they were just
before nothing happened,
thrust into white so that they could be literally non-entities to have a joke every book.
I hope they come back because Aviendha does mention that some people have been casting off the white to fight in the last battle, and then we'll take it up again afterwards. And I hope that they do that. What?
Did you like just stop listening to me while you were putting on your lipstick?
No, you said you were not happy that like they haven't done anything, that they kind of became. Wait, what?
I just talked about those people
while
you were putting that on, and then you were like, there are people in the Dragonsword who are saying that they're going to put the white back.
Sorry, I heard what you said about Bane and Chiad.
It's fine.
Did you connect those?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I missed that.
No, it's just fine. It was just while you were putting your lipstick on, and I was like,
did you
completely tune me out while you were putting on your lipstick?
Normally, you're the one who does that, so I'm gonna balance it out.
Sure. I'm the one who does that.
That was intentional.
I never listen to you.
Wait, I have called you out on this show for doing that. Yeah, that's
I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's my turn for one.
Yeah. Just completely.
Yeah.
All right. Where were we? I don't even know.
Gal is gonna probably die.
There's too many POVs. It's hard to talk about this in order.
I know, because it bounces around so much.
Oh my god.
Maybe we should have like organized it by like POV.
No, because there's too much that connects things.
Fair. You know what? That's fair.
Light Blinded Fool is right. I do tune myself. I tune out my wife when I put my lipstick on.
Yeah, that's true.
We cut back to Perrin. Perrin goes to Rand and is like, yo, tell Rand we're out. And Rand's like, sure, okay. We did that. So then they go through and he goes in and he's like, oh shit. I know, I was trying to set up this moment.
Gotcha, okay.
I know that we already said that. I'm just trying to set up like, he walks through and he's like, oh, shit's bad here. Hey, Gowl, I know you've never been here before and you don't know what this is. Let me give you like the explain it like I'm 5 version.
Cole's notes.
Don't think too much. Don't really do anything. If I'm doing something, don't get involved. I don't really know why you're here.
Yeah.
But like, don't fuck this up. Good luck.
Gal's gonna die.
Gal is 100%.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding me? Gal is so fucked.
He's so dead.
Before he leaves, we should mention, Perrin tells Rand he needs someone to open up a portal to Tel'aran'rhiod Riyadh every day at dawn.
Yeah. So that he can get home. He's like, I don't know how to get out of here.
Because he doesn't know how long he's going to be here.
Yeah.
And then he goes to the Black Tower, and Lanfear's there and is like, hey, what's up? I'm Lanfear. And Perrin's like, cool.
He's like, oh, that's weird, I guess. Very suspicious.
Are we fighting? And Lanfear's like, no.
No.
Oh, wait. Bye.
Poof.
And Perrin's like,
what? That was so weird. Oh,
great.
God. This is going to get really fun.
Guillermo Barros does, guys, I'm sorry. It feels like we're moving so quickly through things. This was a lot of reading this week, and like, there's a lot to talk about. And I don't want to skip stuff because you're right. Like, the Rand and Perrin's goodbye here was really good, and it made me nervous that Perrin's going to get stuck in the Wolf Dream forever. It just felt, it felt like the author being like, these characters have to say goodbye because this is the last time they see each other.
Right.
It really did.
No, yeah, that's
and
fair.
I think that Perrin is there at the last moment with Rand, but he's in Tel'aran'rhiod Riyadh for it.
Right.
Oh. I think Perrin leads the wolves and Elias in Thakandar in the dream world, while Aviendha leads everybody else in the real world, and they have to protect Rand in both places at the same time.
So who are they gonna fight in the dream world then?
Slayer, and
just Slayer?
No, anyone who's there in the flesh.
Yeah, but who would that be? Like
Ashaman,
maybe some of the Forsaken. Why the Ashman? Well, I guess Mahal did send them there.
I do think that Lanfear fights on Perrin's side in the dream world because the Korsovra stops her from fighting on his side in the real world.
Oh, and there's a severance in the connection.
She has some independence in the dream world that she doesn't have in the real world, and so I think that Perrin and Lanfear are protecting Rand in the dream world, while Aviendha and Logain are protecting. You have these two male-female pairings fighting to protect Rand on either side of the planes of existence.
I like that. I like that a lot. I can definitely see that happening.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, yeah, maybe Perrin gets stuck in the dream world. That would be very sad.
Mm-hmm. I think it's gonna happen. I think that's something about, or maybe he gets stuck there saving Gowl and sending Gowl back.
Oh, maybe.
So that Gal gets to live.
Because also, like, Slayer has been told to hunt Rand.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I feel like Perrin is going to fight Slayer in the dream world, who's trying to kill Rand at Shao Ghul. So, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, cool. Interesting.
So, the world is very different. The Tel'aran'rhiod looks like a mess of storms and bullshit. Not bad bullshit. I just meant bullshit in that there's stuff. We cut over to Andral. This is the chapter that we reacted to, thanks to
Shauna
Ashaman. Thank you. Shauna Ashaman, thank you for commissioning this.
Yes. This was cool.
This was we should have done a bigger split for this book. We should have done more weeks. Because honestly, like, I feel like we're skipping through. We're talking about so much so fast, but there's stuff I want to, like, talk about. But, like,
yeah,
it's already been 2.5 hours, and granted, that's my fault for the conversation at the beginning. But
well, there was also we had like 30 minutes of like the unboxing. You know, there were things that were happening.
Long show, guys. Sorry.
Nobody cares if it's a long show.
If it feels like we're rushing through stuff, let us know. Like, keep bringing up stuff that we might have missed, because I don't want to miss stuff because there's so much to talk about here. It's just that there's a lot.
Yeah.
It's fucking dense.
Yeah.
Andral sees Tovann turned.
Yeah.
Which I wonder if they're going to be able to do anything about that because Logain and her are bonded. I wonder if they'll be able to save her somehow.
No, I'm still sticking to my, like, prediction that if you bring a turned person back to their, like, weird spectral fake Aiel self, that they can be saved.
That's so fucking heady.
I know, but I'm here for it. Because you know what? Actually, you keep reading, and I'm going to bring up the line.
Sure. So then they are they're tied up, but Andral notices that Evan has kind of lost it even before the taint. He just sees he's got the fear in him, and so he does some manipulating. He gets waterboarded a little bit, and then he eventually manages to convince Evan that Emmerin is gonna, or not Emmerin. Someone is going to kill him. And...
Oh, it starts with an M.
No, he's the one after. Maybe it is Emmerin. Anyway, so Evan...
There's so many names.
Evan starts fighting, and he's, like, blowing shit up. And he kills one of the Ashman in the room. And then everyone starts fucking going at it. And at this point, I was like, oh, like, it's a good time. There's, like, 3 people in the room. No, there's also, like, 13 women, 13 Madral, and Tame in this room at this moment.
And Hassalam.
I was like, Andral, this is when you play. This is the moment you want to try and escape? Okay.
Hey, they gotta do it at some point.
I guess you want the odds to be as bad as possible.
Well, they're not gonna wait. If they wait till Logain is turned, then the Black Tower's kind of lost, right? Because Logain there has to be a head, a leader. And it's kind of got to be Logain.
Yeah, and so this is the moment where they have been not recruiting Andral because they're going to try and turn him soon because they have the new women. And so he starts trying to make a gateway.
Yeah.
And doesn't think anything happens. And they start fighting. Tame kills Evan, unfortunately. And Andral throws fire at Tame, and Tame is like, you're a fucking Ashman, and he's like throwing him across the room, slamming him into the ground. And it looks like it's going to be really, really bad.
Yeah, because Andral can't make gateways.
Until Tame weaves Balefire. The first time I actually remember Balefire being mentioned in this book. In this book is this. And he weaves open a gateway the size of a coin.
It's like this big.
It's like this big. And he just catches the Balefire in it.
Okay, where did it go?
I don't know.
Where did the Balefire go?
I'm worried upstairs into Candler's store because that's where he weaved the gateway earlier that people heard him through. But yeah, I have literally no idea.
Could you imagine he just like weaves a gateway and like some Taviran bullshit happens and it just like killed fucking Mogadin?
Pat and Fane. That's actually no. That is actually he opened a hole in time, and this is actually how Asmodean died.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, guys, Andral killed Asmodean.
No, it opens, and the reason why Asmodean said, "Oh, it's you," is because he sees Tame through the hole, and then the Balefire gets him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And that's why no one felt the weaving was because it was in the future.
Gotcha. It was a future weave that gateway passed outside of time because he's got to use a gateway outside of time because of the dream spike that's there.
Yeah.
Because that still hasn't been taken out yet because that's why it's so small. So it's like a very tiny.
Oh, I thought these things happened at the same time. I thought that was different. But...
Oh, I thought it happened afterwards, but that's why he like popped open the thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Guys, Andral killed Asmodean.
Technically, Tame did, but Andral helped.
Tame killed Asmodean.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So...
That's so funny.
And so they're fighting, and the fighting gets a little bit crazy when Candler busts open the door and is like, "Yo, what's up, motherfuckers? The Two Rivers boys have arrived. The fighting begins." Yep. We cut back to Perrin.
Before we do that, okay, I did find the line. The men dropped their veils and bared their teeth. Burn me, their teeth were filed. These had been turned, capital T. Turned.
Mm-hmm.
You could see it in their eyes that weren't quite right, weren't quite human, which is like the same kind of vibe as the people who have been turned in the Black Tower. Their eyes aren't right, and so I feel like.
But they're just turned Aiel. They're not.
No, I think that they're like the half of the soul that's been like wrenched away from the channelers.
But wouldn't that half soul be the good side of them?
Well, because it's outside of the body, you wouldn't have things like empathy or like emotions, right? Because if because those come from your brain.
But everything comes from your brain.
Yeah. So if you believe in the idea of like a soul, wrenching a soul from a body, the soul wouldn't have those like bodily like memories or feelings or emotions. They would just be like nebulous. I don't know, guys. I'm
feel
into it.
Every time you try and hit me with this theory, I feel like you did drugs and didn't tell me.
Yeah, man, whatever. I think
also, every time I think of the Red Veil de Aiel, I think of Jacob from Twilight. The fucking guy who was pretending to be indigenous. Taylor Lautner. Taylor Lautner in Shark Boy and Lava Girl. With the sharp teeth?
Yeah. Because here's the thing. We know that they can't just be any old Aiel because you have to be a channeler to be turned.
Yeah.
We find out that if you give up your ability to channel, you can't be turned. So it's basically like committing suicide.
Oh, wait. So how did they turn the Aiel?
They can't turn the Aiel. That's why they have to. It has to be something to do with the Ashman who have been turned. It has to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It has to.
That makes sense.
Yeah, guys, I'm workshopping this theory. Okay, bear with me as we move on.
Bernard Asherman has an interesting point here. He says, "I really don't like this moment. It feels as though Andral breaks the Dream Spike rules, and it pisses me off. That's why I think that the little gateway opens as the Dream Spike is turning off, and that's why it's small. It's in the like moment Perrin goes click as he's like trying, and the gateway opens a little bit because it's the moment the Dream Spike turns off." That's the only way it makes sense to me. That wouldn't make sense to me, though, only because Andral's trying so hard. You think that a humongous gateway would have exploded if the thing was turned off. But it's not immediate. All of that power. It is like an energy field that's dissipating. And so it's like fighting against the energy field as it's dissipating. It's not an on-off. It's not an immediate on-off switch. It's like you click the thing and this giant field goes... And in the of it coming back into the Dream Spike, it's weak enough that he's able to open a little bit, but not more. That's the only way it makes sense to me, because if Andral just figures out how to open a gateway in the Dream Spike for this moment, it feels cheap.
Okay, yeah,
to me.
Fair.
I don't like when it's like, no, this one just works because he tried really hard.
Well, he has like a talent for it, so that's kind of why I got it, right? You know?
Sure, that's fine. When you kind of create like big moments artificially against your own rules, it makes those big moments less big and more like you tried too hard for them.
Yeah.
As opposed to just like that's why in my head I'm like the gateway's the right gateway. Like the gateway's at the right time.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess it makes sense that it is in that exact moment. It's just like, one of those things that like lines up.
Well, but I think that's why this POV's first, though, is so that it's a surprise. Because if Perrin's POV was first, it wouldn't be a surprise. It'd be like, oh, yeah, this is the moment where the thing turned off.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's some spoilers in the chat, so don't read it.
No, it's just people making connections. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to read it anyway, but... We cut back to Perrin. Perrin is basically just, like, looking around. He's like, hey... Is anyone here? And Lanfear's like, I'm here. And he's like, God damn it.
Stop scaring me.
Gowl, hang out in the tower.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go fucking do this. And then Lanfear's like, no, I already did it. And he's like, what? She's like, yeah, I poisoned. Don't worry about it. And Perrin's like, okay. And they go to the room. And he's like, oh, here's the dream spike. And she's like, this is how you turn it off. And he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this was easy.
I
thought this was gonna be a whole thing. He was gonna have to fight the Ashaman in the dream world, like their channeling versus his dream stuff.
No, Lanfear is like fork root.
Lanfear just shows up and is like, oh no, I already did everything. You just have to press the button.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, hey, now they know how to use it, right? They destroyed one, but now they have the other one. And apparently
it's great.
There's only two, so this is.
Turn it on in Child Ghoul.
Turn it off.
No, Rand doesn't. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Perrin doesn't have to protect Rand at Child Ghoul. He has to protect the dream spike while Rand is fighting the Dark One.
Oh, so that the
it's not
travel in.
It's not protecting Rand in both planes of existence. He has to protect the dream spike so that they can't get to Rand in the real world.
Oh, yeah.
To keep the Forsaken so that everyone has to come through the gorge.
So it's Perrin versus all the Forsaken. Perrin and Lanfear versus all the Forsaken.
All the Forsaken that aren't already in Child Ghoul, yeah.
But yeah, okay. All right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Cool. That's good. I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so and then Lanfear's like, look, I want to be a good guy. It's really hard because of the Korsuvra. Rand is not going to let me do it with him, so I'm going to do it with you. And Perrin's like, no, you're not. And she's like, not really giving you a choice. Fuck, he's here, bye. And Perrin's like, what the fuck is happening?
What is happening? Yeah. He just keeps looking at the sky and being like, poof. It's great.
And we come back to Andral. They're fighting. It's great. Andral is like, fuck, I'm useless. His people are dying. He's like, I don't know what to do. And then he's like, focus. Boom. Gateway, boom,
motherfucker.
Gateway. Suddenly, because I thought that this was going to happen with the Balefire. I thought Tim was going to Balefire himself. But if he Balefired himself...
then he wouldn't have cast the Balefire.
Fuck, that's too chirpy.
I know.
Maybe that is where the Balefire went. Maybe the Balefire went through the coin.
And it actually did hit.
It did hit
but
Tame.
It disappeared because
he Balefired himself, the Balefire never happened.
Yes. So it couldn't have worked, yeah.
And so it went nowhere. The Balefire never existed. Only person who remembers is Andral.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
The Balefire was a lie.
It was a lie.
Crazy. And so...
oh, wow. Wow, my head.
Could you undo Balefire damage by doing one big Balefire against someone who's done a lot of Balefire?
I don't know if mass Balefire negates...
older Balefires?
Mid Balefire. I don't know.
Anyway, so then Andral, he opens this gateway around them, and they end up murking themselves. So Tame and Halsalam and some of the others flee. And it looks like, in this moment, they're going to win as Andral opens another gateway beneath the Dreadlords. And they fall hundreds of feet to
their death.
No, to cast Featherfall on them.
They cast Featherfall and they're actually fine.
They're all wizards. They have Featherfall.
I've never seen anyone use Featherfall before, so maybe it doesn't exist.
Oh, well, I thought you meant in Dungeons & Dragons. I was like,
no.
What?
In this, because we know
Garrick used it like constantly in the relay.
We know people can't fly, so maybe they actually like can't Featherfall. You know? I don't really know because the rules on that have been kind of unclear. Like you can maybe like hover like a little bit, but you can't like fly. And so I don't know if you can negate momentum.
No, you can't save yourself, but they could save each other.
You think?
Yeah, because you can build a bridge of air that other people can walk on, but you can't walk on your own bridge of air. That was a thing 9 books ago.
But you would still land on a bridge that's hard.
Right, but you could like catch people. You could slow them down with a weave of air, but you can't slow yourself down with a weave of air.
I don't know.
So they would have to save each other.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. Too selfish.
Yeah. And then, that's the end of the Black Tower stuff for the week. It was very good. This chapter, very good. I'm a little confused about the Lanfear stuff right now, but I'm excited. It, like, threw me through a loop to hear it. And I was like, oh my god, I did not expect this direction. I'm excited to see where this direction is going, though, because I do find it very interesting, and it is cool.
I agree, because I think you're right. It wouldn't have worked if Lanfear was like, suddenly I want to be good and help other people. But no, she just realizes, like, how people see her, and it is a selfish reason to do good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. She wants to be on the side of light for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
But for the reasons that make the most sense with how she's been built up as a character.
Yeah. Very cool.
Memory of Light 15. We are your neck in a cord. We start with Matt. Matt is dangling because apparently Matt is now a parkour expert.
Yeah, he used to be a prankster, so
he knows how to climb palaces.
Yeah.
He climbed the Stone of Tears. Like, I don't hate this.
No.
It just this.
Yeah, he climbed the Stone of Tears.
This was like, if you've ever seen the opening scene of Mission Impossible 2, that's what I was picturing this whole time. That is a very, very specific reference.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so Matt is like dangling. He sneaks into Tylen's old room, where Solutia nearly gets him with a crossbow.
Yeah.
And they have a cute little like
He's like, I knew you were a bodyguard, and she's like, what
moment.
are you talking about?
Did you gamble that eye? And he's like, kind of. I won though.
How did you know that?
I won that gamble. And they like argue because he's like, wait, but Galgan wants to assassinate Tuon, and she's like, that's dumb. That doesn't matter. And he's like,
He's like, yes, it matters.
Yes, it matters. And she's like, no, the assassins you have to worry about are these assassins. And he's like, they're all assassins. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
A bad assassin can get lucky. And the Sanshin's overconfidence about that fact is telling.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I kind of understand the strategy of like weeding out the like shitty people, I guess, within your own kingdom, so that no one else can actually do. But yeah, what if one of them does get lucky, like Tuon's fucked.
Selutia's confidence in this, like, oh, Wetlander assassins are bad. When Matt just snuck into the room, feels like she should be going, oh, wait a second, people here are good at things.
And that's what I wonder if what happens. Remember in the future version that Aviendha sees. The Empress gets assassinated and somebody less agreeable takes over. And so I wonder if it's literally like one of the Wetlander assassins who wasn't supposed to be a threat, but actually was. Because, they're cocky as fuck.
Ember Eye says, Tuon is incredibly arrogant, though. You could replace a Tuon with almost every woman in this series, and it still works. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And so he's like, I'm going to go talk to her in the garden. Thanks for not calling me Highness. I appreciate that.
And she's like, I have a secret passage for you. And he's like, oh, wow, I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, I do like, he's like, I spent months finding everything in this palace. And I was like, wait, this was in my bedroom. Fuck.
Well, Tylen's bedroom.
Yeah, where he slept.
Yeah.
Against his will. But...
Yeah.
Oh, this is also, we have to talk about the first of the things that I, like, really didn't like in this section.
Yeah.
Which is this line. I think I have a photo of it here. I might not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if you didn't take a photo, it's like...
Matt is like, it was a fun game with Tylen. Yeah. And I was like, oh, God, let's not try and retcon that into being...
Yeah,
something that Matt wants.
Yeah, if it was a game, he wouldn't have gone to Elaine and been like, please help me, I'm being raped.
Yeah, and like
turning it into a game now feels so weird. Like,
I understand the narrative of like, I understand the idea of it's a story that Matt is telling himself. But the problem is that the way that Matt has gone as a character has led to this version who is like, that has become really like awful.
Yeah.
In regards to his acceptance of being surrounded by slaves.
Yeah, he's like gaslighting himself left, right, and center.
And I just think like for the end of the story, I don't know that there's a lot of arc left with the Tylen situation, and I don't know that this is the place you want to end it on.
Yeah.
Is Matt being like, it wasn't that bad. It was okay. I think that there's a better way that this could have been handled, and not bringing it up at all might have just been best at this point.
Well, because then later again, he imagines the thing, like the scarf being like the ribbons, and like gets really uncomfortable about it. Like he clearly has trauma, like PTSD of being like enslaved and raped by this woman.
Yeah.
And he's like trying to lie to himself about it. But the way that he's written in other things, it makes it feel like the author's trying to retcon, and I just don't think it's done very well at all.
I just don't think it's written well. I think that this is like part of the section here that is just mishandled.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely mishandled, for sure.
And so we cut to Rand. Rand is with, he's in Elaine's camp. And he gets to be like, hey, you two, don't let my dad die. And I'm like, Rand, that's too much pressure. Leave those poor boys alone.
That's too much to put on somebody.
You really just fuck those boys up.
Yeah.
And then he goes to his dad, and he gives his dad Lews Therin Telemon sword.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That was fun. He's like, I'm sorry I took your sword and I can't give it back to you, so here's my sword from one of my previous lives.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty good moment.
It was. It's a great moment.
And then we also get this like moment where he's like, thank you for teaching me the flame and the void. Like, I would have died without it. And Tam's like, I would teach everyone the flame and the void if I could.
Fair. Honestly,
everyone.
Fair. Okay, Tam needs to be the head of the pink therapy Aja. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Tam is the one to spearhead this. He's got to make, like, some kind of school for, like, mental health. I absolutely need that, please. Tam is the greatest of all time and the true hero of this series.
Well, and he gets his flowers here, right? Like, Rand is, like, literally, like, if you hadn't been the best dad ever, the world would be fucked.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be able to accomplish my job here because you were such a good dad.
Yeah.
And like that's a really awesome it's a really awesome way to like give this character his flowers and like really like build him up.
Yes, absolutely. Agreed with that.
And yeah. I agree with Eric Wood. Love Tam saying it was never for channeling, shooting a bow. No, it's for life. It's about patience and about center.
Absolutely.
And it really is wait, what did you guys say about the sword? It's not Lews Therin's sword. It is Lews Therin's sword.
Yeah, he has a connection to it.
Rand said it's from a kindred soul. What do you guys think that meant?
His soul, but in
it couldn't be more blatant.
I don't know who else it would be. Like he's like when he got the sword, it was like familiar, and that was when he was still like fighting Lews Therin. Like I like if that's not the case, then the series has kind of done a poor job of describing that. Because it feels like it's supposed to be Rand's sword from his previous life. That's why he has a connection to it. That's why it feels familiar to him. Guys,
it is, yes, it was Arthur Hawkwing's sword, but it was power wrought, which means it's from the Age of Legends. It is so much older than Hawkwing because they didn't have the ability to power wrought things in Hawkwing's time. Mm-hmm. It has to be from Rand's time. It literally cannot have been made for Arthur Hawkwing. That it literally cannot, based on the lore of this world, be a sword that was made for Arthur Hawkwing. It predates him by an age because it has to have been made in the Age of Legends. I understand that Arthur Hawkwing wielded it, but it literally cannot have been made after the breaking because no one was able to make power wrought weapons after the breaking. Yeah. Every single sword that was wrought by the power predates the breaking.
At least is what we've been told. Yeah. So unless there's some really weird, twisted, unreliable narrator shit, which would be strange, like it has to be.
It would be very weird for this to be the only reason that's a lie.
Yeah, Hawkwing, you know what I mean? Definitely could have used it.
No, he did, and he did use it. Like we know that he used that sword. Yeah. But it was Lews Therin's sword previous to that. It's a sword that has existed for over 3,000 years.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's from a kindred soul. Guys,
yeah, it's his soul.
It could not be more blatant what is trying to be said there.
Yeah.
Dead Iron says, is Tam and Steve Harrington the best dads? Very funny. Very funny.
I'm still only halfway through season 3 of Stranger Things, but yes. Thank you for that.
You've already gotten to that relationship, though.
No, it's great.
Between him and Dustin. It's
so good.
It's one of the best relationships on that show, honestly. Benjamin Fraser, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super chat. What Tam should have been teaching is how to use a sword before sending Rand out into the world with a weapon that says, duel me. Well, to be fair, he didn't know that Rand was going to have to go on an adventure. He gave it to him to be like, oh shit, you have to leave immediately, so here, take my sword.
No, they fight, and they fight with wooden swords, and it's a great scene. Like, it's described really well. Good. It's so fun. I love the idea of, like, I like that they talk about the fact that Rand said that he was going to practice one-handed and never did.
Yeah.
I like that they brought it up, because I was always like, oh, he meant to do this, and he never actually did it. And I'm glad that even Rand is like, oh man, I meant to do this and I never did and I fucked up. Yeah. So I think it's going to be important against Morden. Because I don't think Morden and Rand can fight physically.
But, no, yeah.
Arzu, thank you for gifting Arzu, 5 memberships.
Thank you so much. We got some green in this chat.
We really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the other things that I find really interesting about this is that Rand has really stopped talking about the wounds in his side. Do you think that's intentional? Or are they going to come back? Because I feel like it's been forever since Rand mentioned feeling pain from the wounds in his side.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like a weird Jesus thing where he's just healed.
Oh, okay.
Like he's kind of like Jesus.
Or he just feels the pain so much that it just doesn't matter anymore.
Well, he has to like bear the emotional wounds of his destiny. So I don't think the physical ones really matter. Even the hand, he kind of like comes to terms with it in a really beautiful way. Because I think, he lost his hand and it was kind of like ignored.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, okay, we gotta like have this matter and wrap this up. And it's done in like a really, really beautiful way. But yeah, I don't think that like, I don't think that those wounds bother him in the same way anymore. Because they haven't come up. I could be totally
They haven't
wrong.
really come up since the Veins of Gold scene, so I don't know. Bazamian says, is Morden a fighter? I think Ashama, you used a staff. I mean, in the scene where they fought above Falma, that was a fight. Like, that was a, like, sword fight.
They were, like,
Rand
dueling
was
with
only...
swords and the power at the same time.
But Rand, like, literally had to sheathe the blade to win that fight.
Yeah.
And, like, that's where he got the wound in his side.
Yeah.
So, Morden is very clear. And Rand was already technically a blade master at that point. So, Morden is very, very good with at combat.
Yeah, unless becoming Morden like changed that, but I don't really know why.
Berserker, Morden might use a staff, but I still think that they're gonna physically fight each other.
Wait, then how did he get stabbed?
He got it was like the end of it burnt the shit out of him. Remember? He wasn't like stabbed through. It was the tip of his staff, like when it connected with him, fucking like left a wound.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, that feels so long ago.
Guillermo Barros, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you.
If I'm not mistaken, it has been many centuries, not millennia, since the last new Power Rot sword, according to Berlane, and Rand's memory of the sword is not from LTT.
Did the memory come from...
But who would have made it in the time after that?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Like the Aes Sedai's oaths say they can't make weapons, so who would have made it, right?
Yeah.
The Aes Sedai have not made a sword in thousands of years because the three oaths have not changed since before Arthur Hawkwing.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess someone could have made it for Arthur Hawkwing before, but...
Yeah, but also Arthur Hawkwing is against channelers.
I don't know what that would have to do with Kindred Soul, though. The Kindred Soul line makes it seem very clear that it's his way of talking about Lews Therin without talking about Lews Therin.
Yeah, he like doesn't want to bring up Lews Therin, but it's like a part of me.
And yeah, I don't know that Rand and Morden are going to have a sword fight, but I think that Rand and Morden will fight again.
Yeah, for sure.
To pay off the Falma scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Rand is going to sheathe the blade again. I think it's going to happen a second time.
Really?
Yeah, because he dies. And Olivia's going to help. Also, Olivia's going to help him die. Why is she not in this book? Where is she?
She is mentioned one single time. I know. I was like, she seems very important.
This is why you can kill off some characters earlier on in your series. Because you get to the point where, like, you have too many important people at the end. And then it's like, where is this person in the narrative?
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. And I don't know that this book is balancing that the best.
It's tough. It kind of hasn't set itself up for success really well.
Yes.
So. But yeah, Matt goes to the gardens and finds Tuan being all karate or like jujitsu. I don't know.
Muay Thai.
Yeah, some kind of
Krav Maga maybe.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's probably that. And he's like, wow, she's so hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She definitely pegs Matt at some point. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They probably don't do it in the garden because they didn't have anything there except like branches, and that just seems kind of dangerous.
It's not the wood you want down there.
No, not the wood you want. So the pegging will probably come later. But
there will be no smut corner this week because I don't know where to add sex because all the good sex scenes just happen.
Yeah, we got smut already. So.
Matt throws a dagger at a gray man.
Yep.
Who escapes because it's a gray man.
Yeah, and then the fucking Death Watch guard like doggy pile on top of him, like.
Hot.
Oh god.
The moment where Matt is like, you trust me because when you saw me holding a knife at you, you looked behind you knowing that I wouldn't hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, if this was a different dynamic, that would have been such a good line.
Yeah, if Tuan didn't suck so much, I'd be like, damn.
If I didn't hate Tuan so much.
Yeah.
Then that would be a great line.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I hate Tuan so much. And it's great. And so they start taking their clothes. She just like takes her clothes off and is like, we fuck now. And he's like,
She's like, put a baby in me, basically.
Great. Yeah, let's do it. All right.
Yeah.
And
he's like, do you love me? And she's like, you're gonna give me a baby. And he's like, all right, I'll take it.
She loves you as much as anyone loves anyone in this series. Except, like, Gareth and Swan. I think they have, like, actual love for each other.
Min and Rand. I do
Min and Rand, I agree.
believe in that relationship, yes.
Fael and Perrin at this point, that's, like, real love.
Yeah.
You know?
They had some shit to work through that was toxic, but they seem to be doing okay, so.
We skipped over the best part of the Lan storyline.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, it was when Lan is like, I'm not leaving Malkir again. And Agomar's like, duty's heavier than a mountain, bitch. And Lan is like, I flinched, and for the first time, I flinched from words alone.
Yeah. Fucking Agomar.
Can't believe I skipped over that. Great moment.
Oh, it's so good.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah. He's, like, so integral to this whole section. I don't know what they're gonna do. Anyways.
We cut to chapter 16. We don't cut to. We keep saying cut to as if this is a fucking film script. That's the show, guys. We film script the
whole series. Yep. Loyal's there.
Yeah.
Loyal is like, wow, humans, super weird. Damn, my wife, really hot. And then they fight. That's literally this whole section. The only POV we get from Loyal is just being like, damn, my wife is hot. And then they go fight. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I loved earlier when he was like, Perrin, why didn't you tell me married was being great? I fucking love being married. Let's go to war!
Yeah, Loyal is that guy right now.
And they sing while they do it, which feels very much like Loyal is me.
Isn't it?
Let's get down to business to defeat Trollocs.
Nice. That should be our... Guys, we're going to have so many submissions for real time.
We are going to kill them and cut off their dicks.
Oh, all right. Just castrate them. Why not?
Did
Trollocs procreate, or are they just created?
They're created. It's a process.
Damn.
Or they were created. Maybe they
can
procreate now.
procreate now. I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows? Do they have penises? We haven't seen any penis, like Trolloc penises yet. Coming soon to baddragon.com.
I like, Malindio says he's singing Nickelback's greatest hits. Look at this giant axe. I'm gonna shove it in your ass.
Oh my god.
Why did my axe get so red?
What the
Where the hell went your head?
Oh. Wow. Guys, Nickelback's got some good songs. I know it's controversial, but
I went to the school from that music video.
Yep.
Yeah. I literally. We're from their hometown.
Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. Sorry.
I love the gravel.
Love me some Chad Kroger.
Yeah, Galad is watching the Ogiers and is like, damn, glad they're on our side. And some fucking dude randomly is like, they must be dark friends. And Galad's like, don't be a fucking idiot. And that is the section.
Yeah. The white cloaks are literally idiots.
Some of them, yes,
They're
that's why.
Fucking morons.
But here's the thing. People who, like, get sucked into cults sometimes are not the most intelligent people because they get brainwashed into it, right? So it makes sense that a lot of the white cloaks are really dumb and gullible. Yeah, they point a finger at things. It's like, that must be evil. It's like, well, no, use your brain for a second. So yeah, that's going to be the white cloak's biggest failing for sure.
Yeah. We cut over to Rand. I don't know that the White Cloaks get any more failings. I don't think they're that important.
They've had too many so far.
Maybe they will be. I don't know. It would be fun if, like, Galad got a great sword fight, but the evil side doesn't have, like, a great sword fighter for him to fight, so it just doesn't...
Well, and Galad already got the best, like, 1v1, so I don't know if he's really gonna play a big part in the actual final battle, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rand is talking with Moraine, and Moraine is like, hey, like, can you go do the fucking thing? And I'm with Moraine. I'm like, do something. Please, for the love of God, do something.
Yeah.
And he's like...
She's like, get me tea. And he's like, oh. And he's like, wait a second. She's like, I was just seeing if that still worked. Haha, jokes. Haha, jokes. I was like, what is happening?
And so he's like, I'm going to kill the Dark One. And she's like, sure, whatever. Just do it.
Just do something.
And Moraine tells him that his pact is a simple piece of paper and it's distracting him from his goal. And I agree with her. His pact is dumb and naive and it doesn't make any sense.
There's definitely issues with it.
And if Avienda had only communicated with him about the future, like a partner who trusts her partner would have, he would know what the big hole in his whole idea is, and he wouldn't do what he's about to do. But he's going to do it anyway.
Yeah, Avienda really kind of fucked up here.
Yeah, she did.
I'm disappointed in my girl because I love her. But, not all the characters are perfect. Using not communicating as a plot device just gets tired for me personally. And
especially when it's characters who
maybe it's because
love each other.
Yeah, but maybe I'm just an oversharer,
Like, if Avienda loved Rand so much, she would have at least shared with him what she shared with the other wise ones. But she doesn't because she doesn't love him. She just kind of thinks he's hot. I'm sorry, but, like, that's not love.
She loves Elaine.
She loves Elaine.
Right, and so, Rand is kind of there by proximity because they don't have strap-ons yet, I guess. And so she's like, I need to get dicked down, but I actually love Elaine.
Yeah. Maurique, I'll explain why I think it's dumb when we get to it. We'll get there pretty quickly here. I think it's the next chapter. So we cut back to Moraine, and Moraine is like, God, he's gotten a little too prideful, but he's also humble. He's very interesting.
Wow, very interesting.
And then she's like, God, this tea's good. Haven't had good tea like this in a while.
Because Rand touched it.
He dipped his penis in it.
No, he didn't do that.
Just
that
did a little...
is sexual harassment.
You know what? Fair. It's true. That's why don't dip your penis in things unless women ask you to.
Don't do it. Yeah.
Or non-binary people. Dip your disc where you're at. Dip your disc.
Dip your disc.
Guys, everybody.
Dip your disc.
Everyone knows before you put it in your PS5. Dip your disc.
What does that
mean? It doesn't mean anything.
It's provocative.
Oh my god.
We get Lan.
That is how you burn the tip, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is.
Lan, we get Lan's POV. We're back at Tarwin's Gap, and they're Andiri. I have no idea how to pronounce this character's name. I literally read it and was like, nope, moving on. He's carrying the banner. There's a bunch of Malkiri, and they notice that the cities are burning, which makes sense because the Trollocs...
Because they lit them on fire?
Yeah. Well, it just
they noticed the cities are burning because they burned them themselves.
We talked about Elaine ordering. Yeah.
I know, but you just said they noticed it as if it was random.
That's really interesting.
They are the ones who lit those on fire.
Who did that? Did you do that? Did I? I don't remember.
Lan casually noticed the intentional plan that they have been committing the entire time.
Yeah, it's fine.
Jesus Christ.
There's a lot going on. It makes sense that they didn't notice right away. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Oh shit, the fires we set are burning. Guys, the fires we set are on fire. Everyone look.
Yeah. Anyways, they're gonna retreat, okay? And this is where Kaizel is like, the women are fighting. And Lana's like, yeah, let them. Shut the fuck up. Mm-hmm. He's like, you're kind of dumb sometimes. You weird views on women. The Trollocs are looking for things to eat because they just eat the dead bodies. It's really fun. Agomar is like, all right, we're gonna retreat, and then before they can
and while they're in mid-eating,
before they can kind of reassemble, we're gonna fuck them up again.
Brilliant plan.
Great. I actually this moment fantastic. Loved
if it weren't for the Dreadlords being there to break it, this was a fucking great plan. This really worked.
They would have wrecked shop, But the Dreadlords are like, not on my watch, pew pew. And Mihail
Tame himself.
Yeah.
He's there.
Yeah.
He knocks Lan from his horse.
Yeah, and what's his face
Deep.
dies. Deep. I was like, do we mean one of the Ashman is like, I can take him, and it turns out that was false. He could not in fact take him.
He could not, in fact, take one of the Forsaken.
Yeah.
Poor Deep. But I get it, too, right? He's like, this is my chance. And, honestly, there's as good a chance that Tame gets him from the back while running away, right? So, die facing forward. I get it. I don't disagree with this choice, but it is sad that he dies here.
Yeah.
I do like the touch in a bit here that an Ashaman dying in this way brings the Ashaman and the Borderlanders closer together in this combat.
Yeah, because now they're not like the others. They've also suffered the same losses that we have. Is really well done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Chapter 17, A Memory of Light. Older. More weathered.
I never read the chapter names. Matt wakes up from fucking because they fell asleep in the garden.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, wait, there's people here and we're naked, even though the dude's not even looking at Tuan. And she's just fully sitting there, like, naked, like, yeah, keep talking. And he's like, yeah, we couldn't find the gray man. I hope that's okay. And Matt is like, my wife. It's, like, very weirdly, like...
Did you just Borat?
I've never watched Borat. I've only seen you do that.
Wait, you've never seen Borat?
No. I only know Borat jokes because you've made them.
I don't know that I've made Borat jokes. I've said that.
You said that. That's what I mean. Yeah. That's the only thing I know about Borat is my wife. Yeah.
I haven't seen it in so long. I don't actually remember any of the other jokes.
Great, me too.
The only one I remember is the brain is small. Women's brain's smaller than the man's, and
what?
He goes to a feminist meeting and interviews a feminist and is like, don't you think that men are smarter because the women's brains are smaller than the man's? And he's just trying to goad her into fighting about it. It's very clearly satirical, right? He's not he's being a dick on purpose. And that's the scene that stuck with me the most because she just looks at him like, that's not brain.
She's like, you are stupid.
Yeah. Right. Weird. I haven't thought about Borat in so long.
Yeah.
Sacha Baron Cohen, very funny man.
Yeah, he was probably the best part of the Les Mis movie.
Fair.
Yeah,
fair.
Almost worth watching that movie for him.
Almost. Just watch the 25th anniversary concert.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
So good.
It's so good. Oh man.
Anyways. Oh right, Not was a big Borat thing. I forgot that. Holy shit.
Never seen it, so.
I saw it in theaters. I don't think I've ever seen it since theaters.
Oh.
Because it was one of those things where there wasn't really a reason to watch it a second time. You know what I mean? You're like, oh yeah, that was incredible. I do think it's incredible satire. I think he did it. What he created was so uniquely wonderful.
Okay.
But it also was kind of you see it and you're like, oh, I get it. The people who became obsessed with it were so annoying. And I was like, no, there is a brilliance to it. And I would never say that he's not brilliant. He is. Yeah, I have not seen the second one. Clearly it's not that important a film to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I remember 2 scenes.
Yeah, that happened.
The thing I remember most is that there's a lot of Americans that he got to say really dumb America shit on it by playing into the Islamophobia of post 9/11 American culture.
Oh, interesting.
And there's a lot of really interesting poking at American extremism before anyone else was really pointing at American extremism in that movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they're the Death Watch guard's we're all gonna kill ourselves, and Tuan's like, no, this wasn't your fault. You didn't know this was coming. Matt's gonna teach you how to do this.
Yeah, and Matt's like, I am.
You are very good at your job, but you could not have planned for this. And I was like, that is actually a really mature thing from Tuan. Holy shit.
Yeah, I appreciated that. And then Rand shows up.
Yeah.
They're like, we caught this guy.
There was another assassin.
Yeah, he just walked right in here, climbed
with one hand and no weapons.
Yeah, he climbed with one hand. I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Don't need to know. Anyways, Rand shows up and is like, hey, peace treaty? And Tuan is like,
domain!
Domain! Give me my domain!
Domain!
Yeah. Run!
And so Rand gets shielded and he doesn't care.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Maybe can touch the true power. I don't know. It's the true powerness right now. We're gonna get into that nebulous, in a minute.
Yeah, because the Dark One has to give you permission for that, so I don't know.
No, because he can use it with Kalendor. Yeah. We'll get to it.
I don't know. Very strange.
But this is where I really dislike what Rand does.
Yeah.
Because some of the way that this is written, and I thought that I screenshotted it, but apparently I didn't, which is frustrating.
Oh,
because I want to use the exact language here to talk about why this didn't work for me. Because I don't really understand, and just honestly, I don't really understand why. Before we get into it, Matt and Rand have a really funny, genuinely funny friend interaction where they're standing side by side and they're both being held by the power. Because Rand is like, hey, you led me to her. And she's like, what the fuck did he say?
Yeah.
And Matt's like, that's not what, no, I didn't fuck Rand. Phrasing.
Yeah. And then he's like, Rand's probably crazy by now. And then he's like, are you still mad about the time that I made fun of you for wearing nice clothes? And Rand is like, you ignored me for months. And Matt's like, no, that's, no. Like, he, like, gets very uncomfortable about it. They have some really good banter back and forth that I really liked because that's the kind of thing that is not very common in the series, especially between these characters. Yeah, it's like Rand is his old self, and like Matt is, I don't know, this like new version of him, which I don't think always works, but I liked the fact that they had a moment, and it was kind of, you know, when you're like best friends with somebody and you don't see them for like a couple of years even, but that best friendness of like maybe growing up together kind of clicks back into place when you see them again. That's kind of what this felt like to me. And so I liked it. You know, they've both like grown up and matured and been through so much. But yeah, it is kind of like, despite everything that's happening, it is a little bit like random.
I also love the like who's done the most since.
Yeah.
You know, and Rand is like, I cleansed the taint.
Yeah, and he's like, okay, well, I saved Moraine, so.
Yeah. That back and forth is just fantastic.
Yeah.
But this is where things get a little bit weird. Rand does briefly attempt to negotiate the release of the domain.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, the domain aren't the only slaves that the Sanchin have, and the Dakoval are not mentioned in this scene. Rand doesn't even think about them.
Here's the thing.
Because even Rand dehumanizes them.
Here's the thing. That there are so many other groups of slaves in this culture. Like, because they talk about being sold as property, right?
Yeah.
And we know that, like, Domain is one of them. But there's a lot more slavery that goes on than that. And, like, everyone just kind of is like, don't worry about it.
And the issue with the Dakoval starts at the beginning of this chapter when Matt wakes up and there's a Dakoval there in transparent clothes. And Matt says, if she didn't want me to look at her, she wouldn't wear those clothes. She is a slave who doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
And this is where Matt is a fucking awful character to me now. Like, Matt has been effectively ruined by the authors by having this moment where he says, like, oh, well, she's wearing that. I'm allowed to look because she's wearing that. An item of clothing that she is not choosing to wear, that is against her will because she is a slave. And so the chapter starts off with Matt, this hero, who's not a hero. He will never be a hero now because this is fucking disgusting. Debasing his own heroics. And then he gets to brag with Rand and they get to be like, haha, we're the boys. And so everything's great because we have money, wealth, and fame. And then we get into what I think is the real, like, detrimental part of the conversation between Rand and Fortuona, where he does try. He's like, hey, like, you have to give up that. You're not allowed to take any more domain. And she's like, fine, but I get to keep the domain that I already have. And Rand is like, no, you have to relinquish any domain from here. And she says, no. And he's like, and then he says this, let it be done, light be merciful, let it be done. So he's like not happy about it.
Yeah.
But then he says, I will carry this weight too. You may keep the domain you already have, but you shall not take any from my allies while we fight the last battle. Taking any afterward who are not in your land will be seen as breaking the treaty and attacking other nations. You won't carry that weight, Rand. You're going to die.
Yeah.
The people who are going to carry the weight are the people that you just agreed are now slaves forever.
Yeah, and if Aviendha had communicated to Rand that the reason that shit falls apart later is because the Aiel go to take their channelers back, maybe Rand would have thought differently about the situation.
But the idea of Rand being like, okay, this is my cross to bear. Fuck you, dude. It's not your cross to bear. It's the people you're leaving in slavery. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is where death is lighter than a feather. Rand is going to go die.
Yeah, and the duty he's leaving is on people who do not have a choice.
Yeah,
and it is the immaturity of the writing of this moment that makes it really disappointing and really weighed down. This is where I stopped reading for a bit. I put the book away, and I didn't keep going for a bit because I didn't know how to approach this sequence of events. And the idea that you have this white male king character be like, yes, you can keep those slaves. That is a weight I'm gonna have to bear.
I'm gonna feel bad about it for a week, and then I'm gonna die.
And like this was so disappointing. Yeah. And I am hopeful that Matt will come around and will change Tuan's mind by the end of these books. I'm hopeful that there is a resolution to this.
Yeah.
But the idea that any character can say that yes, you can keep those slaves, it's on me. Like it's awful. It's really it has soured the whole series in a chapter. And Matt's I get to look because she's a slave. Like ogling a slave because she's forced to wear transparent clothing is disgusting.
Yeah.
And
Matt has spent enough time with the Zanshin that he knows that she's a slave.
Yeah. And I don't know
and Matt does not speak up when trying to in these negotiations with Tuan.
Yeah.
You know, and Matt kind of is like, hey, like you can trust Rand, like I vouch, right? But he's not like, hey, maybe like slavery question mark. He doesn't say anything.
And I think that if the book didn't deliberately I think that it wouldn't have been as bad for me personally. Like I wouldn't have felt so gross about it if the chapter did not start with Matt using his power to sexualize a slave. Yeah. And being like, oh no, wait, this isn't wrong because she wants no. And it really is Fenno Feka says I understand your issues, but you gotta learn to distance yourself. Why the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, if you want
Why would I distance myself?
If you want to listen to someone just read you what happens in the book, like listen to the audiobooks. We're here to talk about the actual shit inside of it. Distancing ourselves makes for boring content.
I understand that you don't like slavery, but you should just accept it. What? No. Absolutely not. I'm going to call out bad writing about slavery when it happens. When two white men from the South, well, one from the South, one from a culture that did not accept black people because it believed that their skin pigment was direct punishment from God until 1978, I think.
Yeah.
That's the culture and the church that he tithes to. When those two men write a slave narrative that ends with the not a bloody hero, fun, haha, chuckles character being like, I'm going to sexualize that slave. And then Rand is going to come in and be like, oh, woe is me. I have to let you keep those women as slaves. I'm sorry, I'm not going to overlook that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, isn't this book amazing, guys? Don't you love that moment in A Memory of Light? No, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson should have known better. Robert Jordan should have known better. This book wasn't written in 1955. This book came out 10 years ago.
Yeah.
This book came out 50 years after Martin Luther King Jr. died.
Yeah.
Sorry, was killed. I shouldn't say died.
Yeah.
After the government got the black man killed for fighting for rights for black people. I am not going to sit here and say that these are the heroes that we should follow, that this is the fun series that I wanted to read. This is not fantasy. This is slavery apologism in a way that is disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you know what? I came into the book club a little bit spicy at the beginning today. And I'm sorry about that. And we had a little bit of an exchange, but I came into this being like, hey, maybe we don't write slavery this way and try and pretend that these are heroes. They're not anymore. Rand is not a hero. Matrim is definitely not a fucking hero. He's the prince of slaves. His character has been utterly destroyed, and I'm wildly disappointed by this whole interaction.
Yeah.
And it's gross. And we're gonna get to the end of the books, and we're gonna see how we feel about the rest of it.
Yeah.
But this chapter is an egregious error on the part of the authors.
Yeah, it's really gross because I don't really know how you can turn that around. Right, I think that's like at this point, because the characters are at the end of their arcs. We are in the last book, the final battle, right? You know, you could maybe introduce something like this earlier on and have them turn around and recognize the wrongs. We're not there. We are at the end, right? Mm-hmm. Like these are the people that we're supposed to love and care about, and we need to hold them to a standard. To be the heroes that we want them to be. I don't really want to read a book about people who kind of make shitty decisions, right? Like, I don't get it. Brent Arshman says, what should have Rand done in this moment? It's not necessarily about what Rand should have done. It's what the authors should have provided as an alternative for our characters to take and to grow from, right? This book
Matt
is written by
should
somebody.
have realized that the woman who was being forced to serve him because she's a slave and would get tortured and beat if she disobeyed, maybe doesn't want to be sexualized by him. She just literally doesn't have a fucking choice. Maybe that's what Matt should have done.
They're asking about Rand.
Rand
what
doesn't.
Rand should have done in
does
this
Rand
moment.
need the Sanshin? The last battle has not been set up in a way where I know that he needs them. Well, and that is the problem. This is the problem with the setup of the last battle.
The problem is the Sanshin have
spicy.
traveling.
It doesn't matter. We need them for something. The last battle has not been legitimately set up they're important to any of these fights.
We need them to not attack the allies, right? If the Sanshin, hypothetically, were like, hey, the last battle is happening, this is a great time for us to sweep in and color all the Aes Sedai, like, that would suck. So I think Rand is trying to take preventative measures. But yeah, this section is it ain't great. It's unfortunate for Rand, but it really makes Matt look like shit. Yeah.
And Rand as well. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, Rand could have done anything. Guess what? This is a fucking fantasy book. He could have killed Tuon. He could have done. No. I'm not saying that he should have killed Tuon. I'm not saying that that's what I'm advocating for. I'm just saying that he could have done anything, and what he chose was to wait until the very last minute and deal with the Sanshin in a way that he had no, like, Rand chose to wait until the last fucking second to go to them, and so he had to accept the awful agreement that is going to fall apart. And this is where Rand...
and that's the thing, it's going to fall apart.
This is where the Dragon Peace is fucking dumb, is that Rand has now agreed to a peace that revolves on the people who are administrating the peace, the Aiel, the police officers of the peace, have a blood feud against members of the peace. So it doesn't work. From the very beginning, the Dragon Peace will not work because the cops of this world, the Aiel, well, that's what they are. That's their position in the treaty.
Enforcement,
want their fucking women back. And the majority of them didn't sign that treaty and don't give a shit what Rand has to say. Yeah. They don't care about the piece of paper. They want their sister back. They want their mother back. They want their wife back. They don't fucking care about the piece of paper, which is what Moraine is trying to tell him, is that your piece of paper is dumb. It's a piece of paper. Nobody after the breaking is going to give a shit about it because you're allowing the women of a culture that you are saying are going to be in charge of administrating the peace to be slaves. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
And it's naive to a level that I actually cannot believe that this is how this ends. There's no world, and we know it because Brandon Sanderson wrote that this is why it falls apart and the Aiel get destroyed. Like, the books have already told us that this is going to fail, and then Rand goes and does it anyway because Aviendha, a woman who loves him, doesn't share shit with him because they can't fucking communicate, and now we just have a world where our heroes are, like, fucking chumming around in a garden next to slaves that Rand is saying are going to stay in slavery because, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, those women are going to spend the rest of their lives wearing collars for the next 100 years. I am guaranteeing that women who can channel for the next 100 years are going to be slaves so that I can win this. And to that I say, what's the point of winning then? What's the point? What world are you saving? Really? Like, what world are you leaving behind where you are saying that you are guaranteeing this culture's right to slavery for 100 years?
Yeah, I'm like hoping...
That's the end of the series. Congratulations, we beat the Dark One. The Sanshin get to do whatever the fuck they want to women for 100 years.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that there is a turn at the end and that they're not just like, they're Sanshin are fine, can do whatever they want, right? Like, I'm super hopeful that Rand is able to... Rand either fucking changes his mind and is like, you have to let all the people go, you know what I mean? Let my people go. After he defeats the Dark One, which that's dependent on whether or not he stays alive. But I hope that, somebody goes back to these fucking people who are slaves and is able to help them, because if the series ends and slavery is still there, it's like, okay, well, that's unfortunate. Like... You know what I mean? Like I don't... Yeah, they won against the Dark One, but how much better off is this world? I don't really know, right? I don't think that does this story justice. So we'll have to see when we get to the end, because I don't know.
It's better than the actual end of the world. Is it? Is that really what you want? Is that the argument you want to make? Like, is that really where you want to go with it? That we should fight evil but accept slavery. Mm-hmm. Is that better?
Yeah.
You know what? I actually don't agree. I don't think it is. And I ultimately, like, maybe that's what it comes down to. Maybe that whether or not this works for you comes down to the fact that, like, you can accept that slavery isn't inherently evil. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't accept that. And I can't get on board with it. I can't get on board with Matrim at the end of his arc, after being fucking raped by Tylan, sitting in a garden with a slave in front of him, thinking, let's just see what his exact words are. Let's get into it. Let's get into how this isn't like slavery apologia, you guys. Where is this fucking poor thing?
Yeah.
Because that's what this is, right? Like,
yeah, he's like getting dressed, and he's in his room, right? He goes to his room, he's like getting dressed.
No, they're still in the garden. Isn't this still in the garden, or is that? Am I thinking about something that's later?
I think it's like right after this section, like because there is a point where he's in his room, and I believe that a Dakoval walks in, and he's like trying not to look, and he's like, oh, but I guess she wouldn't. Like I guess it's okay. I'm supposed to look. Otherwise she wouldn't be wearing this. And it's like,
yeah,
that's no.
That's the character. That's Matrim Coffin. Like, it makes me want to take the Matt shirt off of our store. Like, it literally wants me to take the design down. It is such bad writing, in my opinion. I just think that, like, there is a level of negligence in the way that this plotline has been handled. And I think the fact that people are trying to defend it with, like, but, like, it's better than the end of the world. Great, but you still chose to write this. You still chose to get into it.
This is the author's story that they chose to tell. They could have written themselves a solution, right? Like, you know, the author is in charge of this world, right?
Methany brings up the gulags. Great, thank you for the super chat, guys.
Thank you for the super chat.
This isn't real life. It's a book.
It's fantasy.
It does like if
it
I
is
wanted
a narrative
to read
written by someone.
If I wanted to read why slavery is bad, I would first of all, I would read something that actually says slavery is bad. And second of all, I would read histories written by people who experienced it. I wouldn't ask white men how they feel about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yeah. I think that's totally fair. I like this. Yeah, this isn't a history book. This is a fantasy series where you can have realism while also still saying slavery is bad and coming up with a way that, like, it can be either solved or figured out, or like there is a way to dismantle it, right? Because
or you could have spent a book dealing with it instead of writing fucking Crossroads of Twilight.
Yeah.
The pedantic waste of time that led to nothing.
Crossroads of Twilight should have been absolutely like getting rid of the Sanchin and being like, we don't stand for slavery, you know, like
any of the books could have been. There's like 5 books that you could take out of the series and replace with, hey, maybe we should deal with this. Although you could say the same about the Black Tower.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Matrim Coffin is gross. He's a gross character, and it is very disappointing that after everything he's been through, that this is where he lands. It sucks. It really sucks. It is character assassination unlike anything I've ever seen in any piece of media before.
It's pretty brutal.
And it's bad. It's bad, and it's not good. And it was really disappointed.
Yeah.
This chapter was just really disappointing. And that's what it is. What it is. I don't know what to do about that. I know that people aren't going to agree. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Just sad. Chapter 18, To Feel Wasted. That's what this series kind of feels like after reading that chapter. But let's get into it.
I have hope that, you know, something's gonna give. Yep. We get Gowan, who also kind of sucks. Yeah. Gowan's with Egwene.
Gowan fucking sucks.
He's like fighting. He's like, I'm not useful enough, I guess. Guys, I tried to defend Gowan so hard.
You really did.
I
you
really
went for it.
I really did. And you know what? I still stand by what I said in previous things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I still do. But God, right now, I just want to punch him in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he feels like he's being wasted by protecting the Amerlin seat. Yeah. Anyways, they talk about tactics and Tame and the Dreadlords, and Egwene needs to go get some sleep. And Egwene and Bail Dolmen are outside of the tent.
Mm-hmm.
And Egwene is like, man, Egwene doesn't trust me. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, what have you done to prove yourself trustworthy?
Because your culture wants to enslave her.
And also, you didn't get rid of the male Adam, so it's kind of like, you fucked up, you haven't really proven yourselves to be trustworthy. And so, so completely understandable that Egwene absolutely doesn't trust her. But they go to get Gawain food, and he starts looking at the rings, and manipulates the conversation, because Egwene is like, oh, those are these rings, and he's like, yeah, don't bring it up to the Amerlin seat, it's a very touchy subject for her. And I was like, god damn it, Gawain, just talk to her about it.
Yeah.
Because you know he's gonna use them, and he's gonna do something fucking dumb, and he's just gonna die. Like... Which, all right, fine.
Because Leowyn tells him, like, you die, right?
At this point, kill Gawain.
No, because, fuck, Gawain needs to use his fucking brain and realize that if he uses the ter'angreal and dies, it shuts down Egwene.
Shuts down?
Through the bond.
Oh, yeah.
It is the most... Like, Gawain is not just being, like, butthurt about not being on the front line, which is already dumb because they're literally fighting. Like, he's helping fight the war. It's not like he's not doing anything. It goes back to Lan being like, I want to go die in Mount Kier. And I'm like, Gawain's like, I want to go fight a fight where I fight. And I'm like, why? You've killed 10 Trollocs yesterday. Yeah. How many Trollocs do you need to kill a day to be happy, dude?
But I have a quota to meet.
Oh, maybe I will put this on, and then it will give me a temporary boost, and then I'll die.
Drop dead.
Oh wait, and then if I don't last that long because of it, then Egwene is fucking useless because what if
she's gonna be sad about
if Gawain
her
loved
dying.
her, which he doesn't. None of the characters in this series understand what love is at all. But if he actually loved her, he would be like, oh wait, if I use this, it's gonna cause her immense pain. Maybe I should either give this to someone who isn't married or bonded, or just fucking get rid of them because like we're winning. It just doesn't make, like, the way he's thinking here doesn't make any fucking sense. It is exhausting to read him.
Yeah.
Let me just cause my wife, who I just married off page, the most awful, horrific, emotional, like, pain that I can, so that I can feel like a hero for 10 minutes at the end of a war.
Yeah.
God,
and not even moron. At the end of the war, just like randomly. Fucking Gawain, I'm sorry. I tried to defend you. I can't. You piss me off. We get Rand's point of view, and he's thinking about the first time that he saw a Trolloc in the Age of Legends, and he was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Look how far we've come. Now they're everywhere, which is kind of like terrifying. I want to know what the first like draft of the Trolloc looked like, you know? Like, I want to see, like, how, like, what was the compilation of the very first one? Because, you know, they're, like, a bunch of different body parts. I'm all right, so one had a fish head, and they were like, nah, the fish head doesn't work, we scrapped that. You know, like, the first iteration is, like, something weird, like a fucking ostrich, and you're like, oh, no, we need to come up with scary things.
Benjamin Fraser, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
Congrats on making it this far into the series. You now fully understand why so many one-time Wheel of Time fans want to see a sensitive adaptation to it. I don't think that you can adapt the second half of this series.
I think you have to change it.
Yes, yeah.
And here's the thing: we're
not certain things. You need to change so much.
We're not at the end. Yeah. Like they're like, I still want to know what the author's intention is for these plot lines and stuff when we get to the end. Like, I'm open to those things, but yeah.
Some characters have to do some big 180s in the next pages though for some stuff to end well. But like, there's a lot in here that you can't cover in like live action. Like, there's just a lot of stuff in here that's impossible.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff that, like, audiences will not be okay with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You need to be really careful about how things are handled. And that, I think, has been one of our biggest criticisms, is that sometimes things are just not handled with the care that they deserve.
Yeah.
James Ross, welcome back to the Nerd Table. If you get a chance to talk to Daniel Green or Dusty Wheel about the Sanchin, I'd highly recommend it. Great points, Nerdy.
Thank you.
Once we're done with the series, I think we'll still have a lot to say, and we still want to make Wheel of Time content. So we'll definitely have some interesting chats, I'm sure.
I think that this Gawain thing could be very interesting if Egwene had not agreed to bond him, and that he was looking at the blood knives
Like he didn't have the heightened warder strength.
Yeah.
And used that instead.
Like, if she was still, like, you're too mature, if they hadn't gotten married, like, if they hadn't tried to play it off that they have this genuine connection, and instead it was just an immature, if he was still following her around, and he was like, well, if she's not going to bond me, I'm going to use this, because, like, if it came from, like, that insecurity, but she's given him every opportunity to not feel that anymore, and so it just doesn't work for me anymore.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point. Because, yeah, if Gawain dies, like, Egwene is in a worse position, right? But, yeah, I don't know. The whole Gawain thing is pissing me off. Yeah, so Rand is like, it's time to go.
Mm-hmm.
So he, like, is doing some battle stuff, but, like, in disguise. And then kind of, like, fucks off. So he can, like, kind of help out, but without hopefully getting too much attention on himself. And he goes to see Min. Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
God, there's some fucking idiots in the chat.
Yeah.
Good luck with your lives, y'all. Some of you.
Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, it is very unfortunate. Some of the takes in the chat. It's disappointing more than anything.
Yeah.
You know, I thought when with our takes having gotten this far, that the trash would have taken itself out. But hey, that's just what it is. So
there are gonna be some people very butthurt that you just said that.
I know. And I thought long and hard about saying it, and I intentionally made that decision.
I do like the people who are like, oh my god, like you guys are so like fucked because you're woke and like you don't think that the way that the slavery in the series is handled well is good. Like you guys are like, and I'm like, guys, like we're gonna be fine. No, nobody that we want to be in our community is going to, like, we're not going to lose the people that we like.
Yeah. If you're a slavery apologist, we don't really want you in the community. So that's what I'm saying. No, Blue,
No, don't ban anyone. Let people say what they say.
Yeah.
Let people put their names next to what they want to say about shit.
Yeah. Let them call themselves out. It's all good. Min is waiting. And she's like, wow, Rand looks really sad. I guess it's time to go. And then we have an interesting conversation with Cadsuane, who I haven't seen in a while, but they actually kind of have an interesting scene despite that. Mm-hmm. So I was fairly happy with how that went, even though I felt like it didn't matter that much because she hasn't really been a huge part of the narrative.
Min has been forgotten by Min.
No, I mean Cadsuane.
Oh, Cadsuane too. Both of them, like, just kind of.
They've been forgotten about. They're kind of on the side. Cadsuane gets this moment, which kind of feels like a wrap up for her. Like Cadsuane was here, and this is kind of how we're gonna end this.
And she like pats herself on the back. She's like,
yeah.
Cadsuane crushed it, and Rand's like, whatever you need to think. That's fine.
Yeah.
But we do kind of get some interesting. We get the interesting moment of her being like, "You've been giving gifts." She's really like, she's such a like bitch in this moment. Like, really.
But it's very
being like,
in
"You've
character.
been giving gifts because you think you're gonna die. Do you have a gift for me?" And he's like, "No, I have gifts for people I care about."
Yeah.
Bye.
The sass. I was so here for it.
Fucking loved it.
It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rand says
and then at the end of the conversation, she's like, "Oh, by the way, the Black Tower freed itself." And he's like,
"Oh, yes.
You couldn't have fucking led with that."
That seems like very important.
We've been talking for 10 minutes. What are you talking about?
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Cadsuane's gonna help out with Avienda and the Forsaken and watching his back and everything. So she's gonna be there, but this definitely felt like kind of like a wrap up for her character. So I actually am not sure how much she's going to super matter in the final battle, but we'll see. Then we get Lan's POV. Yeah. They're remembering Deep. Yeah, Deep. Very sad. This is kind of what brings the Ashman and the Malkiri together, and they kind of have this sense of camaraderie, which I think is really, really well written. All the Lan stuff in this was fantastic.
Yeah.
So he promises that he's gonna take Nynaeve and they're gonna get Malkir back.
Yeah.
Which is not like he's kind of like holding this to himself and giving himself something to look forward to as opposed to just dying.
If he ever talks to his wife again.
Well, yes. But I think it's really important development for Lan's character, instead of being like, I am going to die here, to have a reason to continue fighting and living, as opposed to just being like a martyr or a sacrifice. And so, it's a great moment. Lan has some fantastic stuff. Then he talks to some guy about Agomar making mistakes. Can't remember what that guy's name was.
Oh, Bald here?
Oh, yeah. He's like, hey, Agomar's like, great captain.
He got two companies killed yesterday.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
And so Lan is like, I'll go talk to him. And so he goes and talks to Agomar in a respectful way. And Agomar's like, Baldir sent you.
Yeah.
And Agomar's like, look, like, I loved this scene.
Yeah.
Because I was worried. I was like, oh, God, are they going to, like, have a dumb fight? Is it going to be petty? And it isn't. Because they're not women in the Wheel of Time. They're men in the Wheel of Time. So they just have a conversation. And he's like, can you imagine if Egwene and Elaine talked like this? Oh, my God, the White Tower would have no problems. But no.
Everything would be fine.
So they go and they talk. And Agomar's like, I missed it. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna make more. I'm not done making mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted. Yeah, of course I'm exhausted. There's not going to be a point for the rest of this war where I'm not gonna be exhausted.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be times where I fuck up.
Yeah, gotta like push myself to that line. And he's like, I've spent my whole life training for like these moments where I have to know what my limits are. Yeah. Just kiss, so good. Do you think?
No, Baldir's not the gay guy. Oh yeah, Baldir. So, yeah, it is Baldir.
Yeah, it is. Do you think that Agomar is just being smart about hiding a deception, or do you think that this is honest?
It could be either. I think that Agomar is being 100% sincere.
Okay.
I don't know that he is right. I don't know that he knows if he's right or not. But he believes 100% what he's saying.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And okay, I love this interaction. And I think agree. That Lan, because I don't think that Lan would have taken it at face value as much if he sensed any hesitancy in it from Agomar, and he doesn't.
Yeah, Lan has got good spidey senses. So I think that, if there was anything untrustworthy that he would have noticed it, because all of our characters are immaculate at reading body language and facial expressions. So I think it's honest as well.
All right, this is gonna be an over 4-hour show, guys. Sorry.
Oopsie. We get Egwene. The choice of a patch. I'd never read the chapter titles until now.
The choice of a patch. No, it's Elaine first, actually. It's them looking at the Alguenia River, her and Bashir, and they discuss the trap that they fell into, which is that some of the Trollocs have split off. They make a pretty big assumption here, and that assumption might bite them in the ass. Bashir makes a massive assumption, which is that the Trollocs split off and like pushed really hard to come down from the north.
Yes, they don't actually know.
There is a chance that those came through the ways.
Yeah. And
so, like, this whole, like, we're going to go fight them because they're tired is an assumption, and it could bite them in the ass. It could not. He might be right.
Yeah.
But it is interesting not knowing. I actually do like the not knowing and the kind of the, like, push-pull of whether or not Bashir's gamble here is going to pay off.
Yeah, and Elena is like, we're going to have to risk it. Because we don't have any other options. So, it really might bite them in the ass. Then we get Egwene, and she goes to Tel'aran'rhiod to meet with the Wise Ones.
For the last time.
Yeah.
I was like weirdly sentimental about Egwene saying goodbye to the Tel'aran'rhiod.
Because I think
the like saying goodbye to the air moment.
Yeah, I honestly think one of my favorite like storylines and arcs in the series has been Egwene studying with the Wise Ones and taking everything that she learned and understood and bringing it into her role as the Amerlin Seat. And gaining that role as the Amerlin Seat.
Yeah.
I agree. It was very touching because I think that it really like ties in such a good part of the series.
Yeah, I agree.
And they're like, oh man, we're going. We wish we could have had you, but you got other stuff going on.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so this is when they tell her they think the crack things happened because of balefire, which, who knows? That might be true, or that could be unreliable narrator stuff.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure on that one. But they're not going to visit the World of Dreams very much anymore.
No, they're not coming back at all. And Egwene says she's not coming back, which feels very weird for a dreamer.
Yeah.
And they say some very sweet farewells, and Egwene goes to meet with Rand, who presents her with a ribbon, which pisses her off. But then he's like, "No, I'm serious. I'm trying to be sweet.
Yeah.
Please, can I just see the seals? I'm not going to break them. I'm not going to be an idiot."
Yeah.
And so she hands them over one at a time, and Rand is like, very funny. And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Come on."
Haha, yeah, give me the seals.
This is a fake. It's a fake!
It's a fake!
We fucked up!
Yeah. I'm, like, actually mad I didn't put it together when Tame had, like, the circle thing, but I was like, oh, that's a key for something else. You know what I mean? But I'm like, fuck, it's so obvious that they're not just gonna be able to break the seals. Like, duh, they're gonna have to figure that. I'm so mad I didn't put that together. Yeah, so, they don't have the seals. The Dark One has them. And the fact that the Dark One hasn't broken them yet probably should cue Egwene into the fact that they need to be broken. I'm just saying.
It is the ultimate proof that her whole point of view was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Rand is also like, they're going to break them when I'm mid-fight with him. And I was like, but why?
Well,
why not just break them now? I
don't know about the timing thing, but it definitely is like definite proof to me that the Dark One has the seals to the prison and hasn't broken them yet. That is like absolute proof that they need to be broken.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some fun to that, right? Like, there's going to be some playfulness to the fight, which will be interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Dark One holds keys to his own prison, and we cut back to Matt. This is where he meets Nada, his wardrobe assistant. He's frustrated because no one will look at him, so he likes his wardrobe person because she'll actually look up at him.
Yeah. He's like, wow, it would have been really nice if people stopped staring at me, and now no one will look at me, and I fucking hate it. And I was like, I would hate that, not looking at people in the face when they're talking to me.
Yeah, well, I would love that.
Yeah.
It took me so long to train myself to look people in the face.
Me too. I used to look at people's mouths.
I used to look like this.
Oh, well. That's the next step. But
there's things going on in my head, guys. Don't worry about it. So he gets some really ridiculous clothes that he definitely can't fight in, and he will definitely not. They're definitely not going to
be a problem.
Yeah.
And he puts his like shitty hat back on, and the woman's like, "Pardon me for being so forward, but it's my job to give fashion advice, and that looks like shit." And he's like, "I don't give a fuck."
I also like that he got like an eye patch with rubies on it. He's like, oh, fuck, I'm a nobleman now.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Chapter 9, 20. Which one is this?
Into Thekandar. This is 20. It's a final chapter. We finally made it. 3 hours and 49 minutes into the podcast this week.
Woo! Let's go. Crushing it. There's the guys.
If we hadn't talked for an hour before we got to chapters, we would have been fine. So next week, no housekeeping. We'll just get into it.
It was a beefy section. You know, like, there was a lot.
Yeah, next week there's only 7 chapters. This week there was 14.
Crazy.
I know.
So crazy. Yeah, so after meeting with Rand, Egwene uses her magic wand, which she's become very attached to. She's like, no, I feel like it's like, you know, it's mine now. So they're gonna actually rename it. It's not gonna be Vora's anymore. It's gonna be Egwene's. And she's like shooting fireballs, pew pew pew.
Mm-hmm.
They get through a gateway and they're being like called back because they've been rotating in shifts. Smart, you know. You need a few number of people to do a lot of fucking damage, and so you rotate them out. Love it.
Really good. Like this stuff was really well done by Sanderson. The writing of all of the like rotations and the battle and the strategy. I really liked all of it.
Yeah, and then some fucking gateways open, and some random fucking people show up, and they absolutely nuke everybody.
Yeah.
Ramonda dead. Egwene is like, let go of the power, so they can't tell, and Ramonda's like, no. Fuck you. She doesn't say that. She just ignores her and then gets fucking murdered. And then Lelaine gets fucking nuked. And it's like, boom, boom, pow, chaos. And I was like, this is not going to go well. I like that there's like a big loss here. They actually get so fucked up. And honestly, kind of great that Ramonda and Lelaine are not there for the next iteration of the White Tower if everyone survives, because they were kind of the worst.
Yeah.
Not that I wanted them to die. That seems very cold. But I think to clear way for the White Tower to be something new and better, not even maybe the White Tower, but yeah, I see why they got rid of some of these characters.
It was about time.
Yeah, people
like,
died.
look, I'm not like happy that Gareth and Swan are dead, but killing one of the great captains is smart narratively. Like, I like, you know, like I am glad that there were consequences to Rand's failure here.
Yeah, look.
Which is that Rand never went to check on Shara. That Rand and everybody in this continent.
They're like, Shara, who's she? I don't know.
But
her.
they're like, we're gonna do the last battle with the people of this continent. We don't need to check on the rest of the world. Really?
Yeah.
You didn't think maybe checking in on what was going on in other places might be important?
Yeah.
Apparently they didn't, and so they're getting fucked because of it.
Yeah.
They fucked up.
Yeah.
And like, this is more than anyone, this is Rand's fault for thinking that the Dragon's Peace, that, you know, obviously I think it makes no sense, right? But for thinking that the Dragon's Peace could be continental and that the world wouldn't get involved in the last battle is so, like, it's just such a massive mental error on his part. And it leads to this moment where the White Tower, arguably their greatest asset right now, because they don't know how many Dark Dreadlords came from the Black Tower, they don't know how many challengers they have to fight, is now been pretty fucked up.
Yep, they're kind of screwed.
And honestly, like, it was... like after chapter 17 and the disappointment of that and like the feeling that it gave me about these books, finally getting this chapter where like, oh, the war matters now. Granted, it came from a side that I didn't expect, right? Like Trollocs are still fucking just masses.
They literally show up like the fucking like Men of the East in the Lord of the Rings.
100%.
Yeah.
The Oliphants are here, and like I was really grateful. This felt it felt nice to finally have a war scene where our heroes got
they're fucked.
beat.
They're fucked.
Because of their own failures and, you know, by an army that, like, isn't overpowered, isn't, like, impossibly powerful, but just outflanked them. And, like, I was like, fucking finally. And it's sad, and it sucks, and we lost some great characters, and, like, Swine and Bryn...
Swine!
You know what I mean. Swan and Brine.
Swine and Bron.
It's been 4 hours, guys. I've been talking for, like, 4 straight hours about this. It was so nice to finally have a moment where it felt like our characters were actually at war and not playing a video game.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's really well done. And I think that like they this part of this chapter fucking crushes it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're like stuck hiding because if Egwene touches the power, they're gonna sense it, and so they can't do anything. They kind of just have to wait it out and find an opening, hopefully. Like, they're just sitting there praying. So we'll get back to them probably in the next section. It would be kind of weird if they didn't show up at all in the next couple chapters. That would really leave us on edge.
Yeah.
But we get over to Avienda, and Roark, and they're all, like, actually looking at Shyle Ghul. The Thakandar Valley, is that what it's called? Something like that?
Yeah, the Thakandar is like the forge city where the Murdral blades are made.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So, Rodel Iturralde is like, all right, so, how bad is it? And they're like, you were supposed to stay there. And he said, you go ahead. Not that I wasn't also going to go after you guys. I was like,
fair.
Sure. All right. See for yourself. Why not?
And this is where we get the dialogue that kind of makes all of these wars confusing to me that we talked about at the beginning. The, like, we just have to hold this gorge and they can't get in. And I was like, okay, then why are all these people dying everywhere? Like, I like...
And this is not the hub for the Shadow Spawn?
Yeah, there's nobody really here.
Like,
there's probably a trap involved.
Yeah.
It's just this dialogue was weird to me, and it made me confused about what the plan is globally. Yeah. And I wish that it didn't. I wish that it like made it deeper and not like, oh, so like everyone's just fighting to wait until you guys decide to take that gorge. They're literally just stalling for that, but there were never people in this valley. I don't know. I understand like trying to set up what the fight in Shyle Ghul is finally. It's just a little bit late to be finally setting it up. Yeah.
We don't have that much book left, but...
Yeah.
Well, actually, we have the size of a regular novel
That's
left.
Fair.
Let's be honest.
But there's 2,000 characters. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know, actually, there's like 1,998 because Swine and Bryn are dead.
I cannot. I'm actually really excited. I think that you're right about the Dream Spike, and that Perrin is going to like put it into where Shyle Ghul is, so that they can't just like pop in and out, because it's really gonna be a huge consequence. I think I'm hoping for the Dark One's forces.
Morik, thank you for that super chat.
Thank you for super
While I don't always
chat.
agree with every specific argument, I always love the passion and taking a firm position for what's right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for great content. We try.
Thank you.
I don't know that everyone is going to agree that today was great content, but I am glad that you feel that way. But I will fight you about it.
Wow. You argue and make a statement? Never. You're
never
super flimsy, waffly, never have any opinions.
I do love the like content creators who have like super safe and like never controversial opinions. We're like, I don't understand why I don't grow. And it's like, cause people just kind of like, there's nothing there. There's no there.
Yeah.
If you don't have strong opinions, like content is hard to make.
And I think strong opinions are what, makes content interesting. Because whether or not you agree or disagree, like, you know, with whether or not, like, the stakes are high enough for you or whatever it is, like, everyone enjoys art differently. And so this is just, like, our take on it. And sometimes it's even our own separate takes on it because we don't...
I mean, we fought today.
Yeah, like, we don't agree with everything. And that's what makes it interesting, in my opinion.
I just also, like, guys, never suggest a book series to me where you're like, nothing really happens. It's just, like, well written. I don't want to read that. Like,
I need things to happen.
I wish the resolutions of these things were better in this series, but, like, I like the setup of a lot of them, right?
There's so much good in it. Yeah, there is. There really is. The Aiel agree to follow Riddell. And they're going to create a distraction so Rand can go duke it out with the Dark One. And they're like, yeah, maybe it'll last a day or maybe years. Who knows? We're going to set up for the worst possible option.
Yeah, and then they go back to the tent where Moraine is caressing Kalendor, and we find out that Kalendor allows you to wield the true power. And that is the great flaw, is that it will drive Rand crazy as he dies. Which is sad.
Yeah. Was this brought up before that Kalendor accessed the true power?
One second before we get into this. Colonel Sanders says, and at least your opinion is genuine, not bullshit. If there's one thing to take away from the year and a half of the book club, I'm being genuine about how I feel about this. I haven't swayed. Like, my opinions about this have not...
consistent.
It would be very hard for me for this to be like a facade that I put on.
Yeah.
This is genuinely how I feel about it. You know, because I've done too many fucking hours for this to be a script. Yeah. Anyway, I do appreciate that comment, Colonel Sanders. No, I don't think that I don't think the true power element of it is a fact that we've known before. I think that was new.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, wait, Kalendor works as though two women and a man can
walk
use
into a bar.
Can use it safely, but now that is not the case.
Yes, because Min discovered the off page where Min does all of her discovered this somehow.
Right, yeah.
Apparently. Another thing that, like, hey, Min hasn't done anything in this book. Like, maybe you could have done this on page instead of having it be, like, something that happened off page.
She's doing a lot of research, and I would love for that to, like, feel like it's relevant and not just like, oh, yeah, by the way, Min said.
Or for Rand to, like, feel like he was being appreciative of it more. Like, that's maybe some scenes between him and the women he loves.
He did have that, but that was, like, 2 books ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then, speaking of Min, he's like, hey, you're gonna go watch, he sends Min to basically be the barrier between Egwene and Tuon.
Yeah.
And not knowing that Egwene is fucked, and Tuon isn't there.
Yeah.
And, then he announces what you read at the beginning of the show. We're gonna go fight Shao Ghul tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We're good. We're doing the thing. Yeah. We're doing the thing. Wait. Chapter 21. Not a mistake to ignore. I'm so sorry.
What?
Swan rolled her shoulder. She grimaced at the sharp pain. Yukiri, she grumbled, that weave of yours still needs work. I'm not joking. I'm so sorry. Maybe Brian is dead. Maybe.
Oh.
What?
Oh, she wasn't in the tent.
It's just weird because Egwene is like, that's the tent that Swan and Brian were in.
Yeah, but Brian might still be dead.
Brian might still be dead. No. Brian had a fucking portal hole, like a gateway opened in his floor, and he jumped through it. Could you imagine? Because we actually didn't talk about the floor.
If everyone is, like, okay, well, I guess we lost Ramonda and Lelaine. I have to take comfort in that.
Hey, that's something. That's something. No, I think Brian jumped through a gateway in the ground.
And fell to his death?
And used feather fall.
Aren't they so high up that the Dreadlords can't shoot fire up through them?
I don't know. The man called Lev, thank you for that super chat.
So glad I got to see Nerdy's reaction to find out Swan is alive. I just don't understand how you write a series that's like, we have to be realistic about slavery, but not death. Every character has to survive all the time because, oh my god, people's feelings might get hurt, but we're gonna fucking sexualize slaves. And people are like, this is just the reality of war, kid. Really?
The rumors of their deaths were greatly exaggerated.
But this is where it is, right? Like, if you want to write all of the slavery shit, everything has to be fucking dark and gritty and real. You can't have it both ways. Yeah. And this series wants to be like, oh no, Matt is still a hero. He's just a cad because he sexualizes slaves. Like, it's cute, right? Yeah. Isn't it so cute? No, it's not. It's fucking gross.
Lev, thank you for that super chat. No,
it's the final battle, but nobody dies. Except for, like, fucking people that either you don't like because they've been set up as pains in the asses. Like Ramonda and Lelaine.
Ramonda, fuck her.
Or, like, Burl. And you're like, I guess I know who he's one of the B names, right?
He had a name that was mentioned.
This is so that I can't believe that literally the opening word of the next chapter is Sawan rolled. Like, no, it's not okay. It's not okay. Why?
Oh God, yeah. Anyways, I thought that I was honest. I didn't know that was gonna happen. I was just like, yeah, we're going to get into this next week because I was really hoping that it doesn't matter. I
wish next week was the week off. I wish that I could take a week off from reading the book.
Well, you can take a few days. It's not much reading this week, right?
Yeah, you know? But I think that, like, I need you to... No, I don't need you to do anything. I think that I need to, like, take a break.
Yeah.
And come back to this. Because I think right now I'm, like, really not enjoying it. And it's a shame because it's not that I don't like the way Brandon Sanderson writes. I think that it's just that, like, the compounding the finale of this series into something, trying to make this gigantic series come to an end. These icebergs are crashing together in ways that I'm not finding very satisfying. Yeah. And with some resolutions that I just really don't agree with.
I'm honestly, like, really upset about Matt.
I'm really upset about Matt. Yeah. It is making everything else harder for me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's fine, though, because we're going on date night tonight.
Yeah, I know. And I'm excited for date night.
Guys, we got tickets to a show. We're gonna go get some dinner, see a show, and actually have some time off. And then probably come home and play Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great.
I wish next week was the week off. Because, like, I don't know. There's some stuff in this right now that, like, this finale is not going at all the way I thought it was going to.
Yeah, and I will agree with that.
Like, the Andral stuff is so good. Like, the Black Tar stuff is so good. The land stuff is so good.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of the Egwene stuff is so good, but Gawain is such a piece of shit.
Such a bitch. Yeah, I know.
And, like, I don't know. It's and, like, there are people who are like, oh, you just want it to be all sunshine and rainbows, and it's like, no, I want it to, like, fucking, like, I want it to, like, actually, instead of just shallowly being like, oh, well, the books don't have enough time to deal with slavery, so we're just gonna, like, brush it away. I want them to get into it. I want them to fucking make that the focus. If you're gonna make slavery such a huge part of the book, if you're gonna make the torture of women and the degradation of these people into such a huge part of the series, I want you to go all the way with it. I don't want you to skim over the surface and leave it, like, nebulous. And the problem with the slavery in these books is not that there's slavery in the books. Sometimes you have to write about slavery. It is that they are so glazed past in service of, well, we have to go fight the Dark One, but the Dark One is never established as being anything really. It's just the Dark One. It's so he's the spooky character under the bed who maybe doesn't even really exist at the end of the day. And, like, I want you to go in all the way instead of just being like, well, we don't have time to get into the slavery, so we're going to use it as a trope. and we're going to use it to ruin Matt as a character, and we're going to use it to make the Sanshin the difficult ally, but we're never really going to dive into what it means to anybody. We're never really going to show the perspective of those characters. We're never going to get into it. We're just going to use them. It is using them to further other goals that are less important to me, I think, than really diving into how important it is to use those things, to use those narrative ideas to tell important stories about the people on the bottom of that.
Yeah.
And so when it gets to Rand saying, I'll carry that weight, a weight that he doesn't have to carry because he is not the one being enslaved.
He's gonna die.
It's so
I think Benjamin
exhausting
brings up an interesting point. It says the traditional way is to read one of these books in 3 days and not think about it too hard. Actually thinking about it for a month would probably break your brain. And we've definitely, I think, had a different experience with the Wheel of Time because we stop and we really, really take 3 or 4 hours to dive into the nitty gritty of it. And you know, I don't think a lot of people do that. I think that we have this really cool, unique experience, but because of that, those are the things that really like weigh on you because you stop and you have to talk about them from week to week. And it's like, well, I want the authors to just handle this with a bit more care because, like you said, it feels glazed over because it's also people reading it and just going and absorbing the narrative as opposed to stopping and really thinking about what that narrative means and the implications of it. And that is unique to book club, right? Like we come off strongly on our opinions because we stop and we really dive into them and why and how.
Oh my God, Malineo brings up a great point. You have Olivia. You have this character who's supposed to be there to kill Rand at the end. And you're going to like talk about the slavery of the domain and not bring in that character. You're not going to show her perspective. You're not even going to let her be in the book. Like, really?
Yeah.
I also like Benjamin Fraser's point. The other problem with slavery is how often it's used to give bad guys their comeuppance. Aleda was taken as a slave, and then just like, is the book trying to say that's good?
I think so.
Is that the right end for that? Really?
Well, the book has really used slavery as a punishment for evil characters. Like
Mogideon. The girls took Mogideon as a slave? Like, yeah.
Sindane,
it's weird.
Eleda, yeah. It's like used as a weird like punishment thing, but like
I don't know.
I don't, yeah. Like, here's the thing. There are real life criminals that are convicted and like what's happening in the prison. I don't want to get into the real life of it because it is too hard to tie those things together. I just mean that like there's like really fucked up shit that's happening in the prison system right now, and 100%. That's still wrong, even though those people are convicted criminals. I know, but there are people who watch our show who are then like, well, like, but you like support that. No, of course we don't fucking support that. Are you kidding me? No. I am the most fucking like anti-private prison person you could find. Yeah. I adamantly don't support that in real life. I think it is a problem in real life. I think that it is a problem in real life because we have art that does not point out the problems in it, that instead glazes over it. Yeah. And that's how I feel. Yeah. No, I think that's fair. Anyway, we need to end this. Let's do high-low. If you don't know, my family used to commiserate over each other's lows, celebrate each other's highs. Carlos is going to do her high. I'm going to do my low. She's going to do her low. I'm going to do my high because we complement Sandwich this series. Carlos, what was your high for chapters 7 through 20 of Memory of Light? There was literally so much that happened in this section. What is my... fuck. I should have thought about this. You say that literally every week. Yeah. I don't have, like, a strong standout, though. Sometimes it's because I'm like, oh, I really like this, and I really like this, and I really like this. There was a lot that I really enjoyed, but, like, as far as something that, like, really stood out as being, like, S tier above all, it's kind of the land stuff in general. Oh, okay. There are specific things in it, but, like, yeah, I don't have, like, a moment where I'm like, oh, damn. But I do think Land's character development, being called out, his camaraderie and leadership with his army was my favorite section of this book because I have such an attachment to this character, and I'm really glad that he's kind of come around from the things that we didn't like for him, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. What is your low? Chapter 17. Yeah, fair enough. We've talked about it. My low is Matt. F's in chat for Matt. What is your high? Tam and Rand. Oh, the daddy-son stuff. That is a really, really good moment. Honestly, a lot of my high in the series has been Tam. That's fair. Tam's fatherhood
has been one of the best parts of the series, and I really just I could read a whole prologue that's just what it was like to grow up with Tam as your dad.
Yeah.
Or prequel, sorry.
Prequel, yeah.
I would read that book in a heartbeat because he's so wonderful, and even in the stuff in this series that I'm not enjoying, I love Tam and Rand together so much.
So beautiful.
And everything about that was just really, really wonderful.
I actually think my high was finding out who killed Asmodean.
Oh, that it was Andral and Tam together.
Yeah.
A little tag team moment between two sides of the one power.
Yeah, why not? That is going to be, fuck the whole Grendel thing. That is going to be my headcanon, is that Tam is the one who killed Asmodean, and that it was I don't give a shit. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, no, that was great. I don't know. Are we adding smut? We were like, I don't know where to add smut into this.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good this week.
Guys, we're going to go watch Hamilton.
We are.
It's going to be great.
A show that has its own issues with slavery, but whatever. That's a whole other... Sometimes you can't get around stuff, but my friends are from New York are in town, and I'm going to go support them in their work. Yeah. If you like this video, like and subscribe to the channel. If you don't, hit the dislike button. Leave me comments down below. Because the algorithm god is hungry and we must feed her. In this episode, that algorithm goddess is...
Min, because she's not doing anything.
Yeah, she's just chilling.
I want Min. Min is best girl.
She's wearing blouse and pants that are tight-fitting and not a leather top from Party City. But whatever.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that after the strike's over. If you want to follow us on the internet, you can. I'm at nerdynightly.
I'm at Claris Polaris.
As always, y'all, do something nerdy tonight. Leave us 5 stars. Do the podcast things. Do the book things. Podcast listeners, I'm so sorry about it, but we're sponsored by MissyMountainGaming.com.
Use the code nerdynightly15 to get 15% off your sexy dice.
Get some dice. Look at that.
Sexy dice. Oh, I was gonna.
Yeah. Use code nerdynightly15 to get those dice, and they're the best. They're really like, oh my god, they're so nice. Missy Mountain, so happy to be partnered with you. Cannot wait for the things we're going to create together in the future.
Hell yes.
Bye.
Bye, guys.